Oh, I was down in the low place, fever's on my skin. Now I step out clean, like I was born again. Discord on Monday, group chat full of light, community video, turn the room alive. I've been through the dark, I know that tune too well, but the stone rolled back, and I broke that shell. Hear the organ rise, feel the floor shake now. Hands up to the sky. I'm back now. He has risen, alright. He has risen, holy in my chest, my hand, my breath, sick days in the dirt. Now I walk through death. He has risen, I rise. He has risen, I rise. Jumping Neo's ear, max level on the clock, quest log full of blood, but my pulse don't stop. If the wall get tall, I go straight through stone. One more dungeon clear, and I make it home. Choir in the back, cowboys hit hard. Memphis in the mist, I bear every scar. Streamer back stronger, voice like thunder now. What broke me last week can't hold me down. Hear the organ rise, feel the floor shake now. Hands up to the sky. I'm back and grinding. He has risen, I rise. He has risen, I rise. Holy in my chest, fire in my breath, sick days in the dirt. Now I walk through death. He has risen, I rise. He has risen, I rise. Holy in my chest, holy in my chest, holy Clap for the wounded, shout for the chosen. I came through the valley with the seal unbroken. No more in the shadow, no more on my knees. I got grace in my blood and the grind in me. He has risen, I rise. Holy in my chest, fire in my breath, sick days in the dirt. Now I walk through death. He has risen, I rise. He has risen, I rise. Holy in my
What up? The asylum is once again open after a fucking nightmarish fucking week. What up, Garza, Anima, Jack? How you doing? God fucking damn it. Holy shit, this last week has been rough. This last week has been a fucking bitch of a week. I have had a severe case of African AIDS since last week Saturday, and it just got fucking worse. It didn't get better. And you know what? You know what fucking sucks? Is every single time I disappear, that's when shit starts happening. God damn it, this last week's been fucking wacky. I can't fucking believe it. Yeah, thoughts and prayers. Yeah, those didn't fucking help at all. I can't believe it. Holy fuck. The world is on fire. A bunch of people are trying to kill a bunch of people in my country this entire week. And the weirdest shit started happening in the Soccer World Cup. I can't believe it. I know Brazil got fucking eliminated by Norway and everyone's like all mad and upset about it. But you know what? That's not the biggest highlight of the Soccer World Cup to me. Holy shit, that's not the big... It's soccer now. Elendil, it's soccer now. It's happening in the US. I can't fucking believe it. I'm still having like laughing, coughing fits about this. My country, South Africa, beat the shit out of South Korea. And it got so bad that the South Koreans launched a police investigation into their fucking country's soccer because they were like, how the fuck did a bunch of blacks beat us? I don't understand. How did these Buraku guys beat us? No! There must be corruption. Over a fucking soccer match. Holy shit. Yes, Portugal, Spain's today. Brazil lost to Norway. That big Viking motherfucker is all over Twitter now. Holy shit, that was such a fucking wacky week. I'm gonna tell you how today is gonna go because I can't fucking... I'm not gonna be able to keep it straight later. So, I'm still hopped up on meds. South Korean team's gonna turn brown real fast. At this fucking rate, everyone's gonna turn Norwegian based on how well they're doing. God damn. So I'm hopped up on meds right now. I've taken more painkillers than I can count. I'm still sick, so if I have a coughing fit, don't worry, I'm not dying. It's just normal. This is how today's gonna work. It's Discord Monday. There are a bunch of videos in the Discord that I've lined up, that I've taken a look at, that we're gonna work our way through. Then we're gonna play some Final Fantasy 14. I figured something out about playing MMOs. I need to have a goal when I'm playing MMOs because otherwise I get lost very fucking easily. And I think I need to target it. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna drop ESO for now. I'm gonna get to max level in Final Fantasy, and then I'm gonna get to max level in ESO. Because then I'm not like hopping between shit. Yeah, you're taking meds. Listen, I've been drugged the fuck up for the entire week, Captain Crackface. Do you want to know how fucking drugged up I've been? I've been in a hallucinatory state, taking as many medications as I can. I did not go online. I did not go on Discord. I went on nothing. I spent the entire fucking week in a hallucinatory state, doing nothing but building 3D D&D models. I spent the whole fucking week just sitting there not knowing where the fuck I was. Doing this. And I got a few out. I cranked out quite a few of them. I cranked out that one. I cranked out that one. I cranked out another one. I cranked out that one. I cranked out another one. I just sat there, fucking drugged to shit. Just building D&D models. Trying my fucking best to wait until it was over, and it just kept on getting worse. It just kept on getting fucking worse. Hey, why aren't you opening that one? What the fuck? Don't tell me I accidentally deleted some of these files. Don't tell me I did that. Oh shit, I may have saved over some of them. Whoops. Oh well. I've got the models anyway. I've got them anyway. I'm sure I've got them somewhere. Let me see. I'm sure I've got pictures of them. I was so proud of myself because I vaguely remember doing this in a drug-fueled nightmare state And somehow I got a bunch of them out. Where are they? There we go. I got this one done. I got this one done. I got this one done. I got that one done. I got this one done. That's the old one. Don't worry about that one. I have been so fucked up. And it's been horrible. Do you like ESO at all at this point? I do. I do actually like ESO. I do feel like ESO is worthwhile. I do feel like ESO is worth playing. I haven't hit any moments playing ESO, aside from opening the cash shop, where I've gone, fuck this game, I never want to touch it ever again. On the other side of that, I've not had to deal with a moderation team in either Final Fantasy XIV, which I do expect to happen in the future, and I've not had to deal with a moderation team in ESO yet. So those are objectively better experiences than dealing with the fucking ArenaNet team. So I'm still hyped to play them. I'm still looking forward to it. I'm still enjoying the experience, at least. That might change after I hit max level. The game might turn to fucking slop, because all MMORPGs have the same fucking problem, where what happens is you play an MMO, you enjoy the experience for a little bit, you like the leveling, you get to the max level, and then it just devolves into doing dungeons non-stop to grind off of fucking gear. It's fucking shitty. About the title, max level grind. You haven't even gotten through the real filter of... well, I'm going to get through it, Great Sky Wizard. I'm going to be focusing just on Final Fantasy for a little while until I get to max level. So yes, that's what I'm going to be doing. You sure that was medication you took and not some prank from the local shaman? I fucking wish. I wish I'd taken real drugs. It got so bad at some point. So, like, I couldn't speak for 4 to 5 days. I could not say a single word. Every time I tried to say a word, it sounded like I'd throat fucked a cactus. There was a point where I genuinely considered, like, walking down the road towards the city center, just finding a drug dealer and being like, listen, give me something that's gonna fuck me up to the point where I don't know what my name is, please. I considered it. I really fucking considered it. Where's the secret big-titted air model? That one's coming. But that one I have to test it out first myself. God, I really actually do want to build a 3D model of air, but that one takes for fucking ever. And also, I know for a fact I cannot sell it. Okay. In my drug-fueled nightmare state, I realized something. Let me make this clear. I read through the ArenaNet TOS again, right? In their TOS, it says you cannot monetize in any way unless they allow you to. They will send you cease and desists. However, what they cannot stop you from doing is 3D modeling out air in a flexible, either a flexible filament or a flexible resin, life scale, getting all the curves right, and distributing it for free. They can't do that. They can't stop you because you're not monetizing off of it. So if you give it away for free, they can't do anything. So I thought maybe I need to make a 3D model of air, Stigalkin, and just give it out to people who want to come on it. Get them to post their cum tributes on Twitter, just to piss them off. What was your wife saying about your state of mind? I don't know. I don't listen to women, so I'm not sure what she was saying. She said some stuff about going to the doctor and, oh, you need to go to a hospital. And I'm like, no. They're just going to charge me money and do nothing. Fuck that. Now, my country has been on fire for the last week. We're going to start there. What's your goal with the D&D miniatures? My ultimate goal with the entire D&D miniatures thing is I'm going to build out an entire world and universe that I've already started writing. I've started building maps. It started off with this idea, right? If I just go to my Discord here, it started off here. What I wanted to do originally was I wanted to reward the people who are over on Twitter, on Twitch, on Patreon, who've been subscribed forever, and give these D&D models out for free. right? I just wanted to do a basic D&D model. That's all I wanted to do. But my autism wouldn't let me leave it alone. So I built out a lore for this D&D model. I then built out an entire boss encounter for this D&D model. I then packaged it. This one I did just for shits and giggles because I felt like it. Then I realized how fucking expensive shipping things is. So I figured, fuck it. You know what? I'll build this out into an entire world. I'll build out as many models as I can. I will sell some of these, public facing, and then I can use the money from those sales to pay for shipping to ship this shit around the world to people who want them, who are either subscribed or members who've been here forever, and I can send it straight to their address. Now, one of the last parts I have to figure out about this is to find a way to ship things without finding out people's addresses, because I have no fucking interest in figuring out where people live. That's the last thing I want to do. And then it just kind of snowballed from there. And now, fuck it, I'm making an entire world. And I've built out the boss encounter room for that dragon and all of that shit. It's spiraling out of control. Basically, it's my autism won't let me let it go and just leave it as a singular thing. I just can't do that. That's what I'm doing. It sounds like a villain giveaway a reward. Well, this is the thing, is I just want to give it away to people, right? I just wanted to give it away to people on the stream. Then I found out how expensive the entire fucking world is. Shipping sucks. Packaging sucks ass. No one's fucking doing anything for dirt cheap. So I've had to figure out everything myself now. Out of pure frustration, I have to build things so that I can get paid for things so I can ship things out for free. And my autism won't let me let it go because I keep on, like, I do this thing where it's like, I build an idea and then I've got an idea on top of that and another one and another one. So I was like, fuck it, I might as well build out an entire world. I might as well make some backstory. I might as well make fucking tons of pages of lore that no one's ever gonna fucking read, because why not? But mostly it's because I used to be a DM. In university and in school, I used to be the designated dungeon master because, well, guess what? No one wants to fucking do that. No one wants to do that. So I always ended up like just being shoved in that role. And so I used to build a bunch of stuff and then play it for my players. I've got like a million different campaigns that I ran. Most of the time they were fucking awesome. Every now and then we got a blue-haired retard in there who tried to fuck it up for everyone. And that taught me how to deal with those people. It fucking sucks being a DM when you're new, because all it takes is one piece of shit who's a player who's just an asshole, and it fucks up everything. But you do learn to deal with people. Put it in an inflatable boat and the government will ship it to the central EU free of charge. But the problem with that is I need to paint it black then. I need to paint it black, and I need to put a deck on it that says for non-consensual white women only. So today, this is how it's gonna work, right? I'm gonna show you a little bit of my country crashing the fuck out over the last week, because I can't believe all of this shit went down. Then we're gonna take a look at all those videos that you fuckers have put in the Discord. Then we'll play some Final Fantasy 14. So, I want to make this clear. Over the last week, I've had to reinforce my house while sick. I've had to weld together some extra traps at my front gate to make sure that no one's fucking grabbing my gate and opening it or trying to rip it off its hinges so that they can get inside and kill my family. Such is the life of a third worlder in a country where 20% of the black population wants to kill 100% of all the white population. That's just how it is. Your screensaver picked for yourself. Yes, that was a reminder that this is my fault for getting sick like this. How many lines of coke did you do before stream? God, I wish I could do coke. I wish. You know why I don't do coke? Because it's fucking expensive. That's why. So, I've had to, like, reinforce my house over the last week. I've had to protect my family. I've had to make sure they're safe. I've had to build out an entire fucking plan to get the fuck out of here and into the bushes if I need to. Because, well, guess what? There's a group of people in my country who really want to kill all of the whites. They really, really, really want them dead. Now, this isn't the large majority of the black population. You know what the large majority of the black population wants? Is to chill the fuck out, have a house, have a car, go home, fuck their wife, and have a family. But there's enough of the crazy motherfuckers that I have to be careful. Also, I do see that. A crazy story. Well, thank you, Lazel. I appreciate it. Thanks for the $10. Holy shit. I appreciate it, Lazel. You don't have to do that. So, get that back, Twink. Fuck you, first of all. And also, yes, I will. Do your competency test and get a gun. South African gun laws do allow a person to own a gun for self-defense. Here's the thing, right? When it comes to doing things, how do I say this? The legal way about getting a gun. It takes months, right? It takes months. Just because the laws are on the book doesn't mean that's how the country operates. Now, I am competent with guns. More than what my license would tell me I am, right? Because I've had some friends who were big gun nuts in the past. They taught me a bunch of shit about guns. They taught me how to use them. I gotta say, the most fun gun to fire is a shotgun. Shotguns are fucking awesome. I love them so much. But I do have a house filled with weaponry, right? I do have a house filled with weaponry that I know how to use. I used to use them in martial arts. I know how to use guns. Got a few of those. Have to protect my family. That's just how it works. So, I'm gonna show you what the fuck my country was crashing out about. Then we'll take a look at some of the videos. But first, I want to make something clear. Something weird happened over the week. Now, for the longest time, a certain political party in my country, called the EFF, has been threatening to kill all the whites. I expected, because I live in fucking low-income neighborhood, I expected that they were gonna show up at my gate, that they were gonna come here and fucking target me. Weirdly enough, the black guys in my community came to my gate. There was like a group of them. There was a group of 5 of them, and I know them by name, right? So they come to my gate, and they're like, hey, we're gonna go protest. Do you want to come with us? I'm like, what the fuck? You're just gonna fucking string me up and kill me out there. And they're like, no, this protest isn't about you. And they were like, we know where our whites came from, okay? We know where the whites came from. We are not here for you. We are here for the illegal immigrants. So my country's been in an uproar for the last week over all the illegal immigrants from every other African nation coming to our country. That's not what I expected. That's not what I fucking expected. They literally hit me with a, no, but you're cool. You're a cool white. You helped me with my car that one time. You helped me fix my gate. I have no problem with you. Why don't you come with us to the protests? We're gonna go get rid of some of the fucking illegals. And I'm like, you realize my wife is an immigrant, right? And they were like, yeah, no, but it's fine. She's got her papers. She came here legally. Not the legal ones. We are here to get the illegals out. And they were like, we're going to go beat some fucking Zimbabweans. And I'm sitting like, Jesus Christ. These guys are fucking on it. And all I could think was, thank God I'm sick, because I can use that as an excuse. I'm not fucking going anywhere near these goddamn protests. I love how racism brings people together. It's fucking wild. It's really fucking funny. They want to... So my country has a big problem, right? Where if any African can't get into the EU or the US or any first world Western nation, the place they go to is South Africa. And so we have a huge illegal immigration problem in our country because there are millions of Zimbabweans, millions of Nigerians, millions of Ghanaians, millions of Congolese people who stream across the border, have no fucking paperwork whatsoever. They clog up the hospital system. Every public health system is fucking on its last legs. And they take up like all the space and shit. So the locals are fucking mad about it. They are real mad about it. And I'm going to show you some of it. But let's start off with where I thought this was going to go. And they actually hit me with the "you're a right white boy" because I've helped them. I've helped them in the past. I like helped them fix up their gate. I've helped them fix their car. Like, you know, taught them how the neighborhood works when they moved in and shit. So they don't have a problem with me. So you live in Great Britain? No, because my country isn't majority Muslim. Weirdly enough, my country is majority Christian, with obviously some magical African history in the background. Greater Britain. You know what, even the white South Africans, particularly the Afrikaners, have a bit of a problem with the British, because, you know, once upon a time in our history, the Afrikaners came down here and they settled the country, and then the British showed up and started burning the women and children alive until we gave up. So yeah, the Afrikaners are like, yeah, fuck them British bitches. But I can't believe it. It's been a fucking wacky ride. Via Alta reached their activists online and kept telling them to deport all the whites, but they wouldn't listen. Yeah, they don't want the whites deported. So what the EFF wants in particular is they don't want the whites to leave. They want to kill the whites, right? So it doesn't matter what you do. They just want you dead. How many gold pieces? If I had gold pieces, I wouldn't be paying them to the fucking mob. I'd be paying them to get overseas. God damn. The gold pieces I paid was being nice to my fucking neighbors. And then they were like, no, this white boy's fine. That one's fine. So I'm going to show you some of this shit. There's a particular post I want to find, right, as to why I had to start securing my house, because you got to take these threats seriously. Let's see if I can find his stupid fucking face, huh? Let's see if I can find his dumbass face. Let's see if I can find it. This will explain it. Okay, so this is just your regular. These are just the EFFs wanting to kill white people. These are your standard things. Where's that EFF member? Oh, God, it's probably buried under all of this shit. I should have saved the post. There's an interview out there somewhere, right? Oh, not an interview. The guy's basically posting on TikTok where he's talking about how on June 30th, they're all coming to kill all the whites everywhere that they are. And then nothing happened. Let's see. People were tagging the South African Human Rights Commission a lot of the time. So maybe if I look that up, we can find it. Damn it. It may have been pulled down. I know who would have covered it. I know exactly who would have covered it. Ronaldo Rose would have it on his channel. Just to give you some context. I know he's probably made a video on that shit. What does IFF mean? I fucking forgot. I can't even remember what IFF means. I can't remember. Here we go. This is the guy. There we go. I know his stupid fucking face. So we're gonna skip the whole commentary.
Call us. Let's have a look. All right, so I'm sure most of you have seen this video, but I'd like to give my commentary on it. One positive from this video, though, is that he does call us Africans. That's a positive.
Also, it's not IFF, it's EFF. It's the Economic Freedom Fighters. And what that translates to, crapface, is they are communists, right? They are hyper-communists.
Because the EFF has never acknowledged that.
Yeah. Let him talk.
Video
Let him talk.
Actual.
First of all, this guy uses a fucking phone like my father does, where he's like right in the face of the camera. He doesn't understand distance.
When I say Abahambe, we're talking about.
Give me some slack. I'm illiterate. No, that's not your fault. It's probably because of my accent that I'm saying E and you're hearing I.
White Afrikaners, you all must leave. Afrikaner men, you're not welcome here. You must understand something.
So why? I mean, maybe tell us why. You know, like you come out with a statement like that where millions of South Africans.
I'll tell you why. It's because they want to kill whites. It's that simple. I'm going to make this simple for anyone who's white and travels to South Africa. If you see these dudes with the red fucking shirt or wearing a red beret, avoid them like the fucking plague. They want to kill white people.
Africans now have to leave because you have told us to leave. But I'm sure the rationale here is going to be things that has got nothing to do with the average South African, specifically the white average South African. But let's listen.
Organization is not xenophobic. My organization stands for peace. But I am a revolutionary. I RozeMMO.
South African mugger with red? No. Actually not. The exact opposite, right? Because you could say what you want about the Americans, right? Who are like make America great again and all of that shit. But at least they love their country, right? These guys don't give a fuck about the country. What they want is they want to burn the country down and then be king of the ashes. The way they see it is they want to get rid of the whites, then they want to get rid of the Indians, then they want to get rid of the Asians, then they want to get rid of the Arabs, then they're going to have intertribal wars between each other, right? And whoever wins the intertribal war is then the leader of the country. But by that point, the country's going to be so fucked, and so we'll be back in mud huts. We'll be back in mud huts. It's that simple.
The former...
By the way, just to give you some clarity on these guys, they are communist. They keep talking about how they're going to build up the country. They have yet to build a single structure. They promised 10 years ago that they were going to build a school. They haven't laid a single brick. They promised that they were going to build hospitals. They haven't laid a single brick. You've got to remember, this is like, think the Soviet communist mindset, but less coherent. They don't build shit. They don't make shit. They just destroy shit.
The leader of the military wing of the EFF.
Right. From my perspective in NA, even if they want to be king of the ashes, they're still at least doing something about the people they don't like. I don't know if you talk about MAGA or whether you talk about these guys, but these guys haven't done anything. This is the important part to realize. These guys say a bunch of shit and then they don't do it. But what they do is they motivate crazy people to go out onto the farmlands and kill the farmers who are actually feeding them. And then our economy collapses because there's no farmers anymore, and all the farmers fuck off to the US or different countries, and then the prices spike and everyone's starving to death. These guys are dipshits.
So now there's a military wing of the EFF. By the way, the EFF has not come
Also, they don't have a military wing. That's just bullshit. The guy was just talking bullshit.
out and condemned him. It's now been 4 days since this video has been...
So it's the Africa's a short house because of colonialism. Yes. Unironically, yes. That's nail on the head. That's the perfect way to describe it. They basically have a whole movement where they're talking about decolonizing Africa.
been out, and the EFF has not rubbished his claims, have not condemned him as a member. So you would assume then that they are fine with him being...
Yeah. I don't care about what you have to say. I want to hear what this guy has to say.
See, I saw something in the midst of March and March that these people are going to be asking for dumb passes because someone has a black skin in our country. We will not allow this as the military wing of the EFF. I RozeMMO. You see, I'm giving you my name and my surname because I fear Foucault.
Well, good luck with that. With this type of video, you're going to fear a fucking lot.
No, he's not. He's not going to fear anything. So the South African Human Rights Commission is a commission that's established in our country that only specifically goes after white people who are racist towards black people. This guy will face no consequences for his actions. That's just never happening.
After this, but anyway.
Calling for all white people to leave South Africa. This is your deadline.
So
there you go. All white people. This is your deadline, right? These guys are fucking crazy enough that you have to take this threat seriously if you live here. There was stories circulating of people going to Africa, setting up wells, leaving behind spare parts and teaching people how to upkeep them. Most of the wells broke down within a year. Yes. because they have no interest in maintaining it. They have no interest in building these things. They have an interest in destroying things and fucking it up. These are not, you got to remember, these people are, they've spent their whole lives being pieces of shit, building nothing, doing nothing. And you know what happens when there is like even a moderately intelligent black person? The first thing they do is try to get the fuck out of Africa. Because what happens is, and I saw this happen, I got to see this happen in university, I got to see this happen to all my black friends, when they were intelligent, when they were smarter than everyone else, when they started like advancing, getting jobs, getting a degree, whatever else, their entire community used to turn on them and attack them for being white. I've told this story before, but I went to university with a black guy, right? He finished the degree that I dropped out of. In his final year, he got a phone call from his mom, and I was sitting there next to him. And his mom said, listen, you're going to finish your degree and you're never coming back home. Because the entire community has gotten together and decided that you are no longer black. You are a white person for getting this degree. So if you come back home, they are going to kill you. So his mom told him, you're gonna stay at university, you're going to stay in the residency, you're going to get your degree, and you're going to go find a fucking job, and you're never coming back home. And this broke this guy's heart, because his entire goal in life was, I'm going to get this degree, I'm going to start making money, I'm going to use the knowledge that I've gained to build up my own community, I'm going to fix all the shit that the government refuses to fix for us, and I'm going to make everyone's life better. That was his life fucking goal up until that point. After that phone call, he completed his degree. What's the first thing he did? He fucked off. He works in Korea now. He got the fuck out of there. Because they wanted to kill him. Because they said, no, you're white now. Think about how fucking insane that is. You're fighting against the tide. That's how fucking crazy these retards are. If you get vibrantly enriched by your black, most peaceful neighbors, can I have your skull? Only if you can find it, but sure, why not? Sadly, yes, we had to keep our doors locked and CCTV on a generator. Yeah, no, I've had to reinforce my entire house while sick as fuck because of this motherfucker right here, because I don't know how real this threat is or not. You gotta take this shit seriously.
All white South Africans need to leave in 5 days from me making this video. I mean, I don't know, does he know how long it takes to book a flight? You know, I mean, it's a little bit tough, you know, and I mean, I don't think there's enough flights out of South Africa for, 4 to 5 million people, but okay.
This is your deadline. Today is Father's Day. Like your forefathers did to our people.
Go enjoy the match.
My people, true revolutionaries will do to your people.
So please tell me, like, what exactly happened to you specifically? I'm not talking about the collective black race, or the collective Zulu, or Xhosa, or Venda, or Sotho. I'm talking about you. Why are you so angry?
I can tell you why he's angry. Nothing has happened to him personally, but he's grown up his entire life hearing white people are evil, hearing that he was a slave, hearing that every single problem that he's ever faced in his life is because of white people, right? It's, you know, the meme of being on a bicycle and then you put the pipe through the front spoke of the bicycle and then you crash and you land on the ground and you're holding your knee and you're going, fucking white people. That's been his whole life. That's all he's heard. He's fucked in the head. He's literally been indoctrinated into, yes, it's so indoctrination. Yes, exactly, indoctrination. He's been indoctrinated into believing that every single problem he has goes away the second all white people are dead. He's fucked. There's no recovery from that.
Like, what did a white person specifically did to you that you have to stereotype the entire white population? Because you see, this is the indoctrination that happens within the EFF. They indoctrinate these young black minds to think that the enemy is all white South Africans.
Yes.
When in actual fact, most white South Africans in this country were born after apartheid. You can clearly also prove that this is
Yeah, this is one of the problems, right? Is a lot of our politicians, whenever something goes wrong, whenever there's a hospital that's not, whenever the power cuts out, whenever there's no water, whenever there's no lights, they say that all of this is happening because of apartheid. But apartheid ended over a third of a century ago. All of the fucked up people who were doing fucked up shit to blacks back then, they're dead. They're dead and gone. They are grandfathered out of the system. Almost no white person living alive today in South Africa had anything to do with this shit, but they still want to kill all the whites because they've been told their entire life that that's how you solve all the problems.
Indoctrination, because most white South Africans that are alive in South Africa right now are people that either were very, very young when apartheid ended, or they were born in a democracy. So I'm not sure why this individual is so angry at white South Africans that had nothing to do with apartheid, and the majority didn't even benefit from apartheid. But you see, this is the indoctrination that the EFF does, when they sing kill the boer, kill the farmer, when they have these rallies and they talk about, the revolutionary movement. It's all of these cancerous ideas that get whispered into their ears, and then they start believing this bullshit that's being driven by people like the convicted criminal Julius Malema.
Every white man must leave South Africa. Your women are welcome to stay. Your children.
See, he still wants to fuck white bitches. He still wants some white pussy. The men must live, but live the pussy. Leave it here with me. I'll keep it warm. Good night, Lord Footnote. Thanks for stopping by.
Children are welcome to stay.
You must make up your mind, because the one moment you said all white South Africans must leave, and now you're saying only the white men.
Wish they would realize they were just another tool for the wealthy. They will never realize that. The education system's fucked. That they can't string together a chain of thoughts, right? They can't figure that stuff out. These guys don't register that politicians effectively use these guys so that they can stay in power, maintain control, and rob the entire fucking country.
Must leave. And
does your house look like a rust tool shed now? Weirdly enough, it doesn't. Most of the traps on my gates and my doors and shit are hidden. So I've got a thing on my front gate. So one of the most common ways to get robbed in South Africa is that people grab your gate and rip it off its hinges, right? Like a group of them will come along, grab it and rip it off their hinges. So I've got a line of razor wire that's sitting along the edge of my gate so that if they try that, they lose their fingers.
Also, I know that this isn't going to happen. I know that any reasonable white person will know that they're not going to go anywhere because this insignificant arsehole.
He calls him insignificant, but I don't trust it. That's why I reinforced my house over the last week.
The told them to. But also, what does this guy think of white people? The men will leave and just leave their women and children here. And it
needs more turrets. It does. But turrets are based on electricity. Electricity is sparse. We usually have power cuts that last over a week. And so you've got to go back to old mechanical engineering. The old, no power kind of shit.
It ended. Yeah, brilliant.
But I
got a DM you. I have questions. My parents are planning to go down to South Africa to visit a friend, and this whole thing has put me on edge. Okay, you don't have to tell me the details right now. I can explain what are the safe zones and shit. I've lived here my whole life, so I know that. All you have to tell me is what city are they going to. That'll tell me a lot. Are they going to Cape Town? Are they going to Durban? Are they going to Johannesburg? Where specifically are they going? Because that's very specific. I can give you an entire guideline list of exactly where you got to avoid, and you'll be perfectly fine. Keep in mind that one of the things that happens, particularly to foreigners, right, is if you land at an airport, usually in Johannesburg, mostly, if you land in Johannesburg and you're a foreigner, you need to actually be a lot more alert than if you're a local, because there are certain groups who wait at airports to target foreigners because they want to kidnap them and hold them for ransom because they see first world whites as being far richer than anyone within the country. And they'd like to hold them for ransom. So this happened to Benedict Cumberbatch. This happened to my wife's dad. They kidnapped my wife's dad. Right? Now, they were dumbasses, so he got away. But it's a fairly common thing to target Europeans and Americans who come to South Africa, particularly from Johannesburg Airport.
Nina that knows.
Also, yes, never use public transport, rent a car. But don't rent a Toyota Hilux, that car will get hijacked.
Then to us. Don't forget.
Look at that. Look at that 9 mil in his pocket. He's about to shoot off his penis. But okay, you know, real gangster.
Nah, he's not going to shoot off his dick. It's way too small. He's probably going to blow off a kneecap, though.
Real tough guy. I mean, it looks like a BB gun, by the way. That metal doesn't shine like that. I mean, that is plastic.
Yeah, it might be an airsoft pistol, that.
But okay, whatever makes you feel better, big man.
We know what you did to us. We never forgot.
What did anybody do to you? Please tell me, what did anybody do to you as an individual? Collectively, I can also go, oh, Shaka Zulu, oh, you know, Dungan, oh, the British during the Anglo-Boer War. Collectively, every single race can say that they've suffered at the hands of another. But you want to always be the victim in this situation, it seems. You look like a relatively young South African.
Yeah, he's too young. He never went through apartheid. This guy is just... He's basically been brainwashed into believing this shit. The issue isn't him, but the fact that there will be retards that believe and agree with the message. Yes. And it'll all be the same people who wear these t-shirts right here. That's where the danger comes in. These retards wearing these t-shirts hear this message and they see it as open season. Because if one of them screeches... I think about it this way. Have any of you watched The Boondocks? There's that one episode where Riley talks about how if you throw a chair into a group of people, that's how you start a fight. Right? It's the same kind of mindset. So this is him throwing the chair into a group of people. That's basically what he's doing. Even when I lived in the Middle East, I never needed to trap my house like that. Well, yeah, it's because the Middle East probably has better laws about it. Think about it this way. The rate of murder in South Africa is one of the highest in the world, right? Like, go look at... Yeah, we'll do it right now. Top 10 list of most dangerous cities in the world. Right? Most dangerous cities in the world, 2025. Pietermaritzburg, South Africa. Pretoria, South Africa. Venezuela, New Guinea. Johannesburg, South Africa. Durban, South Africa. Honduras. Port Elizabeth, South Africa. Memphis, Tennessee. We take up half the fucking list. South Africa #1 in something finally. We are the Olympic level champions of the most dangerous places to be in the fucking world. We take up half the goddamn fucking list. That's the fucking problem. So he says this shit, and there's a bunch of retards who will go out there and try and do this stuff. And look, South Africa won something finally. Also, we're fucking champion rugby players, so don't forget that. I just got here. What is today's problem? So I'm just going through, Bestie, I'm basically going through why I had to spend the last week while I was sick as fuck reinforcing my house and making sure that if anyone tried to get onto my property, they would fucking die. That's why.
And already you carry so much chips on your shoulders. It's insane.
Nelson Mandela was willing to let it go. But now you steal our economy.
Wait. This guy sounds like black people in the USA, always the victim, and will always find a way to be the victims, like Carmelo Anthony case that was resolved recently. So I've been to the US. I've been there twice. The black people I've spoken to in the US were not like that at all. And I think that there's a group of retards in every fucking country who are just like this guy, right? I think the problem is as well, is that the retards are the loudest, screechiest, most animalistic people out there, and they make you think that everyone is like that because they dominate the conversation, right? So in the US, I'm unsurprised that there's people like this. And it's just like you said, they're always the victim. They're always the person who, oh, boo-hoo, everything's wrong about the world. They do a bunch of shit that fucks up society, but it's not their fault because of historical wrong that they just never went through themselves. But yes, perfect one-to-one comparison there, Moonstone. What up, Carol? Today is a good day because I'm still sick, but not so sick that I can't talk.
Now you make us fight each other.
Who's been in charge of this country for the last 32 years? Who has held absolute power for the last 32 years in this country? The highest ranking position in this country.
But as you stream more, add more, I noticed how you see America as the country it was 1,000 years ago when you went there. Is no SA, of course, but it's not as great. I would rather deal with the American problems than dealing with the South African problems, right? It's different levels, right? America has its problems. America has its crazies. America has its fucking psychos. Here's the difference, right? In America, you have a news report where a crazy guy went into a building and shot 5 people. That makes the news. In my country, a crazy guy goes into a place, kills a bunch of people, and it doesn't even make the news. Because we're just so fucking used to it. Right? America has a lot of problems. That's like 100% true. But the problems America has are still infinitely better than the problems this country has. By a large margin.
A black individual. Ministers, black individuals. The overwhelming majority. Councillors, black, overwhelming majority. Every single powerful position in this country over the last 32 years was held by a black individual, and you still find a way to blame white individuals for the problems in this country today. Go figure.
Now you're creating a mess in our country. We know
what mess
you are misusing this country and this economy.
I'm hearing a lot of accusations, but I'm not really hearing any evidence. Like, you know, where's the evidence? Where's the proof to what you are saying as to why you feel the way you do?
Like Anglo did, using our minerals, then leaving to Canada for better ventures without rehabilitation.
What?
We know
that makes no fucking sense because no South Africans can get into Canada. I know because my family doctor tried to get to Canada and they were just like, nah, no more whites from South Africa, thanks.
We know that you don't care about this country. We know that you are funding March and March. We know.
So now white people are funding the March and March. We know the black lady that has done press statements and have spoken about the fact that she's not being funded and it's her own thing. But hey, it's the boogeyman. It's always this is like the white monopoly capital narrative that Bell Pottinger drove. It's the same thing. There's somebody behind this that is fueling this narrative that it's white people that's to blame.
But if I could choose a place to move forever, it would be Iceland, far, far away from everyone else, surrounded by unwelcoming cold, yet still within the internet, not in the top 10 of worst anything. So Iceland would be cool, but the problem is because I'm a midget, I probably come up to the kneecap of the average Icelander. So nothing I would wear, no clothes I could get there. I wouldn't even be able to reach their fucking door handles. I've seen how tall Icelanders are.
We all know that Bell Pottinger was actually a propaganda arm for the EFF and specifically the ANC for Jacob Zuma when the whole state capture thing took place and they wanted to blame white monopoly capital. They came up with the term. And then all the evidence is there to show that.
But the only problem with Poland is it has some whiny bitches in the east and west. I think the problem with Poland is it's right next to Russia and there's a war going on there. So that one sounds like some bombs might be dropped soon. I don't know. That one's a little bit, I don't know. I don't know about that one.
That Bell Pottinger came up with it. It was a blatant lie. But to this day, Julius Malema, the EFF and MK uses the slogan white monopoly capital as if we don't all realize that they paid Bell Pottinger to come up with that slogan and to drive.
So yeah, he's just talking about the propagandist element in our country where we've got a bunch of international elements manipulating the narrative and trying to fuck up the country. They used to do this because South Africa used to be one of the largest suppliers of gold to the rest of the world. At the time, we have a bunch of minerals, a bunch of resources, a bunch of that shit. The US and the Russians had a huge fight over South Africa way back in the past. They eliminated apartheid. They tried to basically destroy the country so that they could get minerals nice and cheap. That's what he's talking about right now.
I have a false flag narrative, but okay.
And as inside, you have a deadline, 30 June. 4,000 of you already cowards ran to America.
Now, this is my favorite part, right? Because what he's saying is get the fuck out of our country. But if you leave the country, you're also a coward. He's saying that because they don't want whites to leave. They want to kill whites, right? They don't want whites gone as in on a boat or in a plane going to a different country. They want to kill them here. That's why he's saying this.
It's time for the rest of you to fight.
Okay, so I'm also confused. He's talking about the refugee program here. So you are calling people that left this country for green...
I don't know what YouTube shadow banned my comment for. Too tired for this. Yeah, that's because of their stupid AI moderation tool that I have no control over. I'm sorry about that. Cat. That's just how YouTube works now.
Pastures.
What is the white and black ratio in South Africa? I believe currently the white population is 7% of the population. And the black population is 89%. So it's about 10 to 1. Somewhere around there. 9 to 1, about.
Cowards. And the people that stayed, you are now threatening them and telling them to leave or else. You know, it's one of those damned if you do, damned if you don't. Like, if you go, then you're a coward. If you stay, then according to this guy, you know, some serious things are going to happen to you. So... once again, you can never ever win.
This is not a message from the EFF.
So this is the thing. The way he's speaking is the way like those psychotic girlfriends speak to their boyfriends, where it doesn't matter what they do, they're going to find a reason why something's wrong with you. That's what he's doing. He's doing woman speak right there.
Says the guy with literally vote EFF and saying that he's part of the EFF military wing. Okay.
EFF does not promote such things. This is a message from Solom Zimneba, me, the leader of the EFF military wing.
Yeah, so that makes 100% sense. You don't represent the EFF, but you are part of the EFF military wing. Actually, the leader. Okay.
You have, what is today? Today's the 21. You have 9 days.
So this was recorded on the 21st of June. It's now been 4 days. The EFF has not condemned it. The president has not condemned it. I will give an update now with the South African Human Rights Commission after we play this video. But nobody in the EFF, the ANC, MK, the DA have condemned this.
Yeah, none of the political parties will ever condemn any of this kind of speech, because if they speak up against it, then they're going to turn the majority of the voters against them. And these politicians are not worried about the populace. They're worried about their own personal power within the situation, right? So the majority says something. They listen to the majority no matter how fucked up it is. They pretend everything's fine. That's why none of these guys who've done this whole thing where they've talked about killing and murdering white people, gone onto farms and actually done it, none of these guys ever face prosecution. None of these guys ever go to jail for this kind of shit.
Absolutely absurd.
To leave our country, because we will not allow a situation where the black skin on 30 June they'll be asked for dumb passes from South Africans, because some South Africans look like they are foreigners. Some South Africans, because they are black, they're Africans, they'll be harassed. I will not allow such a situation. So ni better nibaleke. You have 9 days.
What is the EFF? Encounter of fuckers with constant fever. Basically, they're communists. They're just communists, basically. They want everything to be free. They don't understand what production is, right? They don't understand what mass scale production is. They just want everything for free, effectively. They're a bunch of retards. We have such a melting pot population that the most political appointments are being picked purely on tribalism. Well, same in my country. That's why people get picked. Pure tribalism.
Okay, well, I can't comment on the rest of it. All right, so
yeah, that's effectively why I had to spend last week reinforcing my house, getting ready for that shit. What I didn't expect to happen was that a bunch of black guys would show up at my house and ask me if I wanted to protest with them. I didn't expect that. They showed up and they were like, yo, you want to come to the protest with us? We're getting all these illegal immigrants out. I'm like, bro, I'm white. Don't you guys want to kill me? And they're like, nah, not you. We know where, they were like, we know where our whites came from. Okay? We know. You have been here. We know we can sort these problems out later. But these Zimbabweans, these Nigerians, get them out. They fucking were so animated. They were so ready to go to these protests. Food doesn't come from farms, it comes from shops. Yeah, you're damn right. That actually those were the words of one of our politicians. They were like, we don't get food from farms. They come directly from shops. So yeah, I had to reinforce my house. I had to get ready for that. And luckily, nothing bad happened. Nothing bad happened to me. But last week, my country did crash the fuck out. They were losing their goddamn minds. Here, let me show you some of it, right? To give you some context of this.
Street, and I think this is a high point.
So this is after the protests. Right, look how fucked up those buildings are. They look like they belong in Fallout. What a shithole. God damn. What up, Jimmy? You just missed why I had to reinforce my house again last week based on the crazy shit that some of the people in my country were saying. So, this was some of the shit. So, what you'll notice is this is the 30th, right, when all these protests were happening. Now, we have a huge illegal immigration problem coming from other African countries. Every single shop was closed. Everyone had barred everything. You could get nothing in the country on this day. Did LDJ help with the traps? He did.
Have I told you lately that I love you?
So they're just memeing on this. Let's see if we can find some of the... Okay, so this guy was important.
Encourage all the shops to open because we just went to a Jabulani Mall. We went inside there. Everybody...
So these were the guys protesting, right? They want all the Zimbabweans out of the country. They want all the Nigerians out of the country. They want everyone who's an undocumented immigrant, basically an illegal immigrant, out the fucking country. And I'm going to give you a hot take. They're kind of right. They're kind of right. If you want to go somewhere, you should go through the legal process. You can't just hop a fucking border and expect to come to a country and just take advantage of all of its resources. Right? These guys were kind of right with what they were doing. And I can tell you how this has personally affected me, right? So, a black woman helped raise me, right? There was a black woman who helped raise me since I was born. She developed lung cancer. She had to go to a public hospital. She could not get treatment at a public hospital because she was told to wait in line behind a bunch of illegal immigrants who were in line before her. So she ended up dead. She died. They basically put her up in a hospital bed and said, wait 6 months to deal with it. And when I asked the doctor, like, why is she not getting the treatment she needs? Why is she not getting chemo? What the fuck is going on here? He straight up told me, I have 35 Zimbabweans in front of her. I have 20 Nigerians that have come into this hospital. They got here before her, and it's a first-come, first-served system. So she got to sit in a bed and die. So that's why I say these guys are kind of right. If you're going to move to a country, move there legally, go through the legal process, get the permissions, do the documentation. Don't just hop the fucking border like a crazy person and start taking advantage of the resources. Even when my neighbor's child climbs the wall to get his ball from my yard, I still point at him with a gun and question him a lot. I imagine borders should be even more strict about it. Look, we've got no fucking border security in South Africa at all, and we should have it. We shouldn't be catering to people who come into this fucking country. And yes, that's right, Spider. They don't pay tax either. They don't. There's no triage in South Africa. Well, think about it this way. Here, let me see if I can find you a picture of what Joburg Gen looks like. Let me see if I can show you a picture to give you an idea. Right? So, this is an old picture. I know this hallway because I walk down this hallway. This is a really old picture. If you go to the Johannesburg General today, all of these floor tiles are ripped up. None of these lights work. This is a dark corridor, right? That sign has been ripped down. Those windows are broken. There's a bunch of fucked up shit in that hospital, and none of it's getting fixed. All of these pictures are from so fucking long ago. This is closer to what Johannesburg General looks like today. The outside of the building is burnt. Half of the time, the hospital is actually catching fire. There's a bunch of fucked up people in there, and no one's getting help. The rule is, most South Africans know this, the rule is, generally speaking, if you're going to a public hospital, you're gonna die. You're gonna die. You're not getting the treatment you need. You're not getting the assistance you require. You are going to die. That's how public hospitals work in South Africa. So usually, what a lot of people in the country do is if they hear that they're going to be sent to Johannesburg General, they effectively say, nah, thanks, I'll die at home around my loved ones rather than do this. And one of the biggest problems that's burdening the South African health system is there's a bunch of illegal immigrants taking advantage of it. So yeah, I kind of can't be mad at this guy. At least he's patriotic. He loves his country. He wants his country to be better. He wants people to come here legally. And if you don't, get the fuck out. I can't be mad at him for that. So the hospital turned into an indie horror game, but with less jump scares. It might be more fucking jump scares, to be honest.
Happy, the manager of the center was happy. He even spoke to us. Nothing broke. So the politicians must stop.
And what's really weird about this protest is this is the first time a protest has been actually peaceful in this country. Usually there's a bunch of people burning shit and destroying shit and attacking stuff. These guys did none of that, which was actually really impressive. This was like the first time this has happened in this country. Usually they're going after people and killing them. They didn't actually do this in this protest, which was really, really weird and freaky to see. What did Twitch say about your appeal? They told me that they want me to wait an extra month. So I have to wait until after the 20th of July and then I can apply.
Sending people to dig roads. Politicians must stop to send people to ban libraries and schools and malls and all these things and police stations and attack police. Politicians must stop that nonsense. Yes. Because you can see 10,000, more than 10,000 people, they could have done something. These police are too small the number of police is too small.
Where have I been? I've basically had AIDS for the last week, Faith.
To contain this number of people. But they did not do that because people don't do those things. It is politicians who send people to go do that.
But I won't see any hilarious pictures of a dude walking around with a tree branch like it was a rifle. Unfortunately, no. Those are the funniest ones.
The wrong things. We are here now. We are leading these people. We are going to make sure that we project our South Africans as sensible people, as responsible people, as law-abiding people. And that's why they gave us all these names, vigilantes, xenophobia, and they all failed dismally. You know, even those that came with the with the trying to cause war in South Africa, saying we are funded by Israel. They were lying. Israel can't fund us because we don't believe in that nonsense that they are doing there. So we can't take money from
the Jews are not funding us. We do not have money from the Jews.
Muslims. We can't take it from Israel. We can't take it from anyone. We can't take it from our own black people if the motive is not right. We want people who are going to fund this thing, they must fund the cause and they must stay away from it. If you're a politician, you want to put money in.
What kind of Zulu shit is this? This is actually a guy talking sense, Faith. This is actually the kind of guy who needs to be a leader of the Zulu people, right? Because he's actually being sensible, he's being logical, he's being based as fuck. He's saying if you're an illegal immigrant, get the fuck out of this country. Right, you come here legally, you follow our laws, you do things the right way. This is the kind of guy who actually needs to be in charge of certain communities. But unfortunately, he will never get in charge of anything because the politicians will make sure this guy fucking vanishes. This guy, this is what he's wearing is he's basically wearing the traditional Zulu attire, right? So he's showing his culture because he's proud of it, right? They've got the armbands with the fluff on it and shit, and they've got like the head ring that goes on them. He's proud of his nation. He's proud of his shit. I can't be mad at him. This guy actually gives a shit about the country, so I can't be mad at him.
Money in this thing and stay away because we will never, ever, ever promote your party. We want to promote South Africans. This time.
And you see that? He's actually figured it out. He's figured out, right, that it's not the people you need to go after. It's the politicians, because the politicians keep on fucking these things up for everyone. He's actually figured that shit out. So I can't be mad at this guy. Hey, gorgeous. How you doing? You okay? Okay. Love you. My wife's just feeding the dogs. As a Norseman, I respect the first. Look, I can't be mad at this guy. Look, I've hung around a bunch of Zulus, right? I've hung around a bunch of traditional Zulus my entire life. I've seen them. I've seen how they work and shit like this. These are the kind of guys that are actually chill as fuck. And all they really want is don't fuck with our culture. Don't fuck up our culture, right? So I can't be mad at this.
South Africans are going to win. This time, this constitution, the incoming constitution of this country is going to be written by these people here. Not the constitution that is beautiful in America, but it's not beautiful in our country.
Based as fuck. He understands how good the American Constitution is. He's actually based as fuck. He's a based as fuck tribesman. I can't be mad at him. I cannot be mad at that guy. Best or worst tribes in South Africa. Ooh, that's a hard one. The Zulus are a mixed bag, right? So the traditionalist Zulus that have their culture and shit like that are actually usually the easiest to deal with. The Zulus who live in cities and stuff like that, who've kind of gotten fucked up and propagandized too, are usually the worst to deal with. The Xhosa people, generally speaking, just want to be left alone. They tend to be less arrogant. They just want to do their shit. They tend to have the best sense of humor. Vendors get a lot of shit, right? Vendors in the country get a lot of shit, but that's also because they think they're better than everyone else. The Tsongas and Tswanas are kind of out of the conversation because they've kind of fallen by the wayside and no one really gives a fuck about them anymore. And I'd probably actually say that the worst tribe in South Africa tends to actually be Nigerian. Venda, W-E-N-D-A. It just sounds like, vending machine. That's probably why they get a lot of shit as well. Usually the Nigerians who at least come here illegally, what they tend to do is they tend to run the biggest human trafficking scams. They tend to sell the most drugs to communities. A good example of this is recently, 4 school kids died because they went to an illegal set up shop that was run by a Nigerian guy. They ate a bag of chips and all 4 of them died, right? So they basically have no food safety. They have no registration of what's poison and what's not. And also there's a fair group of Nigerians who tend to come to this country and they actively try and fuck things up for everyone. So, yeah, And they come here illegally. So that's a huge problem. It's also stupid for the most part. Everyone wants the same shit. A house, a lawn, keeping the neighbor's dog from shitting on your lawn, but everyone keeps fighting over how to get there. Yes. Unironically, like this is something you don't really hear because, you know, extremist takes on both sides of the aisle politically are what gets attention, right? But like the large majority of blacks in this country, they want a house, they want a job, they want a life, they want a wife they can go home and fuck, they want a family, and that's it. They don't give a fuck about anything else. That's the large majority of them. The problem is there's about 15% of them that really, really want to kill white people. That's the problem, right? And 15% is a fairly huge majority, which is like an actual concern that you have to consider. Because if you're in a group of 100 people and 15 of them want to kill you, you don't want to be in that fucking group. It's that simple. Which are the funny ones that call me about the prince giving me money? Those, again, are the Nigerians. Those are the one. Petty culture is very colorful, actually chill for the most part. Yeah, no, the petties are... I don't really think about them much as well. They're pretty chill. Like, most tribal groups you will almost never hear of because they just want to do their own thing, keep their culture, and that's all they give a fuck about. Isn't the white genocide kicking off in South Africa recently? There was a mango farmer that was recently killed for being white. Generally speaking, the craziest fucking African groups do want to kill people, right? But it's like one of those things where I'm going to say not all, but that's like, you know, it doesn't matter that it's not all. There's enough of them that do want to kill whites that you have to be fucking careful. The Nigerians were the bad guys in District 9, so I know what you mean. Okay. You know that movie District 9? Where they showed the Nigerians as the bad guys? When South Africans watched the movie District 9, we didn't register the Nigerians as the bad guys because that's normally how they act in this country. We were just like, oh yeah, of course that's a Nigerian. I'm not even kidding. We didn't even register them as the bad guys. We were just like, no, that's how they act. I'm not kidding. That's the funniest part about it. But Nigerians are black and all Africans are Nigerians. How can you be so racist to Africans like that? Some Twitter Karen. Yeah, no, they don't fucking get it. They don't understand that these lines of discrimination, they run deeper than surface level. It's got very little to do with skin color at that point. It's about tribal shit. What about the pale-faced tribe? Well, most of them want to get the fuck out of there. You need to invest in bigger guns than a BB gun you've shown on stream. Faith? I've got weapons, but if you think I would ever show those weapons on stream, you are fucking mistaken. I don't want people to know exactly what I've got in my house until it's blowing a big fucking hole in them. That thing, that little pea shooter, that's just a sidearm. That's just, you know, you need something quick and dirty. Someone comes into my house, they're in for a world of fucking hurt. Because I had to prepare for this shit my entire life. It's that simple. Showing them on stream would also fuck your channel. I didn't think about that, but you're right, Eucharist. You'll say, yeah, I do have Long Dick Johnson, which helps a lot. Holy shit. It helps a lot. It helps a fucking ton. It's actually, I think he single-handedly keeps the crime rate, particularly in my area, fairly low. I mean, we've got some homeless people that fuck things up. We've got a few people who rob and kill people in the area, but I mean, we did have 3 murders this year of old white people, but generally speaking, think about it this way. The people who want to kill whites in this country understand that a lot of white people know that their lives are in jeopardy. So a lot of white people have weapons, they have guns, they have shit to protect themselves. My black neighbors are the same. They've got a bunch of shit that they want to protect themselves with. These guys who are the most dangerous elements to the country, they don't go after people who can defend themselves. They go after the weakest targets that they can. So they'll go after like an 85-year-old man. They'll go, I mean, like all the white people that got killed in my neighborhood this year have been old people over the age of 80 because they're old, they're frail, they've got Alzheimer's or dementia, or they're fucking arthritis, and they have trouble defending themselves, and they live by themselves because that's just how they want to live. Is LDJ a fellow base Zulu? No, he's a white guy, but he is fucking a Zulu girl. He's fucking my other neighbor. He's fucking brainless. Jesus, I've heard the noises now. Let's see if I can show you some of this shit. I want to see if I can find the protests themselves, because this was the weirdest thing to see in this country, was people actually fucking behaving most of the time. You could call South Africa blah. One thing. Okay, so here you go. As an example. Weirdly enough, these people didn't attack anything. They didn't burn anything. They didn't fucking destroy anything. How goes the job hunt? Fucking dog shit. That's how, Jimmy. Weirdly organized. Fucking strange that nothing's on fire. It's fucking odd. It's very strange that nothing's on fire, that everyone's following the rules and no one's burning and breaking shit. Very fucking strange. Don't usually see that with protests in this country. Mine's been pretty shit, but I have a long-term game plan. Basically, Jimmy, what I've realized is that I've got to build a job, right? I need to build a business because there are no businesses hiring people. That's the state I'm in currently. Did they realize if they break shit, it won't be replaced? They probably fucking did. They probably registered this shit. Like, look how... This is so fucking strange. This is so fucking weird. Because these people are not breaking shit. They're not burning down buildings. It is so fucking... I don't know what the fuck happened. This has been the weirdest protest I've ever seen in my life. Like, it's been so odd. Yes. Give me a sec. I don't think I have any here. Do I? Okay, take it. Sorry, my wife's just also, she's got some of that AIDS as well. She needs some meds. She's going through it now. Last week was me, now it's her turn. She's dying. It's destruction. Yeah. How much money do you need to leave that shithole? Like 3 million rand, unfortunately. But here's the thing, Nesta. Leaving is more about making sure that if we go to a different country, we're able to be a benefit to society. We're able to actually do something. We're able to build up our lives. We're able to keep our daughters safe, right? So it becomes like a thing of...
Good luck to rescue.
What?
Good luck going to the...
Yeah, I know. It's been fucking rough. We've been trying to.
Yeah?
Yes, we have. I put in all the documents and shit. I've been having those interviews. It just didn't make it your problem because you're taking care of our kid.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
We could always go to France.
Yeah, we could go to a third world nation. Inshallah. Regarding the monies you showed in the beginning of the stream, have you considered doing crowdfunding for the STLs to deal with the inevitable piracy later? So I've considered doing a few things, Eucharist. I've considered doing a Kickstarter, but I don't kind of like Kickstarter kind of feels scammy to me. I know I kind of have just had to come to the realization that those STLs I make are just going to be, how do I say this?
I don't know how to go to Norway.
What?
Uncle is saying come to Norway.
Yeah, fuck it. Why not? We'll try go to Norway. We'll go meet that Erling Haaland guy who looks like a Neanderthal.
Yeah, you would have to get a job though. You can get a job.
Yeah.
You can't transfer a business in Norway.
No, I mean, I haven't actually looked into transferring a business to Norway. I'll have to look into it. And live in a white neighborhood. The problem is we'd also have to speak the Norwegian language, and that one's going to be rough because, I mean, my wife will be fine. She speaks like a million languages, but I fucking barely speak English. That's the problem. You'd be more of a benefit to society than half the illegal Indians that come here. I think the difference is that if we go somewhere, I would want to be a benefit to society, whereas I don't think that's their goal when they come over there. Their goal is to take advantage of a system that's working until the system breaks, right?
No, my husband
But to you,
isn't fat.
and what? What are you
Like Frenchie here is saying that you're fat.
Yes, I am. I know I'm fat.
Yeah, it's my fault. I cook too much.
Yeah, my wife makes fucking great food.
No, it's average, but I cook
It's
too
the
much.
one valuable thing that French people can do is make good food. It's the only thing they've contributed to the world. Is
Whoa.
decent pastries.
Yeah, no, no, we didn't contribute to fucking making sure that the United States happened, but okay. Sure.
No, of course you didn't. You just died. You just died in war. Also cheese, yes. Hey, what up, Iconic? How you doing?
I'm not a nerd.
Get your husband, he's actively rejecting money people over here. Listen, I will figure this shit out, okay? But like the biggest deal when it comes to that is I'm hoping that we don't have to do something like refugee status. I'm hoping that I can like build out a business, transfer that business to a different country. It's looking like the US is going to be the easiest one to transfer that to, and then go from there. As to what you said, Eucharist, I kind of lost my train of thought. When it comes to piracy, I've just kind of thought, well, fuck it, piracy is going to happen. There's no way to really stop it, right? It's just going to happen. I'm just going to have to deal with it. It's like a shrug my shoulders and move on. I've realized there's nothing that's going to happen there. But look at this. Okay, so this is the freak shit I'm talking about. This doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense for my country. In a regular protest, all of these buildings should be on fire. These traffic lights should be ripped down. Every car should be on fire. These fucking guys are behaving. It's the weirdest, freakiest shit I've ever seen. They contributed margarine. That's fair. That's disgusting shit. None of this makes sense. This doesn't make sense for my country, that these people are organized, that they're not breaking and burning shit. They're not destroying everything. And here you go. Here's a good example of one of the problems, right? So basically, to give you some context, a lot of illegal immigrants hop the border because we've got no border security. They show up in our country. They drive up the housing prices. They push communities out of their traditional lands. They set up drug businesses. They set up counterfeit money businesses. They tend to go into illicit black market stuff, and they tend to fuck things up. So it turns out that the locals are now tired of the shit. They don't want to deal with the shit anymore. And weirdly enough, they didn't go after the whites for once. And they're kind of not wrong. So Israelis, yeah, basically. But weirdly enough, I can't be mad at these guys. I can't be mad at these guys. Why they vest in English? Because English is an officially recognized language, and it's considered the bridging language of South Africa, right? Everything in South Africa is generally demarcated in English because English is everyone's second language in the country. That's why. We have 11 official languages, and each tribal group speaks one of those languages, and English on top of that. That's why. So basically an illegal immigrant who's out here making counterfeit money. So this keeps happening. And weirdly enough, I can't be against these guys. I can't be fucking mad at these guys. Because they're just like, get your papers, come here legally, or get the fuck out of this country. And I was invited to be a part of these protests by the black guys in my neighborhood. And then they saw how sick I was as well. And I was like, sorry guys, I'm too sick. I can't fucking do this. Where does Afrikaans fall in there? Or is it a whitey bonus? So Afrikaans is also an officially recognized language in the country. Although the worst parts of the EFF are trying to get all Afrikaans language schools, all Afrikaans language culture eliminated. And they want to take Afrikaans and destroy it and say it's not a real language effectively. Will anything come of this? Will anything come of this? Probably fucking not. Let me be honest, probably not. Nothing's going to happen here. Nothing's going to change. It's going to be like 3 weeks from now and things are going to go back to exactly what they've been doing. I've been seeing the blacks in this country go after illegals since I was a 5-year-old in school. And the same shit is still happening since then. So no, it's just going to keep happening. It's just par for the course. It's just going to keep happening. And it'll never change. Love you refer to the situation as counterfeiting money business. That ain't a business. To them it is. To them it is. But you know what? You're right. You're right. I'm just so used to it that I see it as a fucking business because that's just how this country's run for the longest time. In my experience, Afrikaans is just English, but with a black twist. That's actually closer to Dutch. It's the upgraded version of Dutch because it's more understandable. Fight me. But weirdly enough, so my country's been crashing the fuck out over illegal immigration of all things. Now, this has been a weird thing to see, primarily. Do I have my ball cam? Yes, but it's not set up right now. That camera's broken. I'm trying to fix it. So, weirdly enough, I expected these protests to come after the whites. They didn't come after the whites. They came after the illegal immigrants. Even weirder than that, they only went after the illegal immigrants who didn't have documentation and papers. If you could show documentation and papers, they didn't give a fuck. And then even more weird than that, a knock-on effect of this is there's been an entire new movement of shit by the blacks in this country. My country, for all its problems, is primarily Christian, right? It is a primarily Christian nation. It's like 85% Christian. And there are a bunch of black people right now in my country crashing the fuck out because they don't want this to become an Islamic state. There are literally a bunch of black people in this country like, we will not have these Muslims come here and turn this into an Islamic state. This is a Christian country. They're like, we saw what happened in the UK, not here. The racism is uniting them. They're like, holy fuck, we don't want to become like the UK. We saw what happened to Europe. You Muslims get the fuck out of here as well. As a knock-on effect, which is the strangest thing I've seen. No, they don't like the Jews either. That's the funniest part, Devilish. They're like, get the fuck out of here with your sand people problems. They don't want the Jews here. They don't want the Muslims here. They're like, those are your problems. You keep them over there. Get the fuck out of this country. I can't fucking believe it. It's the funniest shit. The Dark Crusades. Yeah, the next group of Crusaders is just going to be like, you're going to see a Crusader pull up. He's going to have the big cross on him. He's going to have the bucket helmet and he's going to take it off. And it's just going to be a black guy going, yeah. I can't fucking believe it. My country is weirdly enough uniting under the banner of being a Christian nation, and they don't want the Muslims taking over, which is the fucking strangest thing I've seen. I didn't expect that to also come out of these marches, but this has been a fucking wild time. So, that's just an explanation of effectively what I've been dealing with over the last week, why I had to reinforce my house, why I had to be careful. I cannot believe it, but my hyper-Christian nation really doesn't like the Israelis, and they really don't like the Jews either. They don't like them. They want them out. They say that this is a Christian nation. It's all supposed to be Christian. Don't come here and try and put your Islamic State shit here. We saw what happened in the EU and the UK. Don't fucking do that. That's what they've been basically doing as like a knock-on effect of these protests. Google who's the Deputy Minister of Higher Education. Yes, I know. I know exactly who you're talking about. So, this guy right here, where this came from, off of these protests, right, was that this guy right here became the Deputy Minister of Education in our country. And he wanted to, the first movement he made was trying to push a Palestine educational curriculum into the educational system. And everyone just started crashing the fuck out over this. They were like, get the fuck out of here with that shit. Everyone lost their goddamn mind because this guy got appointed. They do not want that shit happening down here. And you know what? I'm kind of okay with that. I'm kind of okay with that. I don't see a problem with that. They love their Christianity. They wanted to keep it a Christian nation. And they saw what happened in the EU and the UK. And they're like, nah, no thanks. Not for us. So they're crashing out already. They need to wear black robes with pointy hoods and start clan maxing. Yeah, they fucking do. You know what? Don't give them that suggestion, Jimmy, because you might think it's a joke, but they'll start fucking doing it. Google who's on the NATO Board of Human Rights, then have a laugh. NATO Board of Human Rights. Does not have a dedicated Board of Human Rights. What am I looking for here? She looks like she's wearing blackface. That doesn't look like a fucking Canada. That's Canada. Holy shit, I didn't see that. Okay, let's see. Okay, you're saying UN Board of Rights. UN. I'm willing to bet that the worst people you ever know are on this Board of Rights. Okay, I don't know what I'm looking for here. Tell these people that their kids are learning Arabic numbers at school. Oh no, they won't understand the nuance of that. They'll lose their fucking mind over that, Carol. They won't even register what you mean when you say that, like the number system is Arabic. They won't get that. That'll just give them another reason to crash out for no fucking reason. So, let's move on from all of this wacky shit. It turns out that my country, it can't unite under the idea of getting rid of racism. What we needed was more racism. To unite the nation, we needed more racism, not less. Google will bury it, it's Iraq. I'm not surprised. I'm really not fucking surprised by that. Now let's move on from this. It's been the strangest fucking shit, right? To see my entire country unite against illegal immigration, and to see you're not turning this into an Islamic state. Get the fuck out of here and don't bother with that shit. Very fucking weird to see that. And at the same time, just before we move on, this is the kind of shit that's happening to South Africans as they go overseas.
Can you please move out of the area, sir?
You fuck off! It's before 9 o'clock in the fucking morning!
I've just asked you to leave out of the area, this is dangerous.
Fuck off! Fucking provocateur!
Can you move, please?
Why do you stop provoking people?
I'm not provoking, I'm asking you to get out of this area.
Everybody standing here with your fucking white skin, fucking being a white fucking South African, with your fucking East European fucking cronies. And where's the fucking jobs for the English fucking boys? Fucking racist. Come in here, undercutting all our fucking workforce. Fuck off back to South Africa, you fucking cheapskate.
So it looks like the UK's out. Is he not white? No, apparently he's British. Apparently that's a different race entirely. So it kind of looks like, yeah, it looks like South Africans overseas are not having the greatest of fucking times right now. We got another one right here before we move on. So yeah, I got to pick my countries carefully here. Let's see what we're dealing with.
Africans. Well, you need to go back to your country.
Yeah. Oh, really? Yeah. Okay, I think you need to change your attitude. That's what I think.
You need to go back to your country.
This is actually quite a nice interaction. I'm surprised by how chill this interaction is.
FIFA?
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah. They said you were in aisle 12. That you were.
I'm from Texas.
Is that you?
No, I just got.
Where's you from, mate? Where's you from, mate?
I'm from South Africa, sir.
This is your first time in the States?
Sir. Yeah, it's
well, they said you were over there in aisle 12 sniffing paint, mate. You and this lady right here, they said y'all were in aisle 12 sniffing paint. Is that true?
We were doing what?
They said that you and the lady right there were sniffing paint. Is that true?
Yeah.
What the fuck is he even talking about?
We're with Pack Drop, buddy. We just want to know.
Look at that. Now that's the kind of racism I want to deal with. No one's fucking dragging people along the streets and killing people. Oh, it's so terrible. Some guy talked to him and said some mean shit. Wonderful. That's first world racism for you. No one's beating each other to death in the street.
Wait, no one's talking to you yet, jackass. Hold on. First off,
I legit had an argument with a Brit who said she isn't white because her skin is slightly tanner, but her parents are Russian and German. You were talking to it. Iconic. I know you. Listen. I know you. We've had some conversations, Iconic. If you tell me the next line that you got an erection because you realized what a stupid bitch she is and you knew you could fuck her, I swear to God, don't do it. Don't put your dick in crazy. She's fucking retarded, and I know it'll be easy. I know you can convince her that it tastes like a strawberry lollipop, but don't do it. Don't do it. It's not worth it.
it's your wife.
Yeah, that's his wife.
Okay, so anyway, they said you and your wife are all, come closer so you can hear me. They said you and your wife are in aisle 12 sniffing paint. Was that true?
No.
You'll come right here, 1, 2, 3.
What the fuck is this? What kind of crackhead
come
shit
over
is
here
this?
and watch. Ma'am, come over here.
This is not a woman. This is a man.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Ma'am, can you scoot in a little bit?
Can you do the 5 steps? Make sure you're fine. 4, 5.
What the fuck is he talking about? And he's fucking, oh my God, he's doing it. He's fucking doing it. What the fuck?
Follow behind him.
You follow right here.
I can't believe he's doing it.
4, 5. Your turn, jackass.
Why is he fucking doing it?
He's drunk.
2, 3,
Just tell him to fuck
Definitely
off.
stumbling.
5. That's it. 5. That's
What
it.
the
Do
fuck
5.
is this?
You did 6. Do 5, jackass.
Oh, come on. Don't cooperate. This is America. You're supposed to tell him to fuck off and suck his own dick.
Good. All right, the last procedure, make sure you're good.
Yeah, you see, he's being too compliant. He knows he's in a different country. He knows he's immigrated to the US, and he doesn't want shit. He's just like, yeah, I'm just gonna do. He should have just told him to get the fuck out of here. Fuck off with this shit.
1, 2, and then squat and.
Okay, these guys are just retarded. These guys are probably doing this to farm social media. They're doing that to farm social media shit. But god damn it, that's just fucking retarded. Jesus Christ, these people are dipshits. Bro put on a high-vis vest and thinks he's the cops. You know what the sad part about that is, Faith? The South African guy probably doesn't know how like shit works in the US, right? And so he's like, oh, this guy must be like some kind of official or something because of the high-vis vest. And he was like, yeah, sure, I'll cooperate. I don't know why the fuck. That's probably why they were like, yeah, you know what? Let me just do this shit so that we can just deal with that. That's the kind of racism I want to deal with. That's magical racism to me because holy fuck, no one's having a fist fight in the middle of the fucking aisle. No one's trying to burn each other to death. No one's killing each other or dragging each other on the road. They just fucking. It's just like, okay. I'll do the stupid thing you're telling me to do. Oh, fuck, that's retarded. Oh, Jesus. How magical is that? That's what I mean when I say that there's a difference between the US and South Africa. That's just that you should have just told the guy to fuck off. He's not American enough yet to figure out that you can just tell these guys to eat shit and fuck off. She was English, but she claims she's German. Well, then she's white, and she's a dumbass. Don't fuck her. Don't fuck her, Iconic. I don't know why they're entertaining that guy. Fuck. What a retard. The walk in a straight line thing doesn't exist, but that's only for police to test if a driver is drunk. It makes absolutely no sense here. Yeah, but they're doing it. It's targeted. It's for social media points. It's so they can blow up on TikTok because, you know, attention is the economy, blah, 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 all of that bullshit. Now, let's move on. There's a bunch of shit I wanted to watch. I know Iconic sent me a video, and he's been waiting on this one for a while. So I think we're going to stop here. We're going to start here. We're going to stop with that last point. I wish my country had free speech. I can't tell him. I can't tell someone to fuck off. Yeah, you can't do that here either. There are certain words you say here and you will get dragged in front of the South African Human Rights Commission. So yeah, you can't do that. Okay, now what the hell is this that you sent me, Iconic? Did Maximilian Dude just blame the Sony no physical disc situation on Trump? Oh, this is related to the fact that Sony is killing all physical discs. And if you've got a Sony PlayStation, and if you don't log into your PSN account or something for 36 months, they basically delete everything you've bought. I know a little bit about this. I saw it on Twitter.
Games will be released on PlayStation Store and at retailers and digital formats only. I have choice things to say of how we got here, but I'm going to save it. Us being in this precarious position didn't just happen because things happen. This happened because people voted for very specific people. As consumer preference, games will be released on PlayStation
I need to hear that again.
Store and at retailers and digital formats only. I have choice things to say of how we got here, but I'm going to save it. Us being in this precarious position didn't just happen because things happen. This happened because people voted for very specific people.
What? Did he just blame what Sony's doing on Trump? What? What the fuck? Huh? Is this guy retarded? That's the most dumbass take I've ever heard in my fucking life. A private company's making a manipulative, shitty move. It's the orange Cheetos fault. Like, what the fuck are we doing here? What kind of crackhead shit is this? God damn, life's got to be good if you could just blame everything on like one fucking guy. God damn. Steam ruined physical games decades ago. It was only a matter of time before consoles went full digital too. You're right. You're right. One of the biggest mistakes that the human race ever made was ruining physical copies of games because you no longer own anything. And Steam has a huge part to play in that. You're 100% right about that. This guy's just a fucking retard. Somehow, video games is Trump's fault. What the fuck are we on about? Lads, what the fuck is going on here? This is fucking crackhead shit. Jesus Christ. Okay. What the fuck? That's thrown me for a fucking loop. Max and his MTV cronies are super libtard, and he would know better. He's worked in the games industry, so he's just a moron. He's just a dipshit. He's just a fucking retard then. That's what you're telling me. Okay. Well, I'm going to try and recover from that, because what the fuck was that? We're going to move on. There's a bunch of shit you guys have put in the Discord. There's a bunch of shit I got to catch up on. I've got it all lined up. Let's start. You know what? I think this is about the Sony thing. I don't know if it is. I assume it is, but if we got a Sony one here somewhere, we'll start off with that one. Yeah, we'll start here. We'll start here and we'll go from there. Honestly, just go full AMD and embrace Linux. The Linux Tux logo is just a fat, horny Aussie penguin, because why not? You know what? Every day I deal with problems with Windows, I stray closer to the light of Linux. And one of these days, I'm installing Linux on everything, and I'm never looking back. Because honestly, fuck Microslop. They fucking delayed my stream today because I had to fix all the audio problems that their fucking update caused, and it pissed me off so much. I spent like a good hour trying to figure out exactly what fucking setting Windows changed in the background so that I could fucking just stream and I could have audio. Drove me fucking insane. Life is good when you can blame one guy. Let me tell you about Christianity blaming Satan. Well, he's not a guy, technically speaking. He's the man. It's not Microsoft. Trump is making them vibe code their updates. Yeah, no, it's Trump's fault. It's Trump's fault that they're a bunch of lazy retards in a back room, probably a bunch of Indians from a third world country who are just AI coding the shit out of everything and fucking it up. Honestly, I'm switching to Linux. I've already decided, fuck all of this. I'm switching to Linux. I can't stand this shit anymore.
I can't believe nobody has noticed this yet. Maybe they have. They just haven't put all the pieces together yet. But after watching all of these live service games that we've just seen completely just wither and die and millions and billions just completely wasted, I think it's finally over, guys. Seriously. After watching all the game announcements that we had seen over the past couple of months, I realized that they were almost entirely devoid of live service games outside of the notorious few that we see every single year.
All live service games over. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I think that I think this is them breathing out. They're going to breathe in again real soon. I don't think live service is done.
Call me crazy, but I think that these guys have given up. Not all of it, obviously. I mean, there's still plenty of live service games that are out today that are still doing just fine. They're great.
If you go full Linux, which distro will you choose? Probably Arch Linux. Probably Arch. I've got some experience with it. My dad has been telling me to switch on to Linux for the longest fucking time. If my dad can figure out how to install and use Arch Linux, so can I.
Great live service games that you could be playing. Many of you guys are probably playing right now, and we're going to be talking about some of those to be able to contrast the good with the bad. But the live service, or the version of live service that these guys have been trying to chase over the past 10 years, the idea that every single player is going to be a cash register and these guys are only one battle pass away from printing money, I think that is dead. It's done. It's gone and buried at this point. And it's their fault. They're the ones that did
Ubuntu. No, I've had enough African stuff in my life. Thank you very much, Blade Knight.
This. We don't have anything to do with it outside of just not playing those games in this case. But these guys had a good thing, but they just couldn't get enough. No, instead, they had to strangle that golden goose for everything it was worth. Just give me another $1. They just had to continue to extend the track on the treadmill to ask for more time and more money and then flood this market with just so many games. But I think the real damage came from something that nobody was even aware of. These guys got exactly what they wanted. While they definitely, without a doubt, exhausted quite a lot of us, myself included, they trained people to be insatiable.
He's right. He's actually right the more I think about this. Whenever you've got someone who buys a video game, they want more. Okay, but when's the next update? When's the next season? What am I getting with this battle pass? What's this extra shit that I want? More, all the fucking time. I think they've trained themselves into a problem. I do think he's correct about that. But at the same time, I don't think live service is going to die anytime soon. Did you see Linus brick his Linux while installing Steam? No, I didn't. Catchy or SteamOS are both Arch-based, but without wanting to take out your kneecaps manually. Yeah, I mean, Jimmy suggested Catchy, so I'll probably go for Catchy. Are you going to get the full Linux experience with the thigh highs and liking dudes? Well, I already sometimes have to wear compression socks and shit like that, right? Because I'm a fat piece of shit and I sit down all day. I mean, I'm getting back into training and working out and stuff like that. But yeah, I've already got the thigh highs ready. They're just not pink yet.
To make it where no amount of content would ever satisfy them. And by doing...
Effectively, though, okay, before we carry on, effectively, all I want, right? All I want out of an operating system is I install it, it works, it doesn't fuck with the settings that I set, and it just does the thing I tell it to do. And if I fuck it up, I want it to be my fault, because then I can fix it. This shit that Windows does, where whenever it updates, it changes a bunch of shit that I specifically told it not to change, makes me want to rename Office them. That's what it makes me want to do.
That they essentially put the developers on a treadmill. And now this entire industry is getting skinny. We have seen a massive resurgence and focus into single-player games with stuff like Crimson Desert, Resident Evil 9, Pragmata. Hell, even Rockstar is out here having the confidence to invest over $1 billion into what is still at its core a single-player game with Grand Theft Auto 6. So imagine my surprise when I hop on.
I'm going to make a hot take about GTA 6. I think GTA 6 is going to be shit. I think it's been too long. I think that the games industry has been waiting for an infinite amount of years. Players have been waiting for GTA 6 for the longest time. If I think back to the kind of shit that you saw in GTA San Andreas, none of that personality will be there. None of those, like, Do you remember the racial jokes that were in San Andreas, the fucking wacky shit that you could do, the unsafe content, the music, the style of it? I think all of that's going to be gone, and I think GTA 6 is going to be the most sanitized GTA game in existence, so that they can try and get kids to play GTA 6, and it's going to be dog shit. It's going to be fucking dog shit. 50 Linux users suggesting 55 different distros. Yeah, look, I don't know what I'm going to do with Linux yet, right? I have no direction that I'm going to go. I don't know if I'm going to do a flat install of Arch, whether I'm going to go through CatchyOS. I don't know yet, right? I'm still going to look into this. I still want to dig through all of this and figure it out. Shit or not, we're all going to play it. Yeah, goddamn right everyone's going to still play GTA 6. Everyone is still going to buy GTA 6 because everyone wants to see what took them this fucking long to make this game. And I think it's going to be the most sanitized GTA game. I think it's going to piss off a bunch of people. There's going to be a group of people who are saying, no, but it's still a great game, guys. But it's going to have none of the personality of something like San Andreas. It's going to have none of the personality of any of the other GTA games.
Online, and I find out that after going 1 in 12 with live service games having the most high-profile live service failure in history and shutting down Destiny 2, PlayStation has somehow confirmed that they plan to revitalize the market with more live service games because they believe that they are the future. And I thought that my first reaction would be, how have you not learned your lesson yet? But honestly, it just felt tone deaf because we just don't really hear that much about live service anymore. Not like we used to. It's kind of just become an afterthought.
I think he's on the wrong track here when it comes to live service. I think live service, we don't hear that much about it anymore because it's become background noise. It's become something that is so common and exists everywhere that we're just so fucking used to it. It's not like people have stopped talking about it. It's like it's become par for the course and it's part of just the universe of gaming. That's why people keep on talking about it. Like, why they don't talk about it anymore. The trailer of GTA 6 turned off all my hype. Maybe it's the racism, but saw too much back culture in it. Not enough prostitute beating. Bestia, you know what? Just for that suggestion, we're going to do this. We're going to take a look at the GTA 6 trailer, because I haven't actually seen it. Hey, fuck off. Don't fucking do that. GTA 6 trailer. We'll take a look at it after this video. Because I haven't actually seen it.
Which got me thinking, live service is in a really weird...
Can you imagine an expansion with the name The Ballad of Gay Tony in 2026? Absolutely fucking not. That's what I'm talking about. You will never see that again. You will never see OG Loke again. You will never see the Officer Tenpenny again. You will never see that one quest in GTA San Andreas where you've got a British guy in the back of a fucking car that you're driving somewhere on an escort quest because he won't stop jerking the fuck off. And he's talking about some woman's big fat sausagey tits. You will never see that again in a GTA game. That's gone. Big Smoke's FFD, a fornicating fast food order, has more personality than the majority of games these days. It absolutely does, and it's gone. Because everything needs to be fucking sanitized these days, and it pisses me off. Games used to be a form of artistic expression, right? Where it could upset you, it could do something irritating, it might do something that you personally don't agree with, but it evoked emotion. Everything is becoming so homogenous and sanitized over time that it just feels the same. It just feels like the same bland shit being thrown in your face continually over and over again. There's no uniquity in the games market anymore. These AAA games don't take risks. They don't have like a bunch of like unique scenarios and systems and situations that might make you think differently, might make you feel differently, might make you laugh at some wacky shit that you know would happen in real life. That doesn't exist anymore. It's all homogenized. It's all sanitized, and it pisses me the fuck off.
place right now. Nearly every single live service game that comes to market either dies immediately or gets filtered down to a modest audience. Entrenched live service games that we once thought were invincible are now starting to lose their players. Some games have remained unchanged, and then somehow at the exact same time, we have Destiny 2 that just fell out of active development, but it's also reaching the healthiest place that it's been in for almost 2 years. And that brought me to a realization. The version of live service, the version of a successful live service game that we want is still very much alive. The version the industry wants is effectively dead. Now, I don't want to say that live service is flat out dead because
I don't know if I believe that. I don't know if it's effectively dead. I don't trust that.
That really wouldn't be accurate to say. Plenty of these games are still doing fine. Grand Theft Auto Online still dominates. Counter-Strike 2 and Dota 2 are still massive. Fortnite is not going anywhere anytime soon. And we're also seeing games like Path of Exile 2, Dead by Daylight, and Warframe grow, break records, or just keep raising their floor year after year. The most successful live service games that we're seeing right now are either maintaining, slightly declining, or growing slowly over time, not explosively.
Yeah. Because everyone's already playing those live service games. That's why.
Methodically, incrementally, brick by brick in most cases. But the one thing that almost all these games also have in common is time. If you guys actually go down the list of the biggest live service games that are out right now, nearly every single one of them came out between 2012 and 2017, with only really a few outliers. Path of Exile 2 being one of them, but that's really just an extension of their previous game, which is still killing it even today. The ones that came out after that, for the most part, man, it is a graveyard. I took the time to really look into this, and honestly, man, I think the numbers would shock a lot of people. The estimate is not going to be completely bulletproof because I'm also going to be counting in games that are considered anything live service, so whether that's a gacha game or a first-person shooter, but I found that roughly 160 live service...
Wait, you can put it to the test. How is Ion 2 doing these days? New World, Chrono Odyssey. Those are specific to the MMO market, and the MMO market has been dead for quite a while, right? If we look at the larger, like, games as a service kind of industry, there's a few of them that are popping the fuck off. Like he said, Fortnite is still popping the fuck off. Path of Exile 2 isn't even fully fucking released, and people love the shit out of that game, right? So, like, you can't really put it down to MMOs because MMOs have been dead for a long time. They've been over-monetized for a long time. People keep on making stupid fucking decisions. You've got a bunch of Karens who are part of the moderation team who keep attacking people because they said something on Twitter or did something off-platform, like what happened to Xenosys, for example. It's MMOs are like a universe unto their own, where you can't really compare it to anything else because it's such a fucking disaster. It's such a burning house fire. You need to almost like separate that out from any other live service game because they are their own universe of fuck-ups. Wait, the bad guy of the game can be killer and a fascist, but they will never be a racist and sexist. That's just not right. Yeah, that's retarded. To be fair, GTA 6 was marketed as the first GTA game you get to play as a woman. You know, I wouldn't have given a shit in the past. When you learn that a game, like, oh, you're playing as a woman. Metroid, I wouldn't have given a shit. Lara Croft, Tomb Raider, I wouldn't have given a shit. But to me, when game devs start marketing their game as play as a woman, that immediately tells me that there's something fucking wrong with the game.
Games are either on live support, actively failing, canceled, or completely dead just from the past 5 years. And most of them are dead. We're talking about billions of dollars being lit on fire, and most of these games weren't even high-profile failures. Hell, most of you guys wouldn't even know what half of these games even were. Spellcaster Chronicles from Quantic Dream,
never even heard of it.
Flag from the band Imagine Dragons for whatever reason. Wildgate got shut down the other day, and I had never even heard of it. And
never even heard of this one either.
It's going to be easy to point out some of the individual problems with each one of these games. Bad marketing, bad concept, terrible character design, whatever it might be. And some of that stuff is true and well worth calling out when it is, but part of this is honestly just saturation.
Metroid never counts because pre-other M, Samus was nothing like your average female protagonist. You just pointed out exactly what the problem is, though, right? Samus wasn't like your average female protagonist. She wasn't like that. She was a character. She was a person, right? That's the problem. Women aren't people in video games anymore. They are signposts, right? Blood Rain as well. Blood Rain was, fuck, I love Blood Rain. Bayonetta, fucking banging. The problem is women in video games used to be characters. Now they are political signposts for people to push a fucking agenda down your throat. I've thought about this for a very long time. Like, the problem is male characters, how do I say this? Right, if you think it's bad what they've done to a lot of male characters in video games, what they've done to female characters is probably even worse because they've shoved them down your throat. They've turned them into political signposts. They're not actual human beings that are relatable at all. And they are just some purple-haired fucking retard in the back who is writing the stories signposting to the rest of the world as to what you're supposed to be thinking. They like royally fucked up the idea of female characters by replacing their personality with all this political signposting horseshit. And that's caused like this knee-jerk reaction wherever you see a game that's like, play as a woman. All you think to yourself is, fuck. It's another woke game. It's another piece of shit. Because they've royally fucked up the personality of any female character that they would have put in the game. Like, I think that this is actually what makes me really, really concerned for The Witcher 4, because Ciri could be an entirely amazing character with a great personality who's fucking incredible. But I don't know if I trust CD Projekt Red in 2026 to be able to make that a thing, or whether Ciri's just going to become another fucking signposted character. It's my biggest concern, because the logic of The Witcher 4 having Ciri as a main character works really, really fucking well. But if she's not a person, they fuck it up immediately. And everyone's going to say, it's because she's a woman. No, it's not because she's a woman. It's because she's not a fucking person. And it's going to happen. And I hope it doesn't happen to The Witcher, but it just keeps happening with other games, so I have no fucking trust in it whatsoever. She's going to be a mouthpiece. That's what I think as well. I hope I'm wrong. I really hope I'm wrong. But I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case.
Over 19,000 games released on Steam alone in 2025. It's not exactly surprising that some of these games just flat out disappear. A 2025 survey showed that 60% of players only buy 1 or 2 games a year, and only 14% actually buy once a month. That's 12 out of 19,000 games for the people that are buying the most games. That is like a 0.06% odds. You have better odds pulling a 5-star in a gacha game than you do getting somebody to play yours. And live service only makes that problem even worse, because these games aren't just fighting for a single sale. They're fighting for a routine, time, attention, habit. There's only so much of that to be able to go around, and every single new live service game that enters into the market is just lowering that ceiling for everybody else. This has always been my biggest criticism against PlayStation wanting to release 12 live service games in just 3 years, because even if those games were good, they would just end up cannibalizing all the other games that they release. So
yeah, that's too many. He's right about this. That's way too many. That's way too fucking many. You split the market, you're cannibalizing yourself. The attention span of the average gamer is not going to be held by one of those live service games. There's better products being offered everywhere else. I don't know what the fuck Sony is doing, but they're really fucking up everything. But like that video Iconic linked, it's Trump's fault. Everything that Sony does is Trump's fault. Witcher 3 series of Mary Sue, she was fun, but still, I don't think so. She did have her Mary Sue moments, Faith. But I can kind of forgive that, because Witcher 3 Ciri was still a person. She was still a good character. She was a solid character for the game, right? I think the whole arc of her being trained by a Geralt and slowly growing up to be someone and all of that shit, I think they did a good job with that. I really think they did a good job with that. My concern is all of that development that happened in The Witcher 3 is entirely fucking gone for The Witcher 4. That basically what you're going to get is Polish Ghosts of Yotei, instead of getting a fucking person that you can relate to, that's interesting, that cool shit happens in the story. Let me point it out this way. When you're playing The Witcher 3, do you notice that the main character isn't actually Geralt? Right? It's not Geralt. Geralt is a conduit for the main character to exist within. The main character of The Witcher 3 is the story you're going through. Geralt is just facilitating that main story. You do any of the quests, right? The one druid in the cave that's like fucking the apprentice of the alchemist, who's not actually a problem. That one troll who's like sitting in a cave, who you like talk to and you find out his story. Right, all of the things with Nilfgaard and shit. Geralt is facilitating the main character that is the story of the game you're going through. He's like an element that lets the story build. I'm concerned that the entire Witcher 4 story is just going to be Ciri screeching, "I'm a woman." they're going to fuck up all that development, and it's going to piss me off so much.
Yes, saturation is definitely going to be part of it. There are just too many games, too many live service games, too many demands for people's time, and just not enough players and time to be able to go around to give everything a chance. But I don't think that's the whole story. There is something else driving this, and I just don't think that people have realized it yet. I mean, look at the four most popular live service games that have been released in the past couple of years. You got Helldivers 2, Marvel Rivals, Battlefield 6, and Arc Raiders. All of them found incredible success early on, and all of them lost 85% or more of their peak within 4 to 6 months.
That's the gamer's attention span he's looking at, right? This is the attention span of, oh, okay, but what else? What else do you have to offer? I've played this game for a month. Now I'm tired. I want to play something else. This is normal. This is why single-player games are fine and why live service games always fail. Because you can't keep people around because people get tired of the gameplay loop and they want something new.
Now, I'm not saying that these games are bad or down and out. Hell, I'm not even saying that their current numbers are necessarily bad, say for Battlefield 6 in this case. Those guys definitely need to pick that up. But it's really hard to ignore a drop-off this massive, especially when these games are supposed to be forever games and they're being made to be...
They will never be forever games. They will never be. There is no game that is a forever game. The closest we got to forever games were MMORPGs, and those are in the fucking trash can right now. Particularly with FPS gamers, they move on. It finds its core audience. A lot of people play it. It then drops back off to its core audience. You keep that core audience around, and everyone else has moved on to the newer and shinier thing. There's no such fucking thing as a forever game when it comes to these live service games. And the games industry hasn't fucking realized that, and they're going to keep on pumping out the slop thinking that their game is going to be different. You know how, okay, a good example of this is, you know how crypto bros do that thing where they invest in some new fucking coin, and then they're like, no, but this time it's going to be different, and it's never different. It's always the fucking same. Same thing here. It's the exact same thing. OSRS, yes. OSRS has its forever community already. People will hop in and out of that game, but it's one of the longest lasting games. MMOs have the longest stretch of any live service game. FPS gamers are not sticking around for that. They're looking for the new shiny thing to play, and maybe their core audience sticks around. Sexist gamer chuds are why insert video game and movie here failed. Yeah, XY chromosome only. Extra chromosomes if needed, no XX allowed. Yeah, no, that's... Have you considered putting yourself in a room with a bunch of purple-haired Karens and pitching that idea, Jimmy? They'll love that shit.
To be temporary almost immediately. I think what's happening is the player bases are lapping these developers. Demand is now outstripping supply, at least contextually, which kind of sounds absurd to say out loud because there's just tons of games to play. There's hundreds, if not thousands of hours of content. And I'll admit to you that I've been brushing it off every single time I hear anybody complain about how these games just simply do not have enough to do. But when you zoom out, these games are getting absolutely devoured. They hit the market, dominate conversation for a few months, fall out of popularity, and then struggle to ever reclaim that first wave of attention. And there's a lot of...
Yeah, that's normal. That's called the attention span of a video game. That's completely fucking normal behavior. MMOs got Karen cancer and they're just getting worse. Yes, they are. Are you going to check out the FPS MMO called Oil Run? I've never even fucking heard of it. Yeah, I'll look into it. Fuck it. Why not?
A lot of causes here. Part of it is severe mismanagement. Arc Raiders not handling cheaters, Battlefield giving way too much attention to a battle royale, Marvel Rivals having algorithmic matchmaking issues, Helldivers 2 running into mismatched audience expectations and technical problems. Part of this is also just social media, YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, whatever else. Content creators have the time and, more importantly, have made an entire career out of chewing through these games at an absurd rate. So all the content that you see makes it feel like the game doesn't have enough, and then those creators move on to the next thing, and suddenly the game feels old before most normal players are even done with it. But I think the real issue is that these studios simply just cannot keep up with the appetite anymore. Most of the people that are playing these games are coming from already established live service games with years of content, years of habits, and years of chasing a carrot on a stick. Publishers have spent years extending that track more and more aggressively year over year, not only just to keep those players locked in, but also to drain their wallets as much as they could. And it's created this inverse effect.
I think there's a bigger problem here. Do you know why people are chewing through these games? Why people are beating the fuck out of these games and moving on? It's because everything else in life is too fucking expensive to do. So video games have become the main form of entertainment because it's still one of the most affordable things to keep you occupied, give you some level of like entertainment for a longer period of time than anything else. And as the world's gotten more expensive, more people are going to play video games. More people playing video games, that means that there's more people hopping from game to game, chewing through content at a rate that's ridiculous. Even if video games are priced at $80, $100, you still get more value for money per hour of entertainment than any other form of entertainment out there, barring maybe jacking off in your local Walmart. It's not even close. You say lol affordable, Faith, but it's true. It's true. Think about it. How much do you pay for a movie? What's the average price of a movie ticket? And what, you go get entertained for an hour? Most of the time you don't even get that. You get a dog shit movie like you just mentioned, Jimmy, Supergirl. It's a pile of shit. You don't get any entertainment out of it. You get pissed off. You've eaten a bucket of fucking popcorn. You go home, you buy a video game, and you spend the next 500 hours playing that video game. Nowhere to go for carts, battling cages, too far for paintball. Yes, and those things are going by the wayside because there's a bunch of people, scrape my knee at the paintball field. I'm going to sue the company for this. Right? Physical entertainment is going by the wayside because it's also far too expensive per hour of entertainment in comparison to a video game. It's not even close.
The games have lost their quality because the pace quickened, the monetization became too much to bear, and then players got exhausted and started leaving. But the audience that stayed had its appetite adjusted. Even some of the players that had left just the same. This is not some random change in player behavior. This is what the...
Have I played Kingdom Come Deliverance 2? Yes. But not enough. I haven't finished it.
Industry spent 10 years trying to train people to do. So now a lot of these new live service games are waking up to basically the worst audience possible. Hell, every single live service game is. All these audiences are trained to expect endless content, endless rewards, endless updates, and endless reasons to keep logging in, while also still being eyed by the most cynical audiences that have been pushed out of live service games. You have one dejected audience, and you have an audience that's just way too hungry for you to be able to keep up with. I think that Arc Raiders is probably the game that I noticed this happen the most with. I absolutely love that game. I thought it was incredible. I had so much fun playing it with my friends, but I'm also in the camp of players that gets exhausted by live service games relatively quickly, and I hit a point where I felt like I had done enough, and I simply just walked away. But as I'd walked away, I was still watching people play it, and I started to realize that while Arc Raiders had its issues, its biggest problem was that they just weren't prepared for the kind of popularity that they received, and they just didn't have enough content to be able to sate the audience that was playing their game because they were...
I think he's wrong. I think it doesn't matter how much content they made. People would chew through it faster than anyone's able to make this shit. I think that they could have had 3 times, 4 times, 5 times the amount of content that they had. People would have still chewed through all of it and then been like, okay, but what else do you have? What else is there? What's your next thing? And they'll probably be like, we're working on it, wait a month. And they're like, fuck, a month? Okay, I'll come back in a month then. And then half those people don't come back, and the other half do, and then you have a lower peak than you had at your height. It's impossible to keep up with when it comes to this. It's just purely impossible. It can cost up to $1,500 USD to fully decorate your house in ESO. It's quite realistic now. Yeah, well, I mean, that's if you start going into the fucking cash shop. The cash shop is fucking disgusting. Yeah, it's sickening. Don't touch cash shops. It's all temporary. It's going away anyway. At some point, someone's shutting down that game, and all that money you spent, you're not getting it back. It's never coming back. You're fucked. It's never coming back. I was going to go outside, but I haven't seen... Look, go outside, GB. Your life is more important than the stream. You do whatever you need to do. No matter how much content you put in the game, someone is going to plow through it and get upset there isn't more. In OSRS, Andrew Gower didn't even think anyone would get level 99 in a skill. Yeah, now it's commonplace for a lot of people who play OSRS to have 99 in every fucking skill.
They were playing it every single day, all the time, every single chance they could get. They didn't have the plans or the infrastructure to be able to capitalize on it. And I'm not even sure that they should even try to do that, because at a certain point, chasing that kind of audience...
What is the... Hey, what's up, Apple? How are you doing? What is this AI supporter talking about now? Also, I reached the part in Guild Wars 2 where you have VIP lounge. Well done. I've got to catch up on some of your stuff. Whole of last week, I've been too fucked up. I've just been in like a delusional, medicated state. So I got to catch up on a bunch of shit. Also, congratulations. You got to a piece of the game that I never got to play. It's almost like a Karen prevented me from playing it.
Would almost certainly come at the cost of the updates themselves because you're trying to push them out faster, which means they're going to be at a lower quality. Looking at their initial roadmap, a new map and an expedition to sink resources into, a couple of new enemies and some weather conditions.
You see, that's a solid roadmap for a development team. But players are still going to be like, okay, but what else? What else do you have to offer? Every time one of these things is released, people are through it within a week. And those are the slow people. You cannot keep up with the pace at which people chew through the shit. To rephrase my previous question, do you think the suits have completely forgotten the concept of market saturation, or do they never realize how much longer saturation lasts with a live service game than a conventional game? How do I put this? Yeah. This is the best way I can think to describe this. Video game industry is a lot bigger than the box office, right? Mobile, 93 billion. Console, 50 billion. PC, 37 billion, right? Movies, 39 billion in 2019. These guys see this as a total market cap, and they don't think the idea of saturation exists at all because they see it as an infinite well of money to pull from. They don't fucking think it works at all. They think that there's an infinite amount of money to pull from, that every single year all of these people are there. There's no way they can hit saturation. There's no way people are ever going to get tired of the video games by comparison to other markets. And so they go into this with this idea of we just need to shit out as many video games as possible. And it just doesn't work like that because people's tastes change over time. People get bored. People get tired of this shit. People can't stand it anymore. They want something new. They're just exhausted by that stuff. They cannot handle it anymore. I have Tangia on my desktop. Yes, I do. OSRS, you could play on your phone while shitting. It's not even the serious contender. Yeah. Well, I mean, look, a lot of people love OSRS. So, yeah, you know, they're going to get away with that.
Every couple of months or so is not going to be enough to bring people back or even to keep them playing for very long. Not with the kind of audience that they suddenly had. To be able to keep that...
Also, yes, Apple, you have been marked by ArenaNet. The second you slip up, just know that they're going to be coming for you. The fact that they marked me on my first video and they've been keeping tabs on me since then is fucking freaky. But these people are pieces of shit. So yeah, they're going to be coming for you at some point.
Initial flame alive, every update would have had to have been more drastic than the last. Effectively a new game every single time they updated the game. Bigger changes to the map, bigger changes to their objectives, crafting, engagements, progression, everything. At that point, you're not supporting the game anymore. You're just feeding a machine. This is completely the fault of the industry. These games are being devoured at a record pace. Now, I know this is going to resonate with a lot of you guys, but rewind the clock back a few years, and whether it was fighting games, first-person shooters, hell, even MMOs, even the most successful MMOs that we see today are still basically the same.
Successful MMOs. MMOs are an old man's game. It's a dying market, unfortunately. And everyone's hoping that Guild Wars 3 is going to pull it back from the edge. Everyone's hoping that the Riot MMO is going to pull it back from the edge. And it might. But I don't have my hopes up for that. By the way, I got a warning on Twitch for streaming a WoW private server. But which is fair. I don't think it's fair. I think that's bullshit. But it's funny with all of the things the Dog Shocker is doing. You see, you're making a mistake here, General Apple, right? You will get warnings, you will get attacked, you will get banned, you will get blocked, you will get all of this shit for streaming a private server. What you should have done is you should have been born an Asian woman. You should have been driving your car while talking to chat, while playing the private server and running over kids in a school zone, and then they wouldn't ban you. But the other side of that is obviously to get unbanned after they do that to you, you've got to phone up Dan Clancy and let him fuck you in the ass for about a good hour or two, and then you'll be good to go. Barring that, expect unfair treatment. Expect unfair treatment from Twitch. It's a rigged game. They will... It's like... How do I put this? That it's going to make sense. The danger that you're dealing with is the fact that what someone like Extra Emily does, where she crashes a fucking car in public or does some shit that's actually dangerous and puts people's lives in danger, there's not a company that is warning Twitch to pull this person down. But if you play a private server, there's a company like Blizzard that's warning Twitch to take you down, or to give you warnings and to get you dragged off the platform. If there's not a company pressuring Twitch, they don't give a shit. So you can abuse dogs, you can run over people in your car, you can fucking shoot people probably, you can have sex on stream, because there's not a company in the background pressurizing Twitch into a decision. If there is a company, you get banned from all ArenaNet games. You get banned off the platform because that company will pressure them to behave in a certain way. And they don't want to have a bad relation with that company. But have you seen Nina Lynn going around sexually assaulting other men and then getting permabanned to have it lifted after 1 week? Yes. Yes. And of course they're going to unban her, because there's no company pressurizing them to make sure that there's a permaban there. She could rape an underage boy live on stream, and she will get banned for less than a week. That's what I'm convinced of when it comes to Twitch.
There's a little bit more pace to their updates, but still, we used to be able to have these games as daily drivers, and we would be completely fine without seeing any content added to these games. Obviously, map packs and expansions would later extend the life of those games, but after that, over time, it just became faster and faster. More money, more content, more money, more content. And while you're going to end up losing some players along the way, guys like me that just get exhausted by it, eventually that audience is going to start to adapt to those games and the size of those games. And once they do, well, now it's a problem for the industry itself. It's the problem you've created for your own games in a lot of cases. What's happening here is that these games simply just don't have enough content anymore to actually be able to sate anybody. And none of that content is good when they do, or when they are able to fill that need, because they're putting it out so fast that, well, it's not really worth much of anything. And when these games come in and they just flood the market with even more of these games, well, now the players are in a position where they can go and play one of those new games.
Yeah, they can pick and choose, and they're not going to pick and choose all of them. They're going to pick and choose one of them, and then all the ones they didn't pick and choose fail. That's just how that works. Was that Extra Emily stuff really that bad? My third world mind thinks it's fine. Okay, I'll tell you why it's bad, Banatu, right? I understand the third world thinking behind it, because third worlders like me and you've seen some fucked up shit on the road. I'll tell you why it's bad. That is not the way you get to run a first world country, right? That is not the kind of thing you get to do and have a functional first world country. She could have very well have killed someone doing that, right? There's a standard of living. There's a standard of societal living that should be maintained within first world countries so they don't become third world shitholes like where I live. The way you got to look at it is, if you're on your phone while driving and a cop catches you, in a first world country, you're probably getting arrested. You're probably getting pulled out of that car. Oh, so human life is valuable? In the first world, they think it's valuable, yes. If you get arrested for being on your phone in a car in a first world nation that has some societal value to life, then she should be arrested for performing an illegal act where she's not paying attention to where she's driving, right? You can think about it, kind of think about it on a personal level, right? I've got a daughter. I've got a wife. Now, if some retarded Asian bitch who's sitting there Twitch streaming and reading her chat T-bones my fucking car and kills my wife or child, I'm going to prison for the rest of my life for what I'm going to do to that person. In a first world country, you prevent that scenario from happening by taking that stupid fucking retard and throwing them in a prison cell. Not by giving them a 23-hour ban on Twitch, which should be a permaban for that kind of behavior.
They can go fill that need somewhere else, and then they might maybe circle back to yours. In most cases, they never do. And the only way that you're going to bring those players back is by raising the bar to an impossible level, and at that point, it's already over. You know, I think back to the days of like World of Warcraft and stuff like that, and this is usually, or not usually, this is actually still today how a lot of these games run. Even Final Fantasy is the same way. Look at how long those games have been going. Their expansions are basically what, you know, every 2 years or something like that. Well, they do have some updates in between there. It's usually staggered out quite a lot. Those games, you know, there's already a lot to do to begin with, but still at the same time, there's something about that slower pace that kept those games alive for as long as they've been alive. And while they've definitely lost popularity.
Yeah, it's because the grind was more valuable. That's why. The slower pace leads to delayed gratification. Delayed gratification leads to higher satisfaction over a period of time. But everyone's been trained to want instant gratification as opposed to playing a game for 5 hours, you know, playing Elden Ring and getting the shit beaten out of you by the same boss for 5 hours. You finally beat it and you feel like a goddamn god when you figure it out. Modern games don't do that. They just want that instant gratification. If you want that instant gratification, well, then guess what? Your game is going to say to you, okay, what's next? What's next? What's the thing that I'm getting next out of this? Because I got instant gratification now. Now I'm going to swipe up. What's the next thing that's going to give me instant gratification? These games have trained people to think like that. So, of course, people don't have the attention span to play a game for years at a time anymore. They'll play it for like a month or two and then move on.
Over the years, they're still a hell of a lot more healthier than a lot of the games that are.
Hassan isn't a sexy woman. How come he gets favored by Dan? If you think, damn, the schizocam's going nuts today. Okay. If you think that Hassan wouldn't dress up as a sexy shaved woman for Dan to plunder his asshole like he's Lara Croft raiding a tomb to get unbanned from Twitch, you don't know how Twitch works. He would do it. He would do it. But also, I think that Hassan's probably got some dirt on someone who's employed at Twitch. That's how he's still around.
Already dead and buried at this point. So, you know, honestly, live service gold rush was the right terminology the entire time. These guys came in, they dug everything out, they hollowed out the ground, and they have nothing left to fill it with. It was always destined for failure. It was a self-fulfilling prophecy of greed in this case, and it was always going to collapse in on itself. But you know, that doesn't necessarily mean that success doesn't exist in live service. It very much does. And I think that the games that are going to find the most success, the games that are finding the most success, aren't the games that are exploding immediately to these massive player numbers and trying to hold on to them. No, it's the ones that start off small and then build themselves out brick by brick. When I look at all the live service games that are still around and a lot of the ones that have come and gone, I think the most successful version of live service isn't the game that explodes to hundreds of thousands of...
It sounds like he's talking about the MMO formula for success. It literally sounds like he's talking about the old school MMO formula for success. In the days of Vanilla WoW, that's exactly how it worked. They built it out brick by brick. They developed it slowly over time. They fucked it up after that, but that's how they used to work. In Ohio and many states in the US, you can have your phone docked and playing music or Google Maps, but if you're actively using it, then you can get your shit revoked. Yes, because that's a logical rule, right? People use their phone for GPS all the time. But you can't be fucking reading messages from a chat while driving and expect to not crash. Hassan is literally Dan's favorite streamer. Dan said as much and even made Twitchsoft sing Hassan happy birthday. Yes, no, Hassan, I think Hassan's got something on them. I think he's 100% got something on them. There's something there. There's either money changing hands or he knows something that would be devastating for Twitch, something like that. Because there's no logical reason otherwise that I can think of as to why he's not fucking banned from the platform. Why when he does get banned, he gets banned on the day he doesn't stream, and then he's immediately unbanned when he is going to stream again. Hassan comes from a rich family and has a retard liberal fangirls. That's why he'll never be banned. Well, then we need to get rid of the retard liberal fangirls, don't we? Didn't every Twitch employee? Yes, they did. They sang him happy birthday. Dan's talked there. He has talked about it. How Hassan's his favorite streamer or whatever. I have seen those things. They are so. I'm willing to bet this is how it works, right? You know how in like 2018, 2019, it was usually the worst fucking opinions in the world that you were starting to hear from particularly white women in first world countries with multicolored hair saying the most retarded shit like it was perfectly normal, right? And it's taken some time, but the world has kind of turned in the way where they're saying, shut the fuck up, you stupid retard, fuck off and get the fuck out of here. I don't think those people went away. I think those people learned to shut the fuck up, keep it to themselves, keep it within the groups that they are in control of, and instead of voicing their opinions publicly, whenever they hear an opinion they dislike, they take whatever modicum of power that they have, usually on a moderation team or within an office, and they then get their gaggle of retards together to try and push the conversation or the narrative in one direction over the other. That's the way I see things have been going. They haven't gone away. They've just shut the fuck up and gotten smarter about it because they've realized that when they voice their opinions publicly, the rest of the world shits on them. So I'm willing to bet the entirety of the back end of Twitch is highly ideologically captured to one side of things. They are the only thing that they will ever bend to is legal pressure and whatever a company that they're working with tells them to do.
Players or even millions of players and then tries to flood them with as much content as possible. It's the games that never aim to be big, start small, build slowly, and then set the right appetite from the beginning. And the best, and honestly, probably the most fascinating example of all of this is actually Warframe. Now, Warframe is not the most popular game. It has...
God damn, the Warframe models are so sexy. You know that one picture of Jesus praying while that woman's got her ass out behind him? I feel like that every time I think about Warframe, because I know if I start playing this fucking game again, I'm gone for a month.
It's had its moments of wild popularity, but its life is basically the inverse of nearly every live service game in all of existence. Most of these games explode, plateau, and then decline. Warframe started out modestly, and then for now over a decade, the game has just continued.
Muck recently put 40-something hours into Warframe, so he's still a beginner.
To raise its floor year over year, and it did that by effectively doing the exact opposite of everybody else in the industry. Warframe has updates and expansions, but all that content is completely free. It doesn't expire, and more importantly, it all remains relevant. It has a battle pass, but the battle pass...
Oh, that's a disgusting one. That's the Californian white woman model.
Pass is completely free. It has microtransactions for cosmetics, materials, weapons, hell, even the Warframes themselves. You can buy anything you wanted in the game, but all of it, if not most of it, is completely earnable in the game just by playing it, or if you want to, you can get it through their player-driven economy.
Oh, he knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing with this part of the edit. He did this on purpose. God damn it, he knew what he was fucking doing. There's only one thing I have to say to the Warframe devs. Thicker. Make them thicker. God damn it, make them thicker.
Which you also get through just by playing the game. The point is that Warframe is almost entirely stripped of FOMO. The carrot isn't on a stick. It's handed to you, and then you choose when you want to eat it or when you want another one. I cannot tell you guys how inviting and comfortable of a feeling that is. It's almost familiar in a way, like single or multiplayer games from like a decade ago, where you still get to share the experience with everybody else, but you get to take it at your own pace. And more importantly, in this case, well, the developers get to take it at their own pace too. Digital Extremes has a very strict, whenever it's ready approach to their updates. There's no hard roadmaps, no...
Yeah, because they don't have to worry about that, because they know that people are going to play their fucking games because their games are good.
Hard dates that they set, it's just...
When your game is exceptional, you don't have to worry about that. If you build your game in a sustainable way, there's actually the problem. All these live service games don't build for sustainability. They build for growth, right? There's a very famous guy who was a fucking brilliant investor within the market. And he said something exceptional. He said, I don't invest in companies that grow infinitely. Because you know what grows infinitely? Cancer. I look for companies to invest in that are sustainable, that have been there forever, that are not looking for growth, they're looking for consistency. Warframe is a game that's built on consistency, whereas all these other live service games are built on the fucking idea of let's just grow and blow the fuck up, but they don't have a plan to last longer than that. All they're thinking about is bigger number next week. That's what fucks them up.
Kind of flying by the seat of their pants. They usually have an idea of when they want to get something out, but they don't rush themselves to hit a specific deadline because they recognize that that's
Wait, Warframe runs like a dream on Switch, and that's insane. Yeah, because they optimize the shit out of it. If you have a good product, people will come, people do drugs, and that is just hearing someone else having a good time. Yes, absolutely. Hold on. Warframe is basically just a better version of Destiny. Effectively, yes, and that's why they stole some of the Destiny community.
Fair to both themselves and the players. And while Warframe has had plenty of issues with updates in the past, and not every single update is going to be a hit, their consistency with aiming for quality over speed and quantity has conditioned their audience to be more patient, more casual, and more
All I'm seeing is ass. All I'm seeing is ass in this fucking clip. I swear to God, I'm so thankful that I don't have that thing, that eye tracker thing that checks where your eyes are looking, because it would just be a circle around the ass the whole time.
When new content finally does drop, giving these guys something to actually look forward to. I've been playing a lot of Destiny recently after its final update, and now that there isn't a clear future for the game, or even if the future is that it's actually just over, it has honestly been the most fun that I've had with Destiny in a long time. There is so much content to play, and I'm in no rush to complete it. I'm not holding my friends back by not being able to be online every single day, and we're just kind of just having fun with it. And I think a lot of people feel the exact same way. It's why the game, without any new content being added, is averaging the highest player numbers it's seen in almost 2 years. And
yeah, because there's no pressure now, and it's going away soon, so people want to play it before it's gone forever. That's why. Operators of Warframes appear to be around 14 to 16 years old. I fucking hope not. Though some players interpret them as being old as 17 and 18. I wonder why. Arc Raiders killed their game, taking too long to update. But that's my point, Iconic, right? Is there was no way that they could update fast enough to keep up with the pace of the players they were trying to keep around. It doesn't matter how many updates that they put into the game. People would chew through it in a week and expect more content after 1 week. When they did update it, it was the biggest of nothing burgers. Yeah, so that's the problem, is they didn't have the updates ready. Then they had to push updates at rate, at like speed. They were never going to be able to chase what they'd built. They'd never be able to develop far enough. Players chew through this shit, and then they're like, okay, what's next? Because they've been trained to think that way.
It makes me think that Destiny should have been a lot more like Warframe, not in a literal sense, but in a sense that the objective should have never been speed, profit, and a strict schedule. It should have been quality, efficiency, and just trying to do something cool. I had a talk with Azdacross, one of the biggest content creators for Destiny, and he was talking about how there were all these things that players had asked for, and how Monument of Triumph showed that the company was listening to them, and how hard it was to get certain things greenlit. He was talking about some horror stories from some of the developers, and I came to this realization in that discussion that these teams that are built to optimize for speed and monetization cannot fix the things that players actually need fixed, and they can't add the things that players actually want. Not because the developers don't care, but because the business itself is just not built for it anymore. I mean, something as simple as setting up a test dummy still takes developers, designers, artists, engineers, and sound designers, and also, more importantly, time, and that's all going to cost.
Yeah, but none of that matters because those are not the people in control. The developers are not the ones in control of the decisions. It's sales and marketing and a bunch of fucking retarded CEOs who never play video games who are in control of that and are just trying to push updates as quickly as possible, so you don't get quality, you get quantity, and even the quantity you get isn't even that much because there's only a certain pace you can go with video game development, and no one fucking understands that anymore because the retards in control are not the people who play or develop video games anymore. And because of that, you end up with all these stupid fucking updates that never match the quality of what they should. Basically, Drifter treats the operator like a younger sibling despite them being technically the same person. What the fuck does that mean? Look, I haven't played Warframe in fucking years. That game still scares me.
These guys money. So management is going to ask these guys, well, what kind of return are we going to get on this when we should have these people working on monetizable content instead? And while these companies do understand that goodwill has value, they can't put that on a spreadsheet. So oftentimes they just throw it on the back burner or they just forget about it entirely. And the faster and more aggressive that these games get, well, the faster they fall apart because they no longer have the time to be able to support them properly, maintain their balance, and build things that people actually want to be able to make those players stay, which kind of brings us up to another issue. One of the reasons why these live service games won't slow down even though they need to is because, well, slowing down is antithetical to their own goals.
I think it's more than the pressure of it being antithetical to their goals. I think it's because the people in charge are pressuring them to get shit out as quickly as possible, not at the quality that it needs to come out.
They want player numbers to be as high and as static as possible. So they want to reach every single player they possibly can while also keeping them on that track forever. And they try to accomplish this. They try to accomplish both. And because they do that, well, it will never work. One of the biggest strengths of games like Warframe or Path of Exile is that they obviously want their games to be popular and they want to make revenue. They need revenue, but they're comfortable with just focusing on the audience that they already have. They don't overextend. And more importantly, well, they
built for sustainability, not growth.
Are okay with their players leaving and taking a break. Warframe bucks nearly every single modern trend out there. It is such a weird game, but they just fixate on their core audience and what their core audience wants. And while that naturally separates them from wider audiences, the people that do like the game absolutely love it. And that's where a lot of these recent live service games have been going wrong. The same problem that we've talked about with single player
God damn, that ass is so... God damn.
Games as well is that a lot of these guys go an ocean wide and an inch deep. They're afraid to just fully lean into one audience because, well, they don't want to lose another audience that they could have had, and maybe they want to get that audience later. Arc Raiders, I think, is probably like the best example of this. They ended up trapped between two audiences. On one side, they had the PvE crowd that honestly just wanted to cooperatively play with other players and be nice with everybody, and on the other hand, they had a hardcore PvP audience that just wanted to shoot on sight. And while they made matchmaking changes to try to appease both sides, ultimately, the game itself could never actually support both of those people or both of those kind of players long term, because at a certain point, you kind of have to decide what this game is. When you build an update around trying to hold on to everyone and reach every single audience you possibly can instead of just leaning into the people who actually love what you made, you end up giving your game an identity crisis. And honestly, you make it impossible to support. I think Path of Exile probably had...
Yeah, because you're listening to too many people as opposed to listening to the people who actually play your game, who are going to find other people who are going to love playing that game and then bring them in. The formula for this that Blizzard stumbled across a long time ago was vanilla World of Warcraft. They forgot that formula, and then other games didn't even listen to that formula, and that's how we end up in the situation that we're in now. Why is no one talking about my Queen Casey Tron's DUI ban? Casey Tron got banned? I suppose no one's talking about it because she's an old, ugly hag now and no one wants to jack off to her anymore. That's potentially why.
Has the best approach here. When I interviewed Jonathan Rogers, the head of Grinding Gear Games, he had said that every single time they do an update, it nearly gives the guy a heart attack. But he recognizes, and the whole team recognizes, that players need to take a break. These guys are completely fine with their game tanking for a couple of months. They're not scrambling to keep every single person in the game forever. They have a schedule. They're trying to push their updates when they can, but they're not going to lose their minds over every player who leaves for a few months. And because of that, they just focus on making better updates instead of faster ones. They're aiming not to keep every single player, but instead to aim to make an update that brings more people back to the game every single time. And I think that's the right way to do things. This entire version of live service that the industry built around all these massive games that were holding on to these massive player counts forever just isn't sustainable. It's not sustainable for the players, and it's definitely not sustainable for the developers. And the wider the audience they try to reach, the more players they try to hold on to, the less these games actually end up being made for the people that are actually playing them, because, well, you just can't keep that many people forever without eventually breaking the game. So I don't think that live service is completely dead. I just think the version of live service that this industry has been chasing is actually dead, because, well, the successful live service is still very much alive. We can see.
Good. I hope the version that they keep on chasing after, the cancerous tumor that keeps on growing infinitely, I do hope that dies. I don't think it will, though. I still don't think it will. I think that there are too many pieces of shit making decisions about games they don't play because they don't play any video games whatsoever to ever change the way the industry works. And until those people are gone, it's going to keep happening. I think that this is just... they're taking a break from it, and then there's going to be a wave of more bullshit coming for us.
See it here today. We can see it out in a ton of different games. The problem is that that kind of live service takes a lot more effort, a lot more time, and a lot more care than a lot of these companies wanted to give. You know, to be honest, I didn't actually take any notice of this until more recently, when I had seen that, like, live service games, or more importantly, like first-person shooters, have just completely fallen out of like YouTube algorithms and like Twitch and stuff like that. Well, these guys still have like a few people that are still watching them, and I think there's still some guys that are like, you know, Summit and Shroud and Peanut.
Has it? Has it fallen out of popularity with YouTube? That would be weird. I wonder why.
And a few other people that are still getting, you know, big numbers and stuff like that and doing really well. Largely, that space has kind of just dissipated over the years, and it's just not as attractive as it used to be. And I kind of got thinking about it. It's like, man, like, is live service just completely falling off at this point? You know, I think what all this means is that these developers just need to surrender to the idea that you're just not going to hold on to all these players forever. They're just way too many games, man. Way too many games. There's so much for us to be able to do that eventually your player counts are going to fall. And when you struggle...
It's natural for it to fall. It's supposed to happen. Track any video game chart ever, and you will see a peak and a drop off, and you never hit that first peak again.
And you flail to try to hold on to everybody, the only thing you're going to do is hurt your game. That's all that's going to happen, because the content itself is just going to end up lacking quality and a legit direction to go in. I think that's what we're seeing with a lot of these games, a lack of identity in a lot of cases. And the other thing is, and this is probably the biggest one to be honest with you, stop aiming for the masses. Stop aiming for these massive audiences. Find a niche and then just solo into it as hard as you possibly can. Look at games like Counter-Strike or Warframe or Path of Exile. These games didn't get huge or didn't get bigger by widening themselves and chasing every single trend under the sun. They're not using extraction shooters. They're not using any of that kind of stuff. They just got better at beating themselves. And because of that, well...
Yeah, they focused on a niche and they built from there. He's right about
the audiences that they already had loved the game and just rave about the game, and eventually they start attracting other people in. That's what happened with me in Path of Exile. I just could not stop hearing about people telling me how much better it was than Diablo, and eventually I gave the game a shot, and sure enough, it's a lot better than Diablo.
But the unicorn called the modern audience. Oh, you mean the bunch of fat, retarded Karens who sit on Twitter posting about how there's not enough representation in video games, but they never actually play the video games? You mean that modern audience?
But... you know, I'd actually go to say that I think that the wild successes that we've seen with some of these live service games specifically over the past couple of years might actually be to their detriment. It actually might be the worst thing that happens to these guys, because if you start out small and build slow, continuing to build an audience update after update, well, like, you actually have room to grow in that case, right? That's what you've seen with some of these games. I think even like No Man's Sky is a really good example of that. Well, that obviously has like a big comeback story. At the exact same time, they started off small, had a really dedicated core community, and then the game just continued to get bigger and bigger with each update, and how happy the fan base was, and et cetera. It just kind of spread like wildfire in that case. And I think you see that with a lot of these other...
Yeah, because their philosophy was shut up and build. It wasn't... No Man's Sky wasn't doing this thing where they're like, how do we attract the biggest audience? How do we get the most amount of people? It was shut the fuck up, build the good shit, and people will show up.
Other games, but if you start at the top, well, what's your next destination? It's definitely not going to be the top. You're going down, and then what ends up happening is you start seeing the dead game paradox kick in, where all of a sudden everybody else just starts leaving because they see other people that are leaving. So they don't want to waste their time. They don't want to invest their time in a game they think is probably going to die, so they just pack up their bags and move on to the next one. I think the picture of what live service or what live service success looks like has completely changed over the years. Or maybe it hasn't. Maybe it's always been the same, but these guys just try to build a completely different one. But this idea that they're going to make this game that's going to like instantly blow up and just churn out millions of dollars every single week, it's just not going to happen anymore.
It sounds like he's talking about Ashes of Creation when he says that. After seeing all the private DMs from Stephen Sheriff, it sounds exactly like he's talking about Ashes of Creation. We're going to crank out the best MMO ever. And it's going to get millions of dollars. I just need another $1 billion invested into my video game. So I can buy magic cards. It's important. It's fundamental to the success of this game that I buy magic cards. I don't think it's first-person shooters that fell off. It's that they're forcing all the first-person shooters to be royals and extraction shooters, which in itself was a niche. You may be hitting on something there that's really important, Roadblock. I think you know what? I think you're actually right. I think it's a niche within first-person shooters that has dominated the mainstream kind of audience thing, and the idea of things being an extraction shooter and a royale have been the exact same for so long that they are indistinguishable from first-person shooters now. And because that happened, everyone wanted to develop one of those types of games, and all other FPS games kind of fell by the wayside because they weren't that. I think you're right, actually. I think FPS is going to be fine. I just think that specific niche is probably going to die off as people get tired of it. And FPS will find another niche to invade into, and the same thing that's happened with royales and that's happened with extraction shooters is going to happen again in that new niche within FPS games. Because I don't think there's ever going to be an FPS game that's going to meet the same level of dominance that we saw in Fortnite when it comes to this specific niche. I think you're right about that. I would tell people in my circle who play Destiny to go into Warframe. Never expect Warframe game to play like D2 in terms of gameplay and content. Yeah, because it plays better. That's why. It's not even trying to appeal to a mass audience. They wanted the tiny modern audience. Marathon just died to complete the prophecy. I think Marathon will die. I think that a lot of games industries think that the modern audience, whatever that fucking nebulous term means, is all gamers are the modern audience, when the reality is people just want a good fucking game to play. That's all they want. And they're gonna move on. They might come back if you keep building, but they're gonna move on. That's normal.
And the version that is successful is slow and steady. I think that's the way to win the race in this case, but that's not what these guys want because it's not nearly as attractive. You're definitely not going to be able to sell it to shareholders. And honestly, it's probably going to scare a lot of these guys off, which it's actually probably for the best. Anyway, tell me what you guys think. What do you guys think? What state is your favorite live service game in? Is it doing good? Is it doing bad? Are you a part of one of these games that I mentioned today that are slowly but surely on the rise? I'm happy to be a part of many of their communities. I think they're absolutely fantastic. But anyway.
Yeah, I fucking hope they die. I hope these games, these live service games, go the way of the fucking dinosaur. They deserve it for the way they build it. It's not even the same universe as something like Path of Exile or anything like that. I think they deserve to die, and I think it's going to keep on happening. I don't think that this is it. I don't think it's going to change. I think we need another 5 years of failures before anything changes. I don't see anything different happening anytime soon. Appealing to the modern audience over the core audience is always a big mistake corporations make. Yes, it is. And it's because the people making those decisions aren't the people playing video games. They've never been the people playing video games. They've always been the people making it a financial decision, not a gameplay decision that keeps people around. In like a paradoxical way, people who make games for people who play video games succeed, and people who chase profit fail and don't make enough money to keep their bullshit alive. I hate the trends of games releasing incomplete, then getting a roadmap that never gets followed. Yeah, that's just par for the course. That's the same bullshit you're going to keep on seeing nonstop. It's just going to keep happening. They deserve to die. They deserve to collapse. They deserve to crash. It's exactly the kind of shit that needs to happen. Now, let's take a look at the GTA trailer. Since you suggested it, let's take a look at it. Let's see how bad this is going to be. Before I watch this, I want to make this clear. I think that GTA is in trouble. I think that they've spent so long building and developing this game. Are you excited to see the Odyssey? I'm so excited. I'm so happy to see the Odyssey, Ella Razzle. I'm going to take my wife and I'm going to have the most entertaining day of my goddamn life watching that movie. Do you want to know why? Because the entertainment is not going to be me watching the movie. It's going to be watching my wife lose her shit over them destroy a Greek heritage story the way that they are. I'm going to be having the best time of my life. Because they're going to fuck that shit up so bad. And you know what? I haven't even seen the trailer of that. I wanted to watch that today. I want to see the trailer of this bullshit. Because I'm going to have such a good time watching my wife flip the fuck out over what they did to her Greek heritage. I'm so looking forward to it. You have to watch the GTA 5 trailer for Trevor. You know what? Actually, let's start with the GTA 5 trailer. I think let's get some context first so we can be truly disgusted in what's going on, right? Let's just watch this first. I think that this is going to go bad, right? I'm just saying, this is going to go bad. They're not going to have all of the fun, cool, interesting, politically incorrect, wacky shit that you're going to see in older GTA games. I think that they're going to sanitize the shit out of GTA 6, and I think it's going to be dog shit by comparison. I hope it's not. But let's get some context first.
Why did I move here? I guess it was the weather. Or I don't know, that thing, that magic. You see it in the movies. I wanted to retire from what I was doing, you know? From that line of work.
Okay, so standard affair so far, right? Nothing really that interesting. It's kind of like the beginning of something. Not that bad. Honestly, Still not as good as San Andreas, but I can accept it.
Be a good guy for once. A family man. So, I bought a big house. Came here, put my feet up, and thought I'd be a dad like all the other dads. My kids would be like the kids on TV. We'd play ball and sit in the sun, but, well, you know how it is.
Okay, so based on this trailer so far, right, looking at this and looking at older versions of GTA that I played, the personality is still there, right? It's not as prominent as it was previous to this, but it's still kind of there. What the fuck are you sending me, Jimmy? The hell is this? Fuck you. God damn it. I shouldn't have opened that. You motherfucker. I should have known you were going to do that. Is this not the GTA 5 trailer? Yes, this is the GTA 5 trailer. That's why I'm saying I can still see the elements of personality here. The hookers by the car, breaking into a fucking bank to steal shit. Some of the wacky shit behind that. Yeah. Okay, now to me that is an acceptable trailer, right? The hype around GTA 5 was fucking insane. People were looking forward to it. The expectations for GTA 5 were not nearly as high as the expectations are for GTA 6. Let's see what GTA 6 has. Okay, so opening is about the same.
Lucia, do you know why you're here?
Okay, let's not comment on that just yet. Maybe they're going in the right direction, but we've already got a thick-lipped Latina. Okay,
Bad luck,
okay.
I guess.
There was a girl I knew. She said she cared about me. She tried to make my world the way she thought it should be.
Have you noticed how you don't see any of the wacky shit happening? Maybe it's still to come, but I don't really see the wacky shit happening that you would usually see in a GTA game. This is, okay, so far, what this makes me think is that this is going to be safe edgy, if that makes sense, right? This is going to be that game that's like, it's trying to be edgy, but it's going to be like advertiser-friendly edgy, where it's still perfectly acceptable, but people are like, whoa, that was really on the edge, but it really wasn't. It really fucking wasn't. Okay, tits, that's fine.
To have each other to hold and love.
See, all of this looks like standard affair. It's safe, edgy. This is probably the wackiest scene we've seen so far, is a gator going into a fucking store. This feels like a TikTok reel or an Instagram reel of it's someone who's like living their life and they've taken like a smash cut of all the things they did on holiday.
Well, look who's back.
There we go.
The only way we're gonna get through this is by sticking together, being a team. Trust?
Trust.
it's missing the wacky elements that you would expect in GTA. All of that felt safe edgy. It felt like that kind of, oh, look how wacky and cool we are. But how do I put this? The closest comparison I can think of is if you're as old as me, if you were there when you saw Jesus's mom leave her purse behind on Noah's Ark, right? If you were there to witness that first-person style like me, if you were there when the dinosaurs were alive, you would know what an emo is. And do you know how those like emo people used to do that like wacky, safe, edgy, rar XD? Oh, I'm so wacky, haha. But they really had no substance behind them. That's what this feels like by comparison. Right? There's not going to be a Ballad of Gay Tony. There's not going to be anything like what you saw in GTA San Andreas with a bunch of crazy shit that happened. This is going to be 1,000% safe edgy. 1,000%. That's what it looks like to me. It doesn't, and the worst part is, right? It doesn't matter how good GTA 6 is, it's not going to live up to the hype. You mean the reason everyone hated them? Yes, that's what I'm talking about when I'm talking about those emos, where they had no substance. They weren't really, look at me, I'm so wacky and cool because I stood on a fucking bench in the public park. Like, yeah, okay. Okay. Oh, lol, so random. Jesus Christ, I fucking hated that shit so much. Oh, Christ, that actually drove me nuts. That shit, they didn't have substance to them. That's what this feels like. There's no substance behind it. But maybe I'm wrong. This is just a trailer. But I don't think GTA 6 is ever going to live up to the hype, no matter how good the game is. People have been begging for this for an eternity, and it's just been too long. I just remember what happened to Saints Row, and I fear that the same thing is going to happen to GTA 6 with Latinos instead of quirk boys. Yes, it's going to happen. That's the thing. The game is going to be good, but it's not going to be 100% of the hype people expect. Yeah, it's never going to live up to the hype. There will be a bunch of people probably making videos about how GTA isn't what they expected it to be. And the worst part is it could be an actual fucking really solid game, but it's just not going to live up to that hype because people have been desperate for GTA 6 forever. I mean, there's even that meme, we got X before we got GTA 6. That's how long people have been waiting for this game. And it's just never going to live up to the expectation of what people see in their head. So far, the most memorable thing is a fat woman twerking on top of a car, something I really don't want to remember. Yeah, same. But again, that's safe edgy, right? That's like that safe edgy element. It's not really pushing anything that is that unique and fucking wild. For example, right? Just for example, the best GTA game to ever exist. The best one. Look at that, immediately into the wacky shit. And yes, I know what you're gonna say. I'm aware.
Are these the graphics?
Yeah, I'm aware.
So you back on the block, huh? Yeah, it's good to see you back.
Do you see what I mean? Do you see what I mean? Smash cut of a bunch of crazy shit. Literally CJ with an afro and sunglasses, shirtless, walking away from a fucking explosion. There was personality here.
Welcome to the jungle. We got fun and games.
Oh God, what a good trailer.
Grand Theft Auto San Andreas.
I'm sorry, that's just a better trailer. That just feels way more like GTA than what I saw from the GTA 6 one. Actual good music, yeah, it's probably going to get me copyrighted. I'm going to have to mute that in the fucking VOD. But god damn was that shit banging. Fuck me. And, for as low poly as it was a fucking incredible game. It was amazing. X before GTA 6 will turn into we got X before the Elder Scrolls 6. No, it won't. There are not that many people that are going to be hyped for the Elder Scrolls 6 as there are people who are hyped for GTA 6. GTA 6 just has a far wider market appeal. Yeah, everyone did play Skyrim. I know that. Everyone's done it, but guess what? It's just not the same vibe. It's just not the same vibe. The worst part is the US old fucks knowing it will disappoint and having to watch the Zoomers who still have hopes for the continuation of a series with more than 5 parts. Yeah, well, you know what? The Zoomers are going to get punished for this. They're going to learn that optimism was a bad idea. Testosterone bad, no guns, no fighting, no machismo, not allowed in today's body type A, body type B timeline. Yes, did you also notice in that San Andreas trailer, right? They, like, the black characters looked black. They had black style. They leaned deep into it. They didn't try and avoid it. They're like, they were gangsters. Like, CJ was getting out of prison, right? CJ was doing a bunch of wacky shit. They showed a Mexican guy. The cholo was in there. He looked like a fucking cholo. He had the fucking band on his head, the white vest. You knew exactly what he was. He was visually identical to what a character would be. They leaned into those stereotypes. They leaned into that wacky shit. They had fun with it, as opposed to, no, we've got to be culturally sensitive all this time. You know, like, has anyone watched those Skyrim videos where someone did Skyrim but made for Zoomies? If you've watched those videos, you know exactly what to expect for GTA 6 by comparison. That's what we're going to expect for them. That's exactly what I'm going to expect out of them. Now, there was a link you sent here. Imagine if this was an actual game. What did you say?
Sky-high rate of violence and more people...
Oh, it was a game.
...living below the poverty line than anywhere else.
That is a video game. It's called Real Life. It's living in Russia.
Can't deny it. It's all true. But everybody still wants to live here. This city's always got a promise for you. Might be a lie, an illusion.
How is it that this trailer feels more GTA than the GTA 6 trailer?
It's there.
What the fuck?
Just around the corner. It keeps you going.
This actually feels more like a GTA trailer than the fucking GTA trailer.
It's a city of dreams, and I'm a big dreamer.
This is actually what I'd want out of a GTA game, is that exact game, GTA Gopnik. That's the perfect way to put it. Yes, GTA Gopnik. I would play this. I would play this game. That felt more like a GTA trailer. Holy shit, I would love to play that game. A GTA in fucking some shitty part of Russia where all that shit's going down. That would be fucking amazing. I say go full woke at this point. Let me play a trans shooter or be in a BLM riot. No, but you see, those are stereotypes. And negative stereotypes are to be avoided, Alarazzle. All the shooters have to be white and male. All the trans people are just victims. They can do nothing wrong ever. That's the fucking problem with it. You know, we need to get back to our hookers. And the hookers are like anorexic bitches that are actually dudes with dicks. That's what GTA the Balkans would go so fucking hard. That would be so much better than the shit that we're getting. But there's no way. I'm sorry. There's no way that GTA 6 is going to live up to the hype, no matter how good it is. There's just too much fucking hype. It's just never going to reach that level. Now, let's, I can't believe I'm saying this. Let's listen to a woman. Oh, I know. I don't understand how she can be speaking and not in the kitchen. How dare she? But maybe she's got a point because I like the title of this video. You see, the title of this video is The Disneyfication of Warcraft. The thing we've all been thinking about for the longest time. And I've been thinking about this. Who is modern World of Warcraft made for? She has 2 giant points. Well, I wouldn't say they're giant. I don't even know if they're points at this point. The thing I've been thinking about World of Warcraft for, because I played it for so long in my life, is who is the modern game actually made for? Who's the audience? Where's the fucking audience for it? The only people I think who still play World of Warcraft are people who've been playing it for an eternity and they're stuck in sunk cost fallacy. But I don't see a reason why people still play modern World of Warcraft. Her O-face on that pause. You know how you get a woman to make this face, Banks? You lean in and you whisper in her ear, I did the dishes. That's how you get that face out of him. Whoop. Okay. Let's see what she's got to say.
World of Warcraft is one of the most tragic victims of the modern gaming industry that brutally mishandles legendary IPs and turns them into shadows of their former selves. It's a textbook example of you either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain. In its foundations, Warcraft established a certain look.
Oh God, don't remind me of the Warcraft 3 trailer. Oh my God, the Warcraft 3 trailer just fucking reeks of beautiful fantasy. Oh fuck, this trailer it went so goddamn hard when you opened the game for the first time.
Look or aesthetic for itself that made it really stand out in a sea of other titles in the fantasy genre. Most notably, despite their clear influences from other games, the races of Warcraft had their own flair about them that you could only find in Warcraft or WoW. However, over the years, we have seen a devastating shift in tone, writing, and art direction.
Writing? What writing? They didn't write this shit down. They just fucking spat it into a microphone and then shit it into the game. What writing? I don't think they have a writing team anymore. I think the HR team and the writing team are the same thing in this fucking game. I can't see them getting much better turnover from the other games that pull from the IP like Hearthstone and Diablo. I can't see pulling in too many, and even those are massively different audiences. I think they could. I genuinely think they could. Imagine how fucking hard an FPS game would go in the StarCraft universe if you just played random Marine on a planet shooting fucking Zerg. You could build out different classes. You could have fucking ghosts. Do you know how much I would love an FPS game of StarCraft? That could go so goddamn hard. Do you know how good a Diablo third-person MMORPG that's built like Diablo 2 could go? Space Marine 2. Space Marine 2 was too short. Space Marine 2 was great, but it was way too fucking short. If they did that, they could probably do a better system than Space Marine 2, because my one irritation with Space Marine 2 is that it does the AAA thing of white attacks are attacks that you can counter and red attacks are things you have to dodge. Do you know how fucking hard they could go just relying on their current IPs? But they don't have the creativity, the development skill, the writing, the capability, the talent. They've lost all of that. And they are sitting on a fucking gold mine that they just can't even access because they're so fucking stupid that they've forgotten they're not supposed to be pushing retarded writing messages on us of fucking diversity and disability and shit. They're supposed to make video games that are fucking awesome. They have that. They have the foundation. They refuse to build the house. And it'll drive me up the fucking wall for the rest of my life that they're never going to do that. Does anyone actually believe this is appealing to anyone but blue-haired Karens? I don't even think that the blue-haired Karens are playing the fucking game. I think they're writing for a game that they don't actually play.
That have turned...
Also, this is Lupita Nyong'o from The Odyssey. That's who this is if you're lost.
WoW from this vast, gritty fantasy that did have a bit of whimsy here and there to a full-on Disney-fied version.
Oh, you can even see it in the faces
of its former self. Today, I want to talk a bit about how WoW lost its uniquely Warcraft identity, focusing mainly on art and aesthetics, and just have a bit of an honest discussion on what exactly went wrong and why it matters in the context.
Don't worry, medicine will fix it. I'm going to tell you why medicine's not going to fix it, right? Medicine is like an old rock star that gets wheeled out onto stage because he used to be legendary in the past, but he's currently so old and fucked up. He's kind of, you know what happened to Stan Lee as he got older, where like all the younger people in his family started like manipulating him and grinding his fucking soul down, and all the creativity he used to have making different comic books and different superheroes just went the way of the fucking dinosaur, right? What happened to Stan Lee is what's happening to Chris Metzen right now. They're wheeling him out because he's a super popular name and they can't create anything new or interesting. He's done. And they're just going to grind his fucking legacy into the dust and use him as a shield. The same thing that happened to Stan Lee. That's what's going to happen here.
Of a changing, out-of-touch industry that has plunged many legendary franchises into an identity and aesthetic crisis. Before we get started, hi, my name is Angelica, and this is a video that I have been building up to for a while. It isn't a new discussion, but it's really important to me as somebody who grew up with Warcraft, and I am probably the way that I am because of it. Now, previously on this channel, we have had several in-depth discussion on the races of Warcraft and certain aesthetic and tone shifts.
Has anyone noticed that every single video that YouTube content creators put out about Warcraft is not the positivity of it? Like, not any of the good elements. Everyone just shits on it constantly across YouTube because they're so fucking tired of what Blizzard's done with this IP. I can't remember the last time I saw a positive video about World of Warcraft. Whoop. I've got an alarm going off. I'm going to be right back. I'm having a bit of an Africa moment. Give me a second. I'll be right back. Look at that. 2 magical things have happened. 2 wonderful magical things have happened. One of the traps I set up on my house has been triggered. Turns out a homeless guy tried to steal one of my bins and got covered in flypaper. So fuck that guy. Security's dealing with him downstairs right now. And my wife baked cookies. Nothing better than homemade cookies. This is why I'm so fucking fat. Goddamn French woman keeps on baking shit that's gonna fuck me up forever. Our greatest mistake was calling it Warcraft. Yeah, no, what bitch-made behavior? Jesus Christ. What little fucking cucks. Holy shit. They really fucked it up. They really fucked it up. That's just a theory, a race theory. Okay, I don't know what that's reference to. Opposite of Guild Wars 2, where it's all toxic positivity, so you gotta give WoW points for that. I do have to give WoW points for the fact that their moderation team doesn't actively go after people who do shit off-platform. Their moderation team couldn't give a shit about anything that's not happening in the game, and I gotta respect that at least. Are you gonna share those cookies? Fuck no, they're mine. God damn, they're perfect. Holy shit. Get yourself a wife and make her bake cookies for you. God damn. That's just fucking beautiful. I have to fuck your brains out later for that one.
That have fundamentally changed how they were, even from Warcraft 3 to Vanilla WoW, or even some things that have straight up ruined.
I think from Warcraft 3 to Vanilla WoW was an advancement on the formula. I think the fact that they took Warcraft 3, a strategy game, turned it into World of Warcraft, made it third person, and all the little specific details around what class you were playing made it so fucking unique and interesting.
Everything that was unique about a particular race. It hits hardest with the Night Elves, as we have seen, where they went from these savage men and women who fought with a brutality that even the orcs couldn't believe to, please don't hurt my twee. You can check this video out.
Yeah, that was kind of bitch made by them.
If you want to hear about it in more detail, but for me, this has sparked a wider discussion on where exactly WoW lost this brutal Warcraft essence. And
look at that art. Look how fucking hard that art goes. Never again will you see this level of brutality in art in 2026 from Blizzard. They're too much of a gigantic pussy to ever make anything this hardcore.
How did we get to these Disney vibes? Honestly,
all WoW did was take EverQuest and set it in Azeroth with less grinding. Yes, and it was a great development on the formula. It was fucking exceptional. They'd built up the goodwill, the platform, the popularity using Warcraft 3. And then Warcraft blew the fuck up. They had everything in place. The lore, the story, the different factions, the different classes. They had all of that shit marked down to a fucking T. And that's why it worked so well.
Don't really have to do any in-depth analysis to see that there is a massive difference between even these images here.
Yes. One of these is low poly. And the other one looks like a bitch.
As if they come from totally different universes.
You know what? I didn't notice this before. I didn't actually notice this before. Just look at this. What did Blizzard mean by this? Why did they give him a wide, flat nose? Why did they give them more human racial features? Why did they make them look more human? What were they thinking with that? Interesting.
Everyone looks so bubbly.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy fuck. Oh, I didn't realize it had gotten this bad. I've been out of WoW for a while. Holy shit, you would see this guy in line at Starbucks asking for a fucking vegan frappuccino shit. Oh god.
Kind. Even the rougher options for faces look so soft and clean. It's missing that bit of spice that we saw with older models. And this bubbly, well-rounded and smooth kind of...
Something's just so off about it. It's missing something. It's missing soul. It's almost like they updated the graphics and made things more generic. I don't even know how they did that. Why the fuck does he look like Amadeus Cho? Because he's supposed to be Amadeus Cho, that's why. You know, there's self-inserts. Yeah, they probably are. They definitely are. I imagine that there's probably some gay dude working in the fucking Blizzard office walking around with leaves in his beard or some kind of beard accessory who's like a vegan, and the last time he saw violence, it was when he went home and his husband fucking beat the shit out of him. Oh, God.
of look really goes for how the rest of the world looks as well. Some people suggest that this is just the natural way that it progressed with these newer models, but I would argue that it definitely could have taken a different way if they wanted it to. Just look at these unused human models and how much they resemble their Warcraft 3 selves.
Those would have been so much better.
There was already a shift in tone from the start of vanilla World of Warcraft, but
I'm proud of her. I'm proud of her. She's got a worthwhile opinion. She put the man himself, the legendary Garethos, in this picture. And if you can't spot him, you don't know your Warcraft lore well enough. Inhuman elves!
At that point, it wasn't anything too egregious, even though it would have been nice to see them explore this particular look for humans. A more intimidating, sharper look, and something that made them stand out from humans in other fantasy games. Warcraft 3 was a defining game for the overall look that made WoW so great. They established a very interesting balance between the masculine and the feminine that worked in harmony.
Yeah, the bitches were hot and the dudes were muscular as fuck. They were hardcore as shit. That's why it worked. But now, those kind of definitions of like masculinity and femininity are fucking illegal in the modern day. That's the problem. It's the art style in low poly. All the characters looked a little fucked up, and that was the charm. The correct way to go about it would have been to make them look fucked up on purpose in the high fidelity version. I agree with you. I think they should have been like, they should have leaned into the artistic stylization while they updated the graphics, but instead they genericized it. They made humans look generic as fuck. That outfit is doing a lot. It's even got a camel toe if you look close enough.
Harmony to amplify one another. By this, I mean it tapped into the side of fantasy that is effortlessly, universally appealing.
I don't remember Night Elf faces looking so busted. That's because when you were younger, you weren't looking at the faces. You were looking at something else.
Strong, believable characters, flawed, but each with their own personalities and their own motivations when it comes to the greater fight for the good of their own race or whatever cause they support. A very mature approach that gave a lot of room for growth and a future for Warcraft. It reminds me of how The Lord of the Rings, particularly the movies, are so appealing to literally everyone. They never needed to overcompensate in a way that a lot of modern games and fantasy general tends to do nowadays.
Yes. Yes, because you know why? Because Peter Jackson even said it himself. I'm not trying to make my Lord of the Rings. I'm trying to make the Lord of the Rings.
For example, did you know that in total, if you take all of the main female characters and put their screen time together, you don't even get a full hour? And despite this...
That's right, woman in the background, get the fuck out of here!
The Lord of the Rings has a massive female fan base.
It does, because the books and the lore and the story expanded out those characters for the short period of time that all of those characters were on the main screen. They developed as people. You saw them. You saw their human aspects. There was no point where Galadriel stood in front of everyone and said, "I have vagina, hear me roar." That's why. They were people. That's what made them so impactful. It's the idea of impact versus screen time. You can have something on screen for a second and it have a huge impact versus having something on screen for an hour but it does nothing useful.
Then we can look at the Rings of Power and how they massacred Galadriel's character
to
where she's no longer a strong, wise elf, but an...
No, she's just a stupid bitch in that whole fucking thing. God, the Rings of Power is excruciating. Oh, man. The Rings of Power was fucking painful to try and get through.
Insufferable girl boss who behaves like those main characters from the Disney shows. Everything feels over-exaggerated, overplayed, and unnatural. Warcraft had a place for everybody, not because they had to fit someone in to meet a quota, but because the world naturally formed in this way. In the RTS, for example, the Night Elves, despite being such a wild and brutal race, are actually a matriarchal society, and little things like even the in-game callouts are done with a female voice, as opposed to the other races that have male voice callouts. Modern WoW has a lot.
Yes, because most of your troops on the Night Elf side were female and no one had a fucking problem with it because it fit their style, it fit their culture, it fit the way that they did things, right? It was like a primarily female race because, let's be honest, Night Elves were fucking based. They were like savages of the forest and no one could deal with them and no one wanted to handle them because they were like incredibly aggressive and they would murder anyone who went into their forest regardless of what faction they were in. And then they bitched out and made them a bunch of fucking pussies in a tree when they started building the expansions for World of Warcraft.
A lot of flaws when it comes to writing, but particularly female characters feel so forced, unnatural, and like their motivation doesn't come from a genuine place, but instead it's all just sort of performative. Sylvanas went from the tragic survivor of the Lich King, the powerful Banshee Queen that unified the Forsaken, to a cartoony villain. The rest of the...
No, that's wrong. That's wrong. She's got that part wrong. Sylvanas didn't become a cartoony villain. Sylvanas became the Yas Slay Queen. She became the fucking straw man picture of what the fucking retarded writers wanted her to be inside of a fucking World of Warcraft instead of a fully developed character. The problem with Sylvanas was that by the time the Lich King died, her entire story arc was completed. She was a fully realized, fully formed, finalized character that needed to die when she threw herself off of the Ice Crown Citadel Tower, but instead they had to bitch out and do a bunch of retarded writing shit. She should have died from suicide falling off of the tower in ICC. She should have. And been replaced with something else, but they were too much of a pussy-ass bitch writing team by that point in time to do that. They'd already fucked up by that point. She went through an entire character arc. The finalization of her character arc was Arthas dying. But no, we can't get rid of our Yas Slay Queen. Fuck me, I'm so tired of modern writing. I'm crashing the fuck out. I'm so tired of that shit. The elves are fixed now. They burned down both trees and blew up the Sunwell twice, so now all the elves can ERP together in Silvermoon. The fact that everyone's doing the hug box, kumbaya shit. I'm sorry. Your entire home was burned to the fucking ground. They never got any finalization of that. You never got any rogue elements from the Night Elf faction going out and destroying shit. They were just like, oh, well, I guess the trees burned down. I suppose we're going to go smoke some weed and get fucked by an orc. God, they really ruined it. Also, there is only one good part of modern World of Warcraft. At least Alexstrasza is still hot. I expect to have no tits by the next expansion, though.
The writing across the world, coupled with the cadence with which female characters speak, is just... it's Disney.
Is that
Thoradin's Wall? Yes.
Then the stories and legends
Fuck, the vibe is completely off with this. I hated this cutscene so much.
I read as a child were true.
This is an infamous example. The way that it looks like a poorly made machinima from the early days, and to be fair, even those looked better.
Machinima has higher quality than this, let's be honest.
Dinath fought to save all of Azeroth. He sold us out so the Alliance and Horde could wage war in Kar-Zalgar. You'll never understand.
But it's that overplayed style of narration that is used to tell you about history that is somehow relevant to the plot. The shades that she's wearing are also kind of...
You know how I can tell she didn't even give a fuck about this cutscene? She didn't even bother to move the mouse cursor off the middle of the screen. That's how much she couldn't give a shit about what she was seeing right here. Captain Grimm and Platinum WoW have better animations in their videos. Yes, they do. By a long margin. That's the worst part. Some fucking guy running a YouTube channel does a better job than this shit. I'd never played Warcraft in my life, but between these videos, friends rewatching commercials for this game makes me want to try the OG games. Go back and play. See if you can find a version that's not been fucked up by Blizzard. Go back and play Warcraft 3, the original version. It is fucking incredible. After you're done playing that original version, you will look at everything that Warcraft is in the modern day and just be unreasonably angry at what they've done.
Kind of throwing me off. We get two supposedly strong female characters here, but their dialogue...
And you know what the thing is? You just pointed something out, Acer King, when you said, oh, look, it's our cripple, queer, half-black elf hero. Okay, so I've been a DM doing D&D games for a large majority of my life, right? I think I've been a DM longer than I've not been a DM when it comes to how long I've lived. This character right here, this bitch right here, hits every single one of the visual descriptor points that I would get from a PC or player character that would immediately make me want to get them the fuck out of my games, right? Disabled and one-armed. Eyes multicolored. Of two different races. Shitty fucking pouty face all the time. Modern haircut stylization. There to upset the balance of how all cultures and shit interact and behave. If I saw this kind of person wanting to be a PC in one of my D&D games, I would be like, I'm sorry, I'm not the right DM for you. You need to find another group. Because I know what the fuck is coming when I see these characters. It's always the same. They want to be the main character. They try and go off and do their own thing. Everyone else is supposed to kowtow to their fucking, what their desires are. They are supposed to be the edgy, cool, dark character, but who's also relatable, but who's also always the victim, who's never done anything wrong, but they're also strong and powerful. And despite the fact that they're disabled, they can do more than everyone else. Every fucking time I've run a D&D game and I've come across a player character like this, it's never ended well.
Is so poorly written, and it's delivered in such a strange way that I can't help but just cringe at it. There was talk about this sort of thing.
Wait, I heard of someone playing a dwarf, but it was just a human with dwarfism convinced he was an actual dwarf. That sounds fun. That sounds funny. I'm fine with wacky characters like that. I had a guy who was a warlock who played fucking Palpatine. I've had guys who, effectively, I had a guy who I used his backstory as the final boss, where they thought they were going to fight a lich or like a powerful wizard. And it was actually 3 goblins in a trench coat who just kept getting lucky with rolls. And so they thought he was like an ultra powerful wizard and shit. But it was literally 3 goblins in a trench coat with a skull on their head that made it look like they were a lich. Like, wacky shit in D&D is fun. Really, when you've got someone who's willing to do that wacky shit, it's fucking awesome. When you get someone who builds a character like this bitch, it's gonna be a miserable time for everyone at the table.
happening a lot, not just in WoW, but in other games in general, in an attempt to make games more appealing to women. This is the industry's idea of what is supposed to be appealing to women.
Which is fucking shameful. Think about this, right? What she's saying. This is apparently interesting to women. You know you've always known that person who's got that one mom who's like secretly racist but doesn't know how to like, who's trying to get along with people. Like you have a black friend, you get in the car and they immediately change the music on the dial to rap music because they're trying to make that person feel more comfortable or some shit like that. This is the same thing, but it's happening in video game format.
A corporate-brained group of people that never really had interest in video games to begin with came up with this. An out-of-touch entity.
I bet they had a focus group. I bet they had a focus group of fucking Karens who told them what they wanted. And none of them have played World of Warcraft. Do you recall the 4chan post of a person who played a bear but maxed out their charisma? I do remember that vaguely, yes. Maxed out their charisma so he could convince everyone he was human despite not being able to speak language. Yeah. He had like an assistant or like a butler or something who was doing all the translating and stuff, and he just had high charisma, so people kept believing him. That shit's fun. It's really fun when you have players who do stuff like that. It doesn't work so well when you're trying to make the ultra edgy character who's also the victim, but who's also got all the right political talking points, but their eyes are both multicolored and also they're disabled, and you have to do everything that they tell you to do because otherwise they're leaving the table and they're going to try and ruin it for everyone else. I've seen this. I've seen this multiple times. These people fucking suck to be around.
That has all of the power, but none of the creativity to bring Warcraft back to its former glory. Why is it that in order to appeal to female gamers, we need to infantilize the dialogue and the writing to Disney levels? Things like this are straight up insulting to everybody's intelligence. I wonder how it passed quality checks. Is there nobody there that listens back to this and says,
oh no, it did pass quality checks. Like I said, their quality check was a focus group of a bunch of multi-haired Karens sitting in a back room who don't even play the fucking game, telling them what they would prefer. And every time someone made a suggestion of something interesting about a character, they went, well, that decision is kind of offensive to me. And then they changed it. They didn't actually ask the players. They didn't go and get people who play the game. They didn't get people who love the lore and the story of the game. They got a bunch of retards in a back office with multicolored hair and a political opinion they wanted to push.
Hey, maybe this is a little bit silly. This is a little side note that goes beyond World of Warcraft and shows you just how much the industry does not take female characters or female gamers seriously. And
they really don't, actually. They see female, they actually see women as less. They genuinely see women as like weaker and more retarded and unable to like comprehend a complex topic. That's why they've got to reduce their female characters down to nothing. It's like movies again, Supergirl and Star Wars sucked, but the backrooms cleared both and hit top 10 with a budget of 10 million, and it cleared almost 400 million. Most of these fuckers from Hollywood movies, directors to AAA, all have all this fucking money and can do nothing but waste money and spend it on stupid shit. Yes, because they have no fundamental connection to the primary audience they're trying to serve. And it's the same thing all over again. And she's making a very good point, is that this is ultra reductive to women. I disagree. They see women as more, but they're thinking of an idealized notion of women that is divorced from IRL women. I don't think that, like, I think I disagree with you on that. I don't think they see women as more, right? I see it this way, right? A lot of people who tend to be these very socially woke, very deeply invested people, they see other races and other genders as less than them, right? They see, like, they'll see a black guy and they'll be like, oh, well, you know, he's disadvantaged, so he has to be dumber than me. So I have to speak up for him. oh, well, she's a woman, and historically women have been oppressed, so she's probably a dumb bitch, so she needs me to dumb things down. It's like the worst version of code switching, right? Where they see them as less, but they try to hold them up as more. Right? It's like, how do I put this for it to make sense? Okay. If you had a retarded guy in your school, do you know how, like, if you did the things that the retarded guy did, you would be in trouble? But when the retarded guy did the most basic shit that everyone else could do, he was, like, praised, and they'd clap hands for him and say, yeah, well done, Captain Retard. Yeah, like, they do that, right, where they coddle them. So they've done the same, but they're doing it to women as well, right? That's the way I see this. They're trying to, like, elevate them because they need elevation, because they're incapable of doing things for themselves, which is fucking, it's infuriating. These fuckers can't even hit bronze in racism. Meanwhile, Uncle Ruckus, you gotta rotate your races. Yeah, no, they don't know what they're doing. They're trying real hard, but they're trying to be, how do I say this? They think they're being progressive, but they're treating everyone else that they see as less than them with baby gloves because they see them as too stupid or irresponsible to be able to do things for themselves.
And how much they misunderstand us. A recent example is God of War Laufey, which is such an unfortunate thing for—
You know what's really fucked up? She just showed God of War Laufey, and I immediately expected the cube next to her to be a washing machine. I'm so used to seeing the fucking altered image of this that says God of War Laundry, and that's just a washing machine and not a cube.
For me, because a game along the lines of Heavenly Sword or a God of War game with a female protagonist does sound like it's something that would appeal to me, like I would be the target audience for that kind of game. But when I watched the showcase and heard little bits of her dialogue and what she was saying, I felt confused.
Okay, I think they're gone. Just be careful.
This game is gonna be so full of millennialisms non-stop. Holy shit.
Where are we anyway? Afterlife of the gods? I call it the everyone.
No.
So, what's the plan, boss?
Not your boss, Frank.
Why does she have to be so quirky and—
Because millennials love that shit, that's why. They infantilize women. Yes, that's the perfect word for it, is infantilization. I had a liberal woman assume I didn't have a father because I'm half black. She walked out of the room, embarrassed when I show everyone my Father's Day gift. Well, yeah, that's going to keep on happening to you because these people see you as less than them, right? If you do, like, you've got a gigantic opportunity, Alarazal, and you don't realize this. You can be an obnoxious piece of shit. You can be an insufferable asshole, and these people will defend you because they see you as less. You can weaponize this against them. A good example of this, right? Just to make this clear, was God, where was it? Was this right here, right? This fucking shit here. I know it's an Asmongold React, but this shit right here, is there a linked video to the original? Absolutely not. This right here.
Racial connotation, and we decide whether or not it's bullshit or black people.
I would
Black. I'm gonna go black people.
I would go for the.
I think black people have way
right. I don't care.
Entertaining as Yakub, like about how like Shakespeare. I think it's kind of
yeah. I don't care.
Earthers,
so
rather than like
what if you watch this, you can see that Shaq is starting to fuck with Bill Burr because he knows that Bill Burr is too much of a bitch to say anything or just say, you know what, that's fucking retarded, man. Bill Burr refuses to treat him as an equal and just say, dude, you're a fucking moron. And Shaq's doing it on purpose.
These people at the top are the ones we should be upset.
You don't think Earth is flat?
You can tell he's fucking with
I'm
him.
just asked a question.
Do you?
I'm just saying.
Oh my God, dude.
My question is, what is the advantage the people in power have that if it's actually flat, I'm thinking it's round? Like, what does that get them?
Do you see how he's fucking dodging, right? He won't just be like, dude, that's such a fucking retarded opinion. And it's even more obvious because Bill Burr is the guy who gets up on stage and keeps on saying that kind of shit.
He's trolling?
I don't know. I just
Like, I get the other things.
I just said I fly a lot.
Oh.
One time I took a 25-hour flight and the plane never did this. That's all I said.
You can tell he's fucking with him.
Plane never did this.
He's got to be trolling, bro. You have to be trolling. There's
Hold on.
no
If you're
way.
on a-
You think the plane's
hold on,
supposed to
hold on.
constantly be
There's
dipping
no
slowly?
way.
If you're on the map, if U.S. is here and another country is there, when I was going to that country, the plane never did that. That's all I said.
So this is what I'm saying, Alarazzle. You have an opportunity to fuck with people by acting retarded and making them defend you. You can use this to your advantage.
So I would, because then I'd be like, the earth is round. But it didn't do that, because I was looking at a map one time I was flying. I was here, and I flew to here. And I stayed up the whole time looking out the window, just to make sure. 25 hours.
When you fly, they're phasing these things out because they have newer technology. But when you fly like instrument,
Do you see how he's bitching out now?
they have these things on the ground called VORs, and that's how you if you're in the clouds or above them or wherever.
No way. He's trying to explain it to him.
How you get from point to point without messing up. And if you're too far away, if you're at a lower altitude, you can't get the signal because the Earth is.
He's talking to Shaq like Shaq doesn't understand this. This man has a fucking degree. Shaq is not an idiot. Shaq is not a moron. Shaq is bright enough that he knows he's fucking with him right now. And this guy's too much of a dumb bitch to just be like, Shaq, that's fucking retarded.
Round and it's
What is this nerd talking about? He's being he's being goy baited.
It's going like that, and you're coming around like this, and it's not until you get within a certain distance that you can hear. When you fly over to Europe,
I can get.
So that's what I mean, right? He's not a midwit, he's a bitch. He's bitching out, right? Bill Burr is bitching out because he's so scared of saying anything because Shaq is a different race than him. He's a pussy. Yes, bitchwit fits better. He's pussying out. Now that happened there is what's happening to women in the games industry. They're infantilizing the shit out of them. The same way Bill Burr just tried to infantilize the shit out of Shaq there. But Shaq's just fucking with him. Shaq knows he's fucking with him. And he knows that Bill Burr doesn't have the fucking balls to just be like, Shaq, that's fucking retarded. He knows that.
Why are we so afraid of or embarrassed by a true fantasy setting where people speak and act like they would in a serious, mature fantasy setting? Why is there a gelatinous cube named Frank? Where in Greek mythology did we have something like this? The creation of these cartoony girl bosses or quirk chunguses show that they don't
But at the same time, having that Titan in front of me, I wouldn't disagree with anything out of fear of getting stomped. I would disagree. And I'll tell you why. Because if Shaq stood next to me, I bet that my fucking face is about head height with his balls. And that means that his balls are in danger, okay? I have about a good shot before I can run for my life.
really understand what made other fantasy titles so popular with female gamers. Look at things like Skyrim or even Elden Ring as like a really small example. They are games that are just completely themselves. Every character fits naturally into their setting, there is no unnecessary comic relief to make female characters more relatable or less awkward, and there's no Disney-style over-narration of events to make sure that girls will understand what's going on. Those games are just good, and that is why everybody likes them. You don't have to overcompensate at every turn with cute and whimsical characters to get girls to play your game. I'm gonna say something, and it's that performative male feminism has majorly contributed to the industry's skewed and out-of-touch view of female gamers.
1000%, and it's because all these bitch-made retards in a back room are trying their best to get laid by the ugliest bitches in the world because it's the only ones who would potentially touch them. These are the same guys who, if you meet them in university, they think that they're going to get sex by being like overly nice to women because they think that women are vending machines where if you put enough kindness coins in, pussy pops out the slot.
When this sort of thing receives any bit of criticism, you'll have the white knights come out and say, oh, weak men, fragile masculinity, you hate women if you don't like this sort of thing. Okay.
Have you noticed it's always the weakest piece of shits that have those opinions because they think that if they side with the women's, they're going to get laid. Honestly, I don't care about the new God of War game. It's whatever at this point, but why a giant fucking cube as a companion? You know, I don't have an answer for you. I actually don't have an answer. I have no fucking idea what that decision was. She's in the afterlife with gods and the only thing that can help her is some fucking cube. I honestly don't understand the decision making there either.
If you take actual incels out of the equation, which nobody really takes them seriously, the truth is that a female protagonist isn't the problem. If that were the case, so many massive franchises wouldn't have even been half as successful as they are. The problem is with modern developers that will take a legendary, well-established IP and use it as leverage to sell their own games with mediocre writing. Let's be honest.
Mediocre is generous. It's not mediocre, it's dog shit.
Nobody would buy this if it didn't have the World of Warcraft label on it. We should not be focusing on the extremes that—
Do incels even hate Tomb Raider? Absolutely not. They love it. They love Tomb Raider. Them triangle titties did things for people.
Deflect from valid criticisms and concerns when it comes to things like this. Nobody who's normal has any real problem with a female game protagonist, but we also shouldn't reward mediocrity just because the protagonist is a woman. Performative male feminism has been incredibly damaging to so many studios, including Blizzard, who did have a lot of skeletons in the closet of their own in real life, but they—
Oh yeah. And you know what they did? They didn't fix the problems in the office, they just fixed the game. And I say fix the game in quotation marks. They fucked the game up. Because then they could pretend that they made a change, but they actually didn't.
Thought that it would be reasonable to turn women into fruit as compensation. I've asked this before, and I will ask this again. What message does this send about women's bodies, especially in a mature fantasy setting? It's hardly a children's game, if we're honest. I mean, most of the people that are playing World of Warcraft, at the least, would be in their mid-20s, but I'd say the average is like 30s, 40s, and above.
It's probably about 35.
And this is just part of the overall problem, but going back to modern or retail WoW, when the harmonious masculine and feminine elements of the game were neglected, toned down, and stripped back for a more family-friendly version of the game or something that would appeal to more people, it resulted in a kind of a theme park look or feel for the game. You try to make something that appeals to everybody, it then appeals to nobody. There is the added issue of too many things going on at once. There are too many races, there are too many flashy mounts and toys, too many shops.
You say there's too many of them, but they still make fucking bank off of this bullshit that they put in the cash shops all the time. And they're going to keep doing it until it stops being profitable. Random theory, I guess because the actress is a huge D&D fan, they decided to give her a cube companion as a dumb nod to D&D. Maybe. Maybe they tried to, like, figure out a way to shoehorn in a gelatinous cube. But that also kind of doesn't make sense because it's supposed to be a game that's supposed to be based off of mythology and the mythology of different gods and shit. At no point in human history has there been a gelatinous cube that's been praised as a god. So if they're just pushing in random D&D elements, then they're even more fucking retarded for that. It might just be that they're so creatively bankrupt that the most creative thing they could come up with was a blue cube. Honestly. It's getting tiresome, this kind of video, to be honest. Who cares? Don't like it, don't play it. Woke this, woke that. We all know this already. Make up your mind about it and buy it or not. I don't know if it's tiresome. I think it's interesting to hear different people's opinions on it. I think she's pointing out something very specific that a lot of people miss, right? Because she's not talking about woke this, woke that. She's talking about the specific problem that's destroyed World of Warcraft, when it comes to female characters. And it's not them being female characters that are an issue. It's that the writing is dog shit behind them. She is yet to be like, this is woke garbage, fuck you, and all of that. She's making a pretty fucking strong argument, I suppose. Then someone in the focus group, no, this would promote Christianity and bigotry. Let's make this shape more abstract without the religious aspect. Imagine, I'm just saying this, imagine how based God of War would be if one of the bosses that Kratos had to fight was Jesus.
Items, and it all creates visual noise. This is the backdrop, but in the foreground, the way that the characters are animated, how they move, how they run, cast spells, etc.
To be honest, Warcraft was always mid, it was always tame. It's Warhammer for kids. Okay, I need you to go look up the Stalvin Mistmantle lore, where a tutor for an entire group or for a family comes in, starts being a tutor for a little girl, and he molds his entire life around how he really wants to rape an underage girl. That was in vanilla World of Warcraft. There are entire really fucking hardcore stories inside of vanilla World of Warcraft. It wasn't tame. It never was tame. It did fucked up shit. The Forsaken were committing war crimes like it was fucking Tuesday. They didn't give a shit. They removed all of that from the game and made it tame.
Is so overdone, and for me it plays like some cartoon or something that isn't really that serious. I think it's important to note just how impactful this change is. We went from these more grounded and down-to-earth animations to the more over-the-top variety that perhaps because of what I'm used to.
Yes, but those small bits hidden in quests, generally it's Warhammer with rainbows. I wouldn't say it was Warhammer with rainbows. I can see how it is a very dialed-down version of Warhammer, because Warhammer leans into the ultra-brutalist, grim, dark version, and if you see the Warhammer as your status quo, then yes, you're going to see World of Warcraft as bland by comparison, right? But for your average game back then, it was pretty great, and it was pretty much the standard affair of things, where they still had those dark elements in the background, but they've removed all of those by comparison.
Feels very unnatural and frantic. Recently, WoWgrandor did a video about why WoW isn't immersive anymore. Just on that conversation, a lot of these new locations with the latest expansions, for me, are a little hard to appreciate with just how much is going on.
It was made to appeal to general audiences. No, it was, in the past, it was made to appeal to people who loved Warcraft. It was made to appeal to the people who played Warcraft 3, Warcraft 1, Warcraft 2. And they leaned into that aesthetic and style. Then they did, over time, start appealing more towards a general audience, and then they lost the plot entirely.
It's not that these places aren't beautiful. There is a certain charm there, but I think that World of Warcraft is a game that greatly benefits from minimalism where possible in terms of world design. It is so much easier to get immersed in a simple, dark forest where the environment is made up of limited but effective components that get across how you're supposed to feel about this place and what it represents, as opposed to these massive, overblown, overly detailed locations where your eyes kind of don't know what to focus on in order to properly appreciate the setting. It's kind of a shame for the better designed parts of the game also, because this just completely clashes with it and takes away from any good art that's created in modern World of Warcraft. Just completely overshadowed by silliness and a general lack of direction. I think that the true Disneyfication started with Draenor when they had the catastrophic change in character models that all but wiped the core identities of many of the races of Azeroth.
I think she's wrong about this. I think it started before Draenor. I think we were already seeing elements of this by Cataclysm. Maybe even a little bit in Wrath of the Lich King. I think Draenor was just one step along a path. I was definitely earlier than that.
But as time went on, I think that the Disney element was melded together with a Fortnite element. Fortnite was a massive and game-changing influence all across the industry, especially with their specific approach to monetization. What started out with a simple skin shop and then turned into the Battle Pass where you could additionally earn currency, later grew into something that featured...
You know what? She makes a good point here. That weird smooth stylization, that putty-esque graphical fidelity from Fortnite is actually what the character models in WoW look like the more I think about it.
All kinds of things, including celebrity cameos, TV show cameos, cameos from other games. So when you go into a Fortnite lobby, everyone is just some different looking thing. There is no rhyme or reason, no harmony, but for a game like Fortnite, this is fine. It's a battle royale. You're in, you're out. It's not that deep. I don't think anybody really cares about Fortnite lore or keeps up with it unless they're like 6 or 7 years old. And to me, that's what a lot of World of Warcraft looks like now. I think
UE slop. It's probably UE slop, yes. Yeah, and you're right. It does look like the Guild Wars 3 trailer as well. It's what I was talking about this earlier. The homogenization of games, where they're all being homogenized to being a specific style. Both graphically, writing, all of this. Nothing is unique. Nothing is out there. No concepts exist that are so alien and freaky that they really stand out as like a pinpoint unique thing. I think, yeah, maybe Unreal Engine 5 has something to do with that. I think that a lot of the writing people in the background think the same way as every other writer, so we don't see anything unique. They need to be advertiser friendly. They don't want to cause commotion. They don't want to do anything wild or insane. And because of that, it's all just the fucking same all the time.
I think transmog was a good idea at its conception, but also with all of the quirky cosmetics and things that don't really fit Warcraft in its original sense, cities and hubs can now look a little bit like a Fortnite lobby, just with all of the flashy mounts, new races, and
I never thought about it this way, but she's actually right. It does look like a Fortnite lobby.
Everything else in between. I think Dragonflight was the next major Disney-esque blow to Warcraft, something that really pushed it over the edge into a more immature fantasy setting. People often...
The writing, I played Dragonflight. The writing in Dragonflight was fucking excruciating. It was fucking Rathian. I'm still mad about it. I'm still mad about Rathian, the Earth Dragon, being taken out by a fucking rock. I'm still mad about that. Fortnite was a disaster for the industry. Somehow game companies got the idea in their head that the graphical style was the main reason it was so accessible to so many people. You're right. And it's because they couldn't think any deeper than that. All they could think on is a surface level, and so they're like, okay, well, if we copy this, we'll succeed. It really is understated how much game companies salivated over the ungodly amount of money Fortnite pulled. Yes, you're right. You're right. Game companies are hyper-obsessed with looking at other competitors who are at the top of the money pile and then trying to copy-paste their ideas. New World did the same thing when they changed the direction of the entire game 1 year before release, and they made it a theme park MMO as opposed to an open world surviving full loot MMO.
Misunderstand why there is still such a great...
Will Kratos fight Allah? I don't know if he can fight a censorship bar. It's just like a black bar moving around on the screen he's trying to fight.
Appreciation for Warcraft in its earliest iterations, or World of Warcraft from vanilla to about Wrath. But
would you say Zaitan death was the worst dragon death, though? You know what? I actually wouldn't. I actually wouldn't. Zaitan's death was not the problem. It's the way Zaitan arrived at his death that was the problem. It was the gameplay behind what happened to Zaitan that was the problem. Whereas in Warcraft, the writing was so fucking retarded that they couldn't even arrive at a good death scene because everything needed to be, baby gloves and retarded writing from the get-go.
It was just that no matter where you went, even if people were wearing mismatched gear, as you do while you're leveling, you looked like you belonged in this world. Old World of Warcraft is so loved by that side of the community because it's a game that has more than just gameplay going for it. You have gameplay at the center of everything, of course, but beside that you have lore, compelling storytelling, a sense of scale when it comes to the world, adventure, a unique identity and aesthetic, and of course the overall added bonus of nostalgia. You really cannot compete with nostalgia. For retail WoW, it feels like you just have gameplay, because the only good things I ever hear about retail WoW is only ever just related to gameplay.
Yeah, because the gameplay is still the same solid loop that they've been doing for the last few decades, that's why.
I know a lot of classic versus retail discourse is around the difficulty level of the game. Some classic players say retail is too easy, and retail players argue that it's not. And to be fair, I actually can believe that retail WoW would be quite a bit more difficult. Early WoW was pretty simple if you think about it, and unless you're playing hardcore, it's not really that hard to get through the game. It takes a longer time, sure, and I think maybe certain parts of the game are harder than they would be in retail, but overall, when it comes to even the end game, I do think retail probably does have more challenging elements to it. I have been told that
From a technical standpoint, I think retail probably tries to do a bunch of shit to make the game look like it's more complex, whereas classic leans into the old aesthetic of everything is easy to do but difficult to master, and you're more worried about timing and the environment around you, whereas retail, you are more worried about your character and their rotation as opposed to the entire environment and the world that you live within. I think difficulty is going to come down to perspective of which player prefers what.
I only dislike retail WoW because I'm just not good enough to play it. And here's what I'll tell you. I just don't even have an incentive to try. I don't want to try to be good at it. It just...
She's right about that. There's no motivation to bother, because by the next expansion, everything you've done is completely invalidated, and then it's what's the point? You're back on the treadmill doing the same thing over again. And if you don't love the gameplay loop that you're experiencing, or it's not good enough for you to want to continue forward, you're like, what the fuck am I doing? She has this part wrong. The difference in which parts of the game are difficult in retail, overworld is extremely easy, but group content is hyper number crunchy. In classic, overworld is difficult, but group content is extremely forgiving. Yeah, I think you're right. I think you got that right. It's an inversion of those two. And I think, yeah, it's going to come down to which player prefers which when it does that. Classic WoW boss mechanics came down to, can you cast Remove Curse? Can you cast Remove Curse? Can you be in the right position? And can you not, like, destroy things for your entire group by being a troll?
Doesn't look like the kind of game that I want to play.
Wait, that's what it is. That's what it is. Group content in retail was a whole bunch of people cooperating towards the same goal. Whereas group content in classic is that. It's people cooperating towards the same goal, having to do the right things to make sure that other people don't get fucked over by you fucking up. Retail, by comparison, it's just crank out as many fucking numbers as possible. Half of the time you can ignore mechanics, and unless you're not like a pro ultra hardcore high-end 0.01% raider, it's not really a concern.
A lot of it's just too smooth and polished, and it really feels disconnected from its roots. And to me, those are the things that are important. And in talking about this and in making videos like this, I have found an entire community of players like me that find value in the exact same things, and for the exact same reasons they cannot or they do not play retail WoW. I don't know what's going on in the lore anymore, and you know what? Nobody does. This was a major discussion in the community recently.
Yeah, no one does. No one does because it's so convoluted. There's so many retcons. They keep on changing things all the time. They keep on going back and altering different components of the story. No one cares about the lore of World of Warcraft
Nobody
anymore.
has any idea what's going on. They've written themselves into a corner. We're probably gonna get like a ton of retcons or time travel or something, just like Mortal Kombat. The best thing that they've done recently seems to be housing. Everybody loved housing, and I'll be honest, I look at it and based on the kind of games that I play, I would probably interact with this and enjoy it quite a lot myself.
Couldn't give a fuck about housing.
But it's just still not enough of an incentive for me to want to come back to the game overall.
Is the giant sword still stuck in the world? What sword?
There is such an unfortunate stigma around people who prefer classic WoW literally just for the way it looks. Do you know how many times I have been called a chud gamer for talking about this?
I bet you're an incel too.
What do you want me to say? The chuds yearn for storytelling. They yearn for lore, for gritty, dark fantasy with some whimsy here and there. A simpler time when the game didn't feel so confusing and silly. But let me tell you something right now, I have the solution. No, it is not to play Classic WoW. Those servers have a bunch of issues. We'll wait for Classic Plus. I'll keep my mind.
Classic Plus is going to be a fuck up. I'm calling it now. Classic Plus is going to be the same as Season of Discovery. It's going to have a niche audience of people who play it for a little while and then they're going to give up and stop giving a fuck all over again.
Open. The solution, ladies and gentlemen, is to reject corporate slop and embrace tradition. If you are watching this video, then I am telling you right now to go and install Warcraft 3 Reforged and go back to playing.
No. No. Go play Warcraft 3, not the Reforged version.
A real game. Not just the campaign, but really play Warcraft 3 PvP. Go watch a grubby video, go watch Happy play in a tournament, go learn a build order, and just get in the game. It has to be reforged, so we cannot escape all of the corporate slop, but you can toggle classic graphics and immerse yourself in a real, brutal, gritty Warcraft as God intended. Oh, but you like decorating your house in retail World of Warcraft?
Warcraft 3 isn't available anymore. It is if you've got a disc and you disconnect from the internet.
Go build a base, like a man or a woman, some burrows or a ziggurat, whatever you're into. Go play a real game that still holds true to the roots of one of the greatest game franchises of all time.
God, Warcraft 3 is so fucking based. God, I love this game so fucking much. It was amazing.
And then 1v1 me on the ladder, if you aren't chicken. But on a serious note, I maintain that everybody should be able to just play whatever they want, even if it is retail WoW. There's clearly still an audience for it. And even that audience, by the way, already has a lot to say about the writing and various other issues with the game. But in keeping with our previous discussions around the aesthetics of Warcraft and just the overall legendary vibes that we got from it.
A disc? This is 2026, who the fuck still has a CD reader in their PC? You know, there's this really fun thing you can do where you can go get a CD reader that's got a USB port on it and you can plug it into the USB port, slap in the disc into the portable CD reader, and you can use it like that.
That just weren't recreated anywhere else ever. This was an important video for me to make, and that's why I made it. Anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed this little rant on the Disneyfication of Warcraft. If you did, please be sure to leave a like and subscribe. I really appreciate it. As always, a huge shout out to my channel members. Thank you guys so much, and I'll see you all in the next video.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad. Some decent takes there. She did point out a very interesting thing that's happened to female characters where they're getting coddled. Where the female characters inside of WoW are basically not female characters, they're just kind of shitty. And they're pandering to women in the most stereotypical, retarded way possible. CD reader, you mean a CD drive? We called it a CD reader down here. What do you want me to do? Okay? We call it a CD reader because it reads the CD using a laser beam on the bottom of the disc. Okay? Other people call it a drive. Down here in South Africa, we called it a CD reader. I've never heard it called a reader. That's the terminology we use. Look, we call traffic lights robots, okay? We call fucking gas stations petrol stations. We're so fucking backwards, we see the blinking lights on the side of the road that go from red to yellow to green, and we call it a robot. What did you expect? Of course we're going to call it a reader because we need to have a descriptor of exactly what it does, or we don't understand what the fuck's going on. What I'd prefer would be games having housing systems that let you do some crazy shit instead of housing in residential neighborhood. Yeah, but that's too much effort. That's way too much effort. Remember dubbing a movie? No, I don't know. I don't remember dubbing a movie. Laser beams? What is the sci-fi nonsense? I know, I can't believe it. We lived in the future, but it was all the way in the past. It's lost archaeotech now. That's just how it is. So, I think that was the perfect segue into this video right here. Another person bitching about God of War laundry. And the best part about this is this would make a better game than what we're actually getting with God of War laundry. Sandwich completion percentages. The modern UI. Does it not look beautiful to you? I suggest something more funny than woke game griefing. You know what? Green Sky Wizard, I'll give him 5 minutes. If he's just gonna bitch about the same thing, we'll move on. How does that sound?
Woman! My sandwich! Woman! My beer! Now!
Harder. Jeez. Is that the new God of War game? How do I pre-order it?
Place your soiled garments within me!
Oh no, that makes the same sound as my washing machine.
I like the graphics, and this gameplay is top tier. And you know, in a world where every male-centered franchise is gender-swapping their main characters and making them ugly in the sequel, finally we have something that's more true to life. I mean, there's a side of modern gaming that just constantly releases garbage, yet wants us to think that it's gold. Well, you know, maybe some of that's due to BlackRock ESG funding for video games, but then again, you can look back and see that, well, Avatar was kind of woke and Katara was openly a feminist, but that show was still good. So then you realize what's more likely happening here is bad writers sucking up to people with deep pockets, who are then given tons of money.
Okay, yeah, I didn't need 5 minutes. It's gonna be the same thing. Yeah, let's move on. It's gonna be the same thing as before. Yeah. We've got Captain Grimm's videos. That's better. Yeah, we'll go for Captain Grimm. We'll have a palate cleanser instead. I can see where that one's going. I can see exactly where that one's going. Oh, look. Better animation than what we saw in World of Warcraft. Korra was good. No, it wasn't.
Are you serious right now? You put the jailer again? I can't. Are you even serious about ranking these trees? This video is so stupid. And cut. God, I'm not getting paid enough for this. You aren't getting paid enough. Don't get me started. Jailer baby, as always, you did great. I'll see you next time.
Anytime, Walker. The jailer can understand.
How is it that this guy has better, like, mouth movement animation than the entirety of Blizzard? What the fuck?
And why you'd need him for his good looks and smarts. Naturally, the jailer belongs on the big screen.
Yeah, smart.
Also, I don't know what that toaster's doing in that bathtub. He should be electrocuting everyone. A spoiler for people who never played through Shadowlands.
Anyway, bye-bye. This whole production process is a joke, by the way. Yeah, well, no wonder it takes so long making this.
Well, the jailer has some work to do.
Fuck me. God, he's so good at this. He's so fucking good at this.
I know they can never resist.
Mr. Jailer, sir?
Make it quick, Malguard 275. The Mallwalkers are about to arrive.
We've been through this. Nobody has visited us for over 3 years now, except that one weird guy that keeps coming to record you.
Perhaps the jailer was indeed too successful in the attempt to eradicate the Mallwalkers. Huh?
Holy shit. Holy shit. No one goes back to Shadowlands. This completely escaped my notice. It's almost like Shadowlands never happened. Wow.
Excuse me, they can't retcon the mastermind of all of Warcraft. Blizzards have a lot of explaining to do. You lowly
Hello, valued customer. We here at Blizzard Entertainment hear you loud and clear and value your call.
Shadow what?
But
Yeah, exactly.
What we also value is you getting the new 6-month subscription month.
Typical. Where is everyone? This is the place to be.
I think lots of them quit the game. And the rest,
What?
They skip right the fuck past that.
It's all going according to my master plan. I'm very smart and cunning. Amazing character. Okay, can I put on some shoes now?
Is this guy not gonna get copyright claimed for just stealing Blizzard's script like this?
Nope. What did you say? I don't know about the Take some cough drops, you plug.
You are correct, Mawalker. It is I, Zovo the Jailer. If you wish to stop me, make your way through Torghast, where you will...
What? Get away from me before I spam report your ass.
Mawalker, you may have escaped the mob for now, but it was all a part of my master plan.
Oh, hey, are you also hyped for midnight like me and got the new 6-month subscription mount?
Oh, God.
Huh.
Well, I suppose we'll eventually have Shadowlands Classic, right?
No matter. I, Zovo the Jailer, am not the grand mastermind of the Warcraft universe for nothing. I will simply reveal that it was indeed I who created the Zaladav character and is responsible for...
Oh, no. Did he just... Was that a JK reference? Was that a fucking JJK reference?
Get out of there, you fool! Bring back Markard 275 this instant!
We noticed that you had called us earlier today, and were reminded of your pathetic existence. You are obsolete. Here's the eviction notice. You are to leave the maw immediately, as it's now property of someone more fitting and dear to us.
Insolent freeloader.
Well then, farewell and see you
so
never. I love money.
It's just you and me, random maw rat.
Squeak.
Well, a well-written character needs their fair share of obstacles after all.
This really has higher quality than modern WoW cutscenes. It actually does, and that's fucking astounding.
What now? Here to retcon my good looks?
Mr. Jailer, sir, I'm a big fan of your work. Your book has helped me trick players into doing my every bidding.
Wait, it did? I see you're a fellow connoisseur in the fine arts. I welcome you to my domain. Friction in the relationship. Don't worry about it.
Well, do
No, not Wuklamat. I don't know who the fuck this is.
I have a gift for you.
I haven't gotten this far in Final Fantasy. I have no context for who the fuck this
Sure,
is.
we can work together.
You have done well, my new and dear acquaintance. You will get a promotion in no time.
Holy shit.
Ranking these trees.
It is fucking wild that this exists for World of Warcraft, but there's no one who's ever going to do this kind of animation stuff for Guild Wars 2 because of how bitch-made the ArenaNet moderation team is. It is insane how good he is at this. The fact that this one guy on YouTube can outperform the entirety of the Blizzard animation team is fucking nuts.
Previously. You are obsolete. Here's the eviction notice.
I'm sure we can work together. You have done well, my new and dear acquaintance. You will get a promotion in no time.
What?
Dear person, use this in your time of need. It's nothing suspicious. Promise.
Right. Huh? The hell is this? Do you need something?
Kill him.
Hey, where's the midnight launch experience?
Basically, he logged on to Twitter for that week.
I do guess I need to work on something. What are your thoughts on Zelda? Oh, where do you guys keep coming from?
Rito just had a new expansion. Come on, get on it.
Did you see what the Blizzard added? This is
Get away from me.
draw the line.
If I had to make a video, it would have to be about
the new housing, right?
Please shut up, I don't care.
Stuff, man.
I couldn't give a fuck about the housing either. So many people have been posting about the fucking WoW housing, and I couldn't give a shit about some stupid backward system that's been in MMOs for decades.
Try
now.
housing, by the way. You can like make your own house.
Oh, it's so good.
Hey man, I just wanted you to know, I saw your video where you took a shit on Blizzard, and I totally agree with everything you said.
Yeah?
Anyway, I'm having a blast with retail. When are you making a new video on it?
You're not making any sense. You've seen the memes about Zelda. See what I meant?
They are so
Stop being dumb and just make some launch experience videos. It's so easy. Did you just like bump into me?
Hottest woman at Blizzard.
You're ruining my experience, by the way. What are you talking about? Spam reporting, you kid. I've been to every BlizzCon. You're done.
You, report.
This guy buys all of our shop mounts. I better go see what's up, I suppose.
Yeah.
Blizzard, this guy. Oh, it's you. Even if you ignore him, still buy your stuff. You're the guy, right? You make the
Pirate Software's character. You know what? I do wonder when he was setting this up, if he genuinely was thinking of Pirate Software when he made that character.
Those videos. Never mind. Look, we hope you've been preparing a video for the launch of our newest expansion to promote it. Look, I said I don't care about... And then what? Make some more classic videos? I guess that works for us too, but like it or not, we provide you with trendy new topics to make videos on.
Oh god.
Are you that stupid to turn that down? What else do you have in your miserable life?
Oh god, this is
You
too
grew
good.
up with our game. What do you have without it? Stop being a wimp and entertain our consumers for one more expansion. We even re-released TBC Classics just for you. Maybe this time you can get the Dark Portal Pass.
TBC Classic was a mistake. Any expansions on the Classic experience was a mistake. They should have just left it as Classic Vanilla. I think them going through the same fucking steps of re-releasing their old expansions was a gigantic fucking mistake, and I'll never take that back. Vanilla should have, their Classic experience should have stayed vanilla.
And stop complaining about these things. Our player base no longer cares anymore.
They have a full-on vanilla classic, yes, but they split the player base again by releasing the expansions, narrowing down the game, making the exact same mistake that they made when they came out with TBC by invalidating everything that people did previously. What they should have done was stuck with classic vanilla and maybe built out the vanilla world more. You know, the way that Turtle WoW did?
Anyway, why should you? Well, maybe. Things.
And I keep in mind, I say that as someone who fucking loves the Burning Crusade. It was one of my favorite expansions. I think it's actually, the more I think about it, Burning Crusade was my single favorite expansion.
Definitely might be easier that way. But, nah. Whoops, I've accidentally made...
Wait, the people that split off for TBC had already quit vanilla. Then they're going to split off for TBC as well when they do it all again. Then it's going to be the Wrath of the Lich King, and then you're going to get some people who come back, and it's just going to be continually a diminishing return over time, going through the same thing, but at like an accelerated pace because people have already played those experiences once before.
So walking away from me costs you $9.99 now. Now, about those
Hey,
videos.
Blizzard, there's no need for that. He'll make some videos, eh?
What'd you do that for? Relax. He's free to appeal the ban and talk to our customer support. What customer support?
Yeah, what customer support?
20 comments now cost $4.99 each. Ooh, what do you have here? A WoW token, perhaps?
Oh, this? I'm not sure. I just got it from a certain someone.
Wait, this is... Huh?
What the f... I suppose this is where the Final Fantasy elements come in. Wait, you remember the soul crystal from your warrior quest in it's one of those. Aha, okay. Oh, there we go. Yeah, so basically he's fucking off the Final Fantasy is what he's saying.
It's time.
Yeah. It's time.
Where's he going with this?
It now costs $49.99 to land this hit. Come now, stop being foolish. You know you'd come crawling back anyway. Hey, someone dropped their wallet. Huh? Where? Huh? What the hell is that?
Again, that's the most feminine woman working at Blizzard. Man, this guy's so good. God damn.
Finally! What took you so long, Warrior of Light? You still need to fulfill all of my demands. Otherwise, you can't progress. Remember? Come on,
You know,
chop chop.
I don't know if this was a good idea. Join those like Derek that
Yeah,
had
it's
trouble
basically-
getting out of the fire.
Yeah, basically it's him saying he's fucking off the Final Fantasy. God damn. Holy shit, this guy's so fucking impressive. It is actually insane that this one guy can shit on the entire animation team at Blizzard. Now, you know what? As a treat, let's watch that one cinematic with that black woman who's disabled with one arm. How does that sound? Bike. Holy shit. It is fucking insane how good this guy is at this. This could have been us, ArenaNet, but you didn't want it. Yeah, no, ArenaNet doesn't want this. ArenaNet wants control of the fucking narrative. That's why. You're not getting this out of them. You're not getting this shit out of them. You will never get this for any of the content creation made by Guild Wars 2. You will never have these moments happen. That game is over a decade old. No one's popped up to do this kind of shit. No one is ever going to do these levels of animation because no one gets to do these things. ANET has fucked over the content creation space of their MMO to the point that they don't understand how damaging it is to their marketing. God damn, this guy's so fucking good at this. What I think, if Grim can take Zoval and make him good, I bet he can take Wak Lamat and make her good too. I have no idea who Wak Lamat is, but what I'm picking up here is that Wak Lamat is a very hated character in Final Fantasy. I suppose I'm going to get to them at some point, but I'm getting the vibe that people are not fans of Wak Lamat. Zelda 64 has more polygons than WoW. Yeah, pretty much. Oh god, what a fucking banger of a video. Holy shit. Now, do we bother shitting on WoW some more here? Or do we move on? That's the real question. You want one more of us shitting on WoW? Or are we ready to move on from this? Because I don't know much about GBay99. I know he's a big name. I know a lot of people care about his opinions and stuff like that. I don't really watch the guy's stuff, so I don't know anything about him. I'm coming into this with zero context. And he's saying that WoW is too famous. Move. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Goodbye. I already got the react I wanted to see. Well, that's fair. Okay, let's move on to a different point then. So, the Steam machine. Now, when I did that comparison of the Steam machine to the Nintendo Switch 2, right, based on knowing no information, based on everything I saw, I got some fucking shitty little comments underneath that video being like, you need to do more research, by a bunch of fucking bitches that don't understand that either system is not really worth your fucking time. You might as well just build a goddamn PC. So fine, let's do some more research. While we argued about the Steam machine, Valve won. Let's find out why. Wait, I like to imagine in this video that the orangutan is actual gamers and the monkey is the new age people pretending to be gamers. What the hell is this? What is this? Is this... I swear to God, if this is Guild Wars 2 trailer.
Sit down.
It's over. Yeah, it's over. You shouldn't have fucked with Big Orange there. Yeah, that was a mistake. Yeah, that's just about right. Oh, Waklamat is a new character that came with the latest Dawn Trail expansion. She is a real Mary Sue and extremely annoying and cringe, one of the worst written characters in Final Fantasy XIV. No, don't tell me that. No, don't tell me that they're going down the same path as Guild Wars 2, as World of Warcraft, as every other MMO. Oh, God. Why'd they have to do that? At least do we get to kill Waklamat at some point. That's all that matters. Need to close that tab. That woman is hilarious. That was an orangutan. What are you talking about, Faith?
All right, look, everyone's making the same video right now. Windows is dying and Microsoft killed it. Oh, wait.
Good. Fuck Windows. Fuck Windows. Microsoft slop. Micro slop. I fucking hate you so goddamn much. Oh my fuck. Before I started streaming today, I got so fucking mad trying to fix my audio. I had to dig into fucking files. I had to go find certain processes to try and fix the audio fuck-ups that the new update had on my entire system. God, I fucking hate Windows so much. Today was the day I decided. At some point, I'm installing Linux and I'm never looking back. Fuck Windows. Fuck everything about Windows. They can suck my dick. They can lick my nuts from the back. I fucking hate them so much. Good. I hope Windows dies. Windows Microslop deserve their failure. Fuck all of them. The character people are saying, oh, you just hate the character because voiced by a trans person. Who gives a fuck if it was voiced by a trans person? If they're a shit character, they're a shit character. I use Linux for 20 years now, but only for development. Always played on Windows, but moved my desktop to Linux too and couldn't be happier. My dad has been bitching at me for months now. My fucking 70-something-year-old father installed Linux. And it took less than a day for him to phone me and call me a slave for using Microsoft, for using Windows. My own father, he switched off of Microsoft Windows. He immediately installed Linux, and less than 24 hours later, he phoned me and he was like, you're a slave if you're using Windows 11. It took less than 24 hours for him to become a part of the cult of Linux. That's how bad it's gotten. A 70-something-year-old man is telling me that. God damn it.
I made that video. And yes, Microsoft has earned every single bit of that, but the take is growing stale. And I think I may have been a little bit wrong. Because listen, Microsoft has been this bad for years. Windows has been slow, it's been broken, and kind of insulting for a solid decade. And none of it has really ever cost them a thing. I mean, name me the last time that being bad actually hurt Windows. I'll wait. They've been doing fine. Spoiler alert, it didn't hurt them. Because, well, we had nowhere to go, really. And that's the only reason that Microsoft has won for 30 years. Not because it was good, it's because it was the only door in a room. It was the only door that you could go through. You were stuck in a room with Bill Gates, of all people. Probably not a good guy to be stuck in a room with.
I mean, only if you're a Thai hooker, I suppose. Then you're in trouble. Or you're underage. I mean, how many trips did that guy take to Epstein Island?
But you know what? Somebody finally built a second door, and it actually wasn't Apple, wasn't Google, of all people. It was Valve, the Steam guys.
Thank
That's
God.
right. The guys that you buy games from at 2 a.m. during a sale that you didn't need. Speaking from very
Eucharist, I immediately recognized that emoji based on the Elon Musk tweet. That shit was so on point. You didn't have to say Bill Gates, you just needed to put that emoji there, and I immediately knew what that was fucking about. Man, I love it when billionaires talk hot shit about other billionaires. That was a peak Twitter moment for him. That made Elon Musk 100% more likable as a person after he did that shit. Honestly, when people ask me what distro to use now, I just link them Distro Fighter. They get to take a little questionnaire and watching some funny little pixel graphics fight, and they'll get a suggestion based on that. You know what? Maybe I'll do that today. Before we play some Final Fantasy, we'll do that today.
personal experience here. Now, you guys know it's called SteamOS. It's an operating system. It's not Windows.
But YouTube censors the word, it's pie hole now. That's a weird one. I wonder why.
Valve is now basically giving it away for free, and it is the most dangerous thing that's happened to Windows in my lifetime. Now, it's not because it's flashy, it's because it's the first real way out anyone's ever built, especially for gamers.
Thank God. We've needed this for over a decade.
So yeah, that's the video. Ladies and gentlemen, SteamOS is going to kill Windows, and Microsoft is the one holding the door open for it. So Microsoft is the push. They are shoving people out the door with both hands. And this month specifically, they did it in a way that is really almost impressive. Now, SteamOS is the pull. And here's the part that I want in your head early in this video, because it's the whole trick. This week, Valve launched a $1,000 console called the Steam Machine.
Hey, guess what? I saw the Twitter post where someone's already gotten a red line of death on the Steam Cube. Hey, remember when I said that this thing was going to have performance issues? Based on its form factor, its shape, the way the airflow moves through it, the fact that it's going to get damaged in certain ways, that people are going to use it irresponsibly, not actually use it as per guidelines. Turns out it's already started happening.
And the entire internet right now, myself included, is arguing about whether it's worth it. Now, that box is really not the point. In fact, I've made a similar video about this. The box is the bait, because right alongside of it, Valve is handing out SteamOS for free to get it onto every PC that it can reach and pull people off of Windows for good.
Make it work with an NVIDIA graphics card. Steam! Make SteamOS work with NVIDIA, and my PC is yours.
Console, really, if you think about it, is just a billboard. Now, if you think that this is just Linux guys being Linux guys again, I would plan on sticking around, because I've got a machine that is sitting in my shop that shouldn't exist. It's a gaming PC with 0 Windows on it. Company you've never heard of shipped before Valve has shipped their own. And that company is mine. We'll talk about that in a second.
That's not a Steam problem, that's an NVIDIA problem. I trust Steam to still be the ones to solve it over NVIDIA.
Let's start off with Microsoft, because you should know what you're actually signing up for in the year of our Lord 2026. Now, this month, they shipped an update for Windows. KB 509-4126. It rolls right off the tongue. And
Hey, you want to know something really cool that happened to me when I was in university because we were using Windows on all our PCs? We were working on a drone in my university that was meant for land surveillance and surveying land for plotting out new farmland in Central and Northern Africa, right? This drone was supposed to be like a limited scope project where only a certain amount of people were able to access that information. It turns out we made the sensors on that drone just a little bit too good, because once we had almost fully developed the design, once we were at the stage where it was effectively we were building the physical model of it, 2 FAA agents from the US showed up at the university, got through all of the security, right? And no one stopped them. They went into our department, went into our labs, and confiscated every single fucking PC we had. And there was nothing we could do about it because it was a higher government issue problem. And keep in mind that the FAA does not have jurisdiction in South Africa because we fall under ICAO. But they still had the ability to do that. These fucking Americans walked into our university, decided they were going to confiscate all of the PCs with that data on it, and walk the fuck out of there because our surveillance was just a little bit too good. Afterwards, we were all trying to figure out how the fuck did this happen? How did these guys know? How did they figure this out? So the IT specialist, who's also a professor in our university, did a little tracking test. They figured out when they were doing this tracking test that there were over 3,000 vulnerabilities within the Windows OS that every single one of those PCs was running. And there was relaying to servers in Germany and the US continually, streaming that data without our knowledge or information. And guess what the IT guy said after that? The guy who did this. He was like, keep in mind, these are only the vulnerabilities I found. There are more of them, undoubtedly. You sure it was Americans and not some sort of computer stealing scam? Yes, we're 100% sure of that. They had full clearance. They had contacted the university's dean for our department. They had showed fucking badges. We knew it wasn't a scam. It was actually the US government showed up and took our shit and left with it. And then they warned us. They said, if you develop something like this again, we will be back, and we won't be back to take your PCs. We will be here to extradite you. We found out the problem was fucking Windows. Less than a week later, that professor who'd figured out all those vulnerabilities installed Linux on everything. They fucking destroyed like 4 years of work. Extradite for fucking what? We don't fucking know. We don't know. That's the thing, is somehow they have the jurisdiction to just show up, confiscate all our shit, get the fuck out of there and leave with all the data and information that we'd built up over 4 years just because that drone may have been a threat that might be used in terrorist activity. When we were trying to fucking lay out fucking surveys for land and shit. They shouldn't have jurisdiction. They're not supposed to. South Africa falls under the ICAO system, the European system, and not the FAA system. They still did it. And not a single fucking person would stop them. Because we know where the cards lay. We knew what was going to happen next. If they wanted to put us in a fucking black bag and drag us off, they would. That was your end to get to the USA. Yeah, to get to Guantanamo Bay and get my fucking balls electrocuted. No, thank you. No fucking thank you. We literally developed a drone for fucking land surveillance for farming, and they were like, this is a terroristic threat. We need to get rid of this. And it was all because of Windows and its vulnerabilities and the fact that it was relaying all of our information behind our back without our knowledge from a secured PC system that's not supposed to be relaying any data to US servers where they could monitor it. So yeah, fuck Windows.
It's a mandatory update. It went out to everybody on June 9th. Here's the damage. It broke the thing that lets other programs open Office. So a pile of apps just can't open Word or Excel anymore. It broke the freaking recycle bin. So instead of asking, do you want...
It fucked up my audio, god damn it.
Want to delete report docx, it now asks, do you want to delete doc...
And yes, Era, I'm still alive. I just got really fucking sick over the last week.
$sign R4ABC. Real file, but a made up name. And on some machines, it just plain didn't boot. You got blue screens, BitLocker, recovery loops, which is the fun one, where your own computer locks you out and demands a 48-digit code you've never seen to prove that it's yours. And by the way, that's 1 month. May's update wouldn't even install on a ton of machines because it ran out of room on a partition nobody knows that they have.
Oh, Jesus. I need to get away from this fucking shit. Yeah, I'm installing Linux. I might go missing for a day or two. I'm installing Linux. Fuck
That's
this
not
shit.
a bad patch. This is every month now. It's kind of a subscription that you don't get to cancel. But here's what you've got to get. None of this is new.
Did they try to use AI to make a Windows update? There's an easy way to determine whether they did. Who is the current CEO of Microsoft? I'm going to say yes. I'm going to say yes. They did use actually Indians to make a Windows update. Yeah. The answer is yes.
Really, because Microsoft has always been like this. The only thing different this year is that when people go looking for a way out of this whole mess that we're in, there's finally one that is sitting now right there. Now hold on to that thought because we're going to talk about SteamOS. And for now, let's take a quick break. And this actually ties into the whole video because if Windows is going to fall apart on people every single month, here's a fair question.
This is going to be an ad, isn't it?
That nobody asks. When your machine breaks, who actually fixes it? If you buy from a giant box shifter company and you get 90 days of email support in a shrug, that's one way to do it for sure. Or you could buy from us. Yep, this is an ad. Sorry. You get lifetime support, not 90 days.
Okay,
pick up the phone.
That's cool.
PCs.com to grab one today. All right, let's get back to it. Okay, so why now? Why didn't this exodus, this exit exist 5 years ago? Really, for people like me, it's games. That's it. That is the entire answer. For 30 years, the reason you couldn't leave Windows was one sentence, right? You've all heard it. Linux is nice, but my games don't run on it. And then
my games don't run on it. Certain applications don't run on it. You can't, like, it's more than just video games, but yeah, video games will be the biggest one.
And that was kind of true. It was dead true, actually. And I would have probably said that to your face. Gaming on
this format feels very cellular. You mean guys sitting in front of a camera talking and then every now and then showing images? I'm pretty sure that's been happening long before Cellular was on YouTube.
On Linux used to be a weekend that, baby, you're never getting back. That ended with you with your head down and you're reinstalling Windows anyway. It was kind of shameful. Now, Valve spent 10 years killing that sentence. They built a thing called Proton that takes your Windows games and just runs them on Linux. And the developer doesn't have to do a thing. Then they crammed it into the Steam Deck and
fucking base.
Sold a truckload of those babies. And all of a sudden, every studio on earth had a reason to care. And it worked because today, right around 90% of Windows games just run. You hit play and those things go, they cook. Earlier this year, the number of Steam gamers that are actually on Linux hit an all-time high, more than double where it sat 6 months before.
It's gonna get higher. It's gonna get higher. This is just the beginning. The more Microsoft pushes this fucking bullshit on people, the higher that number's gonna get.
Now, nobody clocked it because it didn't happen. It wasn't like one big moment or celebration or something like that. It happened kind of one game at a time for a decade while everybody was looking somewhere else. And then all of a sudden you look up and that wall that kept everyone trapped in Windows is basically rubble at this point. Now, real quick.
People don't know what an emulation layer is. They don't, and most people will never get into or figure out or understand emulation, regardless of how easy it is. People are lazy and they want things easy and straightforward and right in their faces. Of course, they're not going to know. Of course, they're not going to do any of that.
Quick, if you're the kind of person who actually wants to understand this stuff instead of just fighting about it in a comment section, make sure you hit subscribe. It's free, which this year makes it one of the maybe 3 free things left in tech. All right, moving on. Okay, the box that I told you about up top, the old Steam machine.
Wait, guess what? The moment Linux is more popular, it will become the next Windows. This never ends. Is there a CEO of Linux? Is Linux a big company like Microsoft? Are they run in the same way as Microsoft is? Because I don't think they are, as far as I'm aware. There's multiple distributions, and what it seems like would happen is if someone tried to corner the market and make it into one of these slop factories, the same way that Microsoft has, what they would end up doing is just forking the code in a different way. They will find a way to fuck us. They probably will.
This is where everything kind of all connects. Stay with me. The Steam Machine is about 6 times the power of a Steam Deck.
Since it's 6 times more powerful than a Steam Deck.
Runs their own Steam OS. You plug it into the TV and go. This week, it started launching and shipping to customers. The reviews dropped and they were okay. $1,050 to start, and one review called it an expensive curio.
He's right. It is. It is an expensive curio. For 6-year-old hardware, $1,000? That's way too high. And guess what? They're still going to sell out.
Other one straight up titled itself No Man's Land. And even the guy at IGN who liked it said it's the best living room PC he's ever.
Wait, that is a bad take. Linux is open source. It's a blessing and also a curse. But that won't change unless open source software dies. There's a bigger threat to open source software, Grevin. There's a much bigger threat to it. It's not going to come from software. It's not going to be something that fucks you in that regard. It's going to be regulation. Likely EU regulation, particularly UK regulation. The UK has already figured out how to try and regulate people on the internet because a bunch of retarded boomers who don't understand how the system works are using things like ID verification and shit. The 2 big threats, Grevin, AI is also a problem when it comes to this. The 2 big threats to the open source software when it comes to Linux is government regulation that bans open source software because how dare you not give them access to your shit, and also people using AI to update their shit into like a Linux distribution, people installing that, and there being some kind of vulnerability or some bullshit crypto miner or something that's put in the OS that you don't know about.
Used, and also it's weaker than the consoles that it costs more than.
And yeah, there's just a bunch of slop code that doesn't make sense that's going to fuck things up for people.
Cool. But people still lost their minds for it. It only sold through a reservation lottery, and scalpers are already flipping their spot in line for north of $2,000. Some are getting close to $3,000 for a box the reviews just kind of shrugged at. And here's the tell. This is interesting. Everybody's staring at the box, and we're all kind of fighting about it. Valve quietly did the thing that makes the box kind of pointless. A couple of weeks before that $1,000 box even shipped, back on June 17th, they put SteamOS out as a free download for a regular desktop PC. Their own engineer said it flat out. You can build whatever you want, any parts you like, you can throw our operating system on it, and it's free.
There's people that are going to be perfectly happy building their PC at whatever level of spec, and that's going to be a great experience for them. I think we're building SteamOS so that if they want to use it for that,
Wait, EU for all its flaws is adopting Linux. For instance, check France. Well, that's good to hear. I don't know how well it's going to work out for them because, like, it always seems like the people who make regulations around software and shit like that never understand it at its core and try to fuck people over as hard as possible. So I expect at some point they're going to try and regulate it.
they can, and they can have essentially the same experience.
And they handed out the thing that makes their own console optional 2 weeks before it hit a single doorstep, because the box was never really the product. And I think we all kind of know that, right? The Steam Machine at this point is a billboard. It's how you get a normal person who has never once thought about Linux to suddenly hear the word SteamOS. The flashy launch and the reviews and the scalpers, the circus that comes along with it, all of it exists.
I want to know how functional SteamOS is. Can you run like every other application on SteamOS as if it was the same as Windows? Because if that's the case, then SteamOS has a gigantic, bright future the second people realize that SteamOS is not going to fuck them the way that Windows did. At least for a little while. If open source software dies, it will be because of regulation from governments. Thanks, UK. Yes, it will be. And it'll probably start in the UK as well. I think we found your distro. No, I'm not quite sure.
To make you look. And while everybody's busy arguing about the box, myself included, the actual plan walks in right behind it. Valve doesn't care if you ever hand them $1 for hardware. They don't. They want SteamOS on as many machines as there are, and they'll give it away to get there. They want you off Windows. That's the entire game.
I want me off Windows. I like that. Well, goals are aligning here.
It's kind of genius. So think about that. Company spends years building a console and then tells you not to bother buying it. Nobody does that, not unless the hardware was never the thing they were actually selling. Now, I'm not gonna lie to you. Right now, that free version only runs right on AMD graphics cards. If you've got an NVIDIA card, and that's something like 3 out of 4 gamers.
God, they've got to get on NVIDIA. They've got to get on NVIDIA. Otherwise, I'm just installing Arch Linux. Printing companies will never allow any drivers to run properly on open source. Do you see this fucking piece of shit that's sitting over there? Do you see that fucking thing? That fucking demon that makes beep boop noises every now and then. Fuck that piece of shit printer right there. Because it doesn't matter if I'm using Windows or not. That fucking pile of shit doesn't work. It doesn't matter what I do. Fuck that entire PC. I mean, that entire printer right there. It can fucking die. Fuck all of that. It doesn't matter. Printers are designed by Satan himself. They don't do the things that they're supposed to anyway. They are designed to break, to fuck you over. You want me to print something out? I'll fucking send you a document via email and you can print it out. Fuck printers entirely. Printers don't even come into the conversation of me giving a shit about them, because fuck them. And yes, I do have my toilet paper roll. I'm sick. I'm still blowing my
You're
nose
mostly still waiting. Now, Valve is working on it with NVIDIA, but that's maybe coming at the end of this year at best, probably next in reality. And the big anti-cheat games, your Valorant, your Fortnite, those still don't run. And that's those companies choosing not to bother. Not a Valve problem, by the way. So no, it's not finished. But the direction is the whole story. Microsoft's making Windows worse every single month. And Valve just set a free working door down right next to it. Microsoft brings the pain, Valve brings the exit. That is the pull. And this is where I get to
I've had less problems with 3D printers than printers. Same. Every single 3D printer I've used and worked with, whether it's my own or someone else's, just works. And if something's wrong, it's an easily fixable problem. I have never had that accessibility when it comes to just printing out a fucking piece of paper with some black and white ink on it. I despise printers.
Prove that it's real, because guess what? I built one. Now, while Valve was busy getting ready to release their box, my shop, Meta PCs, took that free version of SteamOS and
I called it the Steamroller. Look at this fucking guy. Calling it the Steamroller.
Put it on an actual desktop, and then we shipped it. We called it the Steamroller, the first pre-built gaming PC in the world that boots straight into Steam instead of Windows. And I'm saying we like it was a fair fight, by the way. It wasn't. We are tiny by comparison. You've maybe never even heard of us before this video. Valve is Valve. And a shop our size somehow managed to get it shipped first. Now, the funny part is it got picked up by media. I was not really expecting that. Tom's Hardware, TechSpot, XDA, Digital Trends, Tech Radar reviewed it, and credit.
You can't get Linux adopted until it can handle anti-cheat. If you can't play Fortnite and Roblox, Linux will never take off. You know, it's weird that you say that, because the more I think about it, a lot of Zoomies don't actually understand the technicals behind PCs. All they give a shit about is access to their Fortnite or Roblox. So you might be onto something, because they'll refuse to switch over because they can't live without their Fortnite Chun-Li skin. You might be onto something there. That is, unless game devs start specifically speccing for Linux over speccing for something like Windows. I don't know, I need more time to think about that one. The solution of those games that have kernel-level anti-cheat is to not support them, but consumers are habitual morons. Consumers don't know these things, right? Consumers are not worried about how the cake was baked. They're worried about eating the cake that's put in front of them. If the cake's got shit in it, they don't care as long as the cake is mostly tasty. Hell, some of them even love the shit. So yeah, they don't give a fuck. Most consumers don't give a fuck about those kinds of things. That's why all these gaming movements keep on dying, is they don't give a shit.
To them, they came at us a little. They said, listen, it's bigger than Valve's box. They said it looks like a computer instead of some slick thing that disappears under your TV. And they said that it misses the whole cozy living room vibe. I get cozy vibes. Look, Space Cadet Pinball is playing on this TV. This is the coziest setup in the world. But you know what? They're right. It's bigger. And it's kind of on purpose because Valve's box has the graphics chip soldered down. Whatever power that it ships with is the power that it has until you throw the whole thing out. Ours is a real PC. It's real Ryzen, a real full-size Radeon card. And in 3 years, when you want more, guess what? You pop it open and you put more in.
Effectively, what he's saying is we sell a pre-built PC. That's what he's saying. We sell a pre-built PC that's got Linux on it. I'm a Space Cadet Pinball, so do I. I'm a Minesweeper.
I don't think that's a downside. I think that's the one thing that a PC's always been able to do that a console can't. And it's the exact thing consoles keep hoping that you're going to end up forgetting. But you know what? I don't even care if you buy ours. I don't. For real. I do not. That's not why it's in the video. It's in here for...
It's in here to be an ad. Just be honest. It's here to be an ad. You wanted to push out an ad. There's nothing wrong with that. You're trying to do something good for consumers. Don't fucking worry about it, buddy. You don't need to make excuses. On the anti-cheat point, Linux has support for anti-cheat. For example, on Steam, you just need to have EAC and BattlEye Proton packages installed. The problem is developers Destiny 2 could work, but Bungo won't spend 5 minutes to send BattlEye an email saying, please run on EAC. Yeah, but you see, that's what I'm saying. They're not going to bother. They're not going to bother until the consumer base moves entirely away from Windows. They're not going to give enough of a fuck to do any of that.
For what it means. If a shop that you've never heard...
Consoles are just trans PCs. We know they're not the real... Well, I mean, you make an interesting point. Maybe there's a reason why consoles are not allowed in competitive gaming. They just have an unfair advantage by being trans PCs over regular ones.
Heard of 90 seconds ago can put a Windows-free gaming PC on a shelf and get the biggest tech sites on the planet arguing about it, then the exit isn't even a theory anymore. It's not a Reddit thread. It's a thing that you can order today. That is what's new. And you know what? You don't have to buy mine. You can go build.
It's a pre-built PC. All he's got... He's building it up. It's a pre-built PC with Linux on it. That's what you got. There's nothing wrong with that. Just say pre-built PC with Linux.
Your own. That's the beautiful thing about this. Some people like pre-built stuff that is plug and play and easy. Other people like building their own stuff. Totally fine. All right, so back to the top. Who's actually killing Windows? Well, it's not Microsoft. Microsoft's just doing what they always do, baby. They've been careless and greedy and sloppy for years, and it's always worked out because when you're the only option, you can treat people however you want and they'll take it. Now, here's the tell. This spring, Microsoft suddenly announced a big, quote, quality reset. Did you guys see this? They're pulling their AI junk back out of Notepad and Photos, cutting some of the ads out of the start menu, and promising, in their words, by the way, to, quote, raise the quality bar.
This is like when you're in an abusive relationship with a gigantic piece of shit and they stop doing one of the piece of shit things that they're doing, and they're going to do some magical new piece of shit thing that you didn't expect, but they told you that it was better than the old piece of shit.
Microsoft only started caring about making Windows good again the exact second there was somewhere else to go. And they couldn't stop themselves because a couple months after they swore they'd chill out, what did they do? You guys know, they turned right back around and started force installing their Copilot app onto people's computers. It's not the sign of a company that is fixed itself. It's more in line with someone who maybe got scared. Now, what's killing Microsoft is the door. It's a free operating system called SteamOS that Microsoft basically dared into existence, especially for gamers. For the first time since most of you were born, the quote that people throw around of just use Windows is not the only answer to what do I put on my computer. And here's who actually loses. And it's not Microsoft, by the way. They're going to be rich forever, for a long time. It's freaking Microsoft. What?
How about PewDiePie's Odysseus? I still have to play around with it. I haven't done that.
Dies is the assumption, because somewhere right now there's a kid who's building his first PC, and there's a real shot that he sets it up, it boots into Steam, he plays on it for 2 years, and he never sees a forced update, never sees a BitLocker screen, never pays a Windows tax, never thinks about Microsoft even one time. And it's
God, that sounds like heaven.
Not because he picked a side, it's because, gee, it never crossed his mind to put Windows on it in the first place. That's how this really ends. Nobody kills Microsoft. The whole generation just grows up never needing them. Thanks so much for watching, as always, and if you enjoyed the video, make sure you leave a like, subscribe. Love to hear from
God damn, good video. Decent. Okay, there's hope for the future. There's hope for the future of gaming. Everyone needs to get the fuck away from Windows immediately. The final straw was what happened to me today. They fucked with my audio settings for the last time. I'm going to figure out how to install Linux. I'm going to figure out all of that shit, and I'm putting it on everything, and I'm never looking back. Fuck Windows. Fuck Microslop. Fuck all the forced updates. Fuck all the bullshit they pull. I'm so over Windows at this point. I hate it so much. I hate it so fucking much. So let's figure it out then. Yeah, I had that link open already, Jimmy. Yeah. Hold on. Let's see. Let's figure it out, huh? Let's see. What distribution am I going for here? Linux distro and desktop brawler. Desktop only? Wait, what the fuck am I supposed to do here? Start? How would you rate your Linux experience to it? Fuck. I'd say new to it. Let's go new to it. What's this machine mainly for? Well, it's kind of for gaming, but also for work. I do a little bit of server stuff, but not really that much to justify that. Everyday desktop on Office. Ooh. It's either one or two. Let's go gaming. Software fresh or stable. I need something rock solid. I need something that's gonna fucking work. You're old enough to know how to run debloat. I've already run debloat several times. I've already done that several fucking times. Make a channel in Discord and just ask for help. Yeah, I'll probably end up doing that. I will end up doing that, Vagabond. I want something that I install it, it works, it does all the things that I want, that it doesn't fuck with me, and it's efficient, effective, it does everything I need. That's what I want. I don't want to deal with bugs, I don't want to deal with errors, I don't want to waste hours of my fucking life like I have to with Windows. Give me something rock solid. What's the hardware like? Modern. How much do you want to tinker? Some control is nice. I do like to fuck around a little bit. I do like to fuck around and figure that shit out. So I'll do that. Don't do this live. Rose is gonna crash the stream. No, I'll be fine. I'll be fine. Let's see. What kind of distro suits you? Easy and familiar, built for Windows switches. Polished and designed first. Mac, fuck Mac. No. Lean and no nonsense. Gaming ready out of the box. Huh. I want lean and no bullshit. I don't want to deal with a bunch of stupid bullshit on the end. In its system, any preferences? No preferences. System style, traditional, normal, editable system. Immutable, atomic, locked, based. No, editable. Editable. Okay, what the? Okay. Press space for the next round. Oh, it's chopping him down. One of these 8 takes the crown. Think you know who? Click your fighter to back them. Huh. Huh. I would suggest Bazite. Well, I'm kind of not taking this seriously. I'm going to look into each to figure it out because there might be something or like a quirk of all of these that I don't quite like. So I'm still going to look into these and figure them out myself. Fedora. There's Linux Fedora. Oh, God. I think the fact that I do fuck around on my PC, I do install spec software, I do code a little bit of stuff. I'm thinking it's either going to be... I know ease of use, it's probably going to be Ubuntu, right? So I'm probably not going to go for that. I think it's going to be either Mint or Debian. I think one of these two will probably do it. So I think I'm going to back a Mint. Let's see if it goes with that. Okay, let's see. Quarterfinals. Is this just going to be penguins fighting? This is just going to be penguins beating the shit out of each other. Update manager combo. Okay. Mimics Windows. Windows familiar layout. Mint's got this. Mint's got this. You can press space to speed it up. Okay. Whoop. I sped it up too much. Let's see. Fast forward. Oh, Debian. Fedora wins. Oh, God. Okay. Okay, so we got Mint. It's Debian versus Mint. It looks like I was right. I was right. Yeah, I know just enough to have made the right call. Yeah, it's gonna be Linux Mint. Well, at least I know where to start my search. It's gonna be Linux Mint. Alright. So, rock solid stability. Like some control, one traditional editable system. Dead simple, stable, Windows familiar, the safe first jump. Debian boring on purpose, just keeps running for years. Fedora, fresh software, done cleanly, sane defaults, strong upstream ties. And just a terrible fucking name that goes with it. Linux Mint is your distro. Now find the desktop that fits it. Your desktop decides how the whole thing looks and feels day to day. It's half of what makes the setup yours. Linux Mint ships Cinnamon, Mate, and Exfo. Okay. How do you like to move between tasks? Tile everything. Fast workspace. One desktop, click around. Yeah, make it easy. You're gonna boil it down to stupid fucking, I don't know. Yeah, this is the thing, is I'm not taking this too seriously. I'm still gonna look into each distribution. I'm not really gonna do that. Mint or Debian, no one is fighting. We're just happy someone is thinking about switching. No, I'm gonna be fucking switching. I'm tired of this. You know what? I've even thought about this. even if I fuck up and get the wrong distribution, I'm probably still gonna get a better experience out of the wrong distribution that has mild frustrations, and once I figure it out, it's never a problem again, as opposed to dealing with Windows bullshit non-stop. From these, I've only tried the easy ones like Ubuntu, Kubuntu, Mint, Ubuntu, Mate, and Pop OS. It's giving me the basic bitch stuff. I can't be mad at that. I really can't be mad at it. One big negative for you will be there's no Linux version of program for your microphone. Yeah. I'm sure I can find something that I can bridge the beacon software into this with. I just need to figure out how. Well, let me check, actually. Does Linux support beacon software? Bean software. There's no official beacon, but open source community maintains beacon utility. So there's a utility for it. There's probably a utility for a lot of shit that's just not officially supported, because I'm sorry, I've looked into a lot of the Linux stuff so far, not into distributions, but Linux people seem very fucking motivated to get people way the fuck away from everything that is Windows. So it looks like someone will have made something where you can still use the stuff. OBS is supported. Wait. Yeah, OBS is supported. That's been supported for a while. That one I'm aware of. If it boils down to it, you may be able to use a wine container for your program. Yeah, probably. This is the thing is, I think the Linux people have thought about the fact that you can't run all programs on Linux, and because it's been the biggest, like, barrier to entry for Linux, they've probably figured out ways around it, and it's more about finding the way around it. It's a resource budget for your desktop. Balanced. Let's go for something straightforward. How much setup are you up for? I am perfectly fine with building something from scratch if I can build it once and then never have to touch it again. So I think I'll go for 2. Just because I'll be new to Linux, but I'm not new to coding, so that's not really a problem. Preferred look. Bare and minimal, classic and functional, or sleek and modern? Do you think if you made a non-Windows computer that it might be enough to make a secret Guild Wars 2 account? Maybe. Fucking maybe. Maybe. You know what? You just gave me another reason to try out Linux. Thank you. Let's see. Sleek and modern kind of sounds like shit to me. A lot of sleek and modern stuff is actually just non-functional, and it irritates the shit out of me because it's trying to look cool, but it actually doesn't work and do the thing I wanted to do. The last time I enjoyed Windows was fucking Windows XP. So I'd probably prefer either bare and minimal or classic and functional. So let's go for functionality. Display server. Mature, rock solid. Modern, Wayland, rough edges. No preference. Let's go for no preference. You're banned by IP and hardware. Well, if I'm moving houses soon, I won't have to worry about that. I'll just not say anything. There'll be signs that I've been playing. I'm just saying, when I do end up moving, there will be signs that I've been playing Guild Wars 2. There just won't be any evidence. When a game shits on you, it's over. Stop supporting it and move on. Well, I do like Guild Wars 2, right? I do enjoy it in a personal capacity. But I will not support anything that Guild Wars 2 does or ArenaNet does based on their piece of shit behavior. If Guild Wars 3 is a good game, I will call it a good game because there's no point in lying about it. If it's a dog shit game, I'll call it a dog shit game, and I'm not going to lie about it, right? There's no point in me changing my behavior either one way or another based on the behavior of someone else, because then regardless of what you do, you become their bitch. That's how I function, right? It doesn't matter to me that I got banned. If the game is good, the game is good. If the game is bad, the game is bad. I can still point out that there are a bunch of soft, lily-livered little pieces of shit who ban people for out-of-game behavior and try and destroy everything that they've built because they're such little bitches. I'm happy to do that. But if the game's good, I'll play the game, sure. You just won't know about it. Okay, Cinnamon. Cinnamon's the winner, apparently. You like one desktop, click around. You like a classic functional look. You want a balanced desktop. Let's see. Traditional, polished, and friendly. Windows familiar without the bloat. Think you can beat the rot. Ready for the real test. The campaign drops you into a live Linux terminal to hunt the rot across the reach. 15 stages. What the fuck is this? What the hell is this? Cinnamon is a desktop experience. It looks closest to Windows. Okay, so Linux Mint with Cinnamon. You know, I do feel kind of offended that I'm a fat piece of shit and all that this test did was give me food-related options. These fucking bastards. Linux Mint with the Cinnamon desktop, very rock-solid option, and Linux Mint has a program it comes with that makes it piss easy to install NVIDIA GPU drivers and other drivers for PC parts. Yeah, I'm probably going to be doing that then. What the hell is this? What the fuck is this? Yeah, okay, this is beyond me. That's all I needed. Okay, so my search when looking at Linux distributions starts with Linux Mint. That's where it starts. That's where I begin my search from. Is looking for Linux Mint with Cinnamon, and then I'll advance from there. And then I'll start looking at other shit, and then I'll figure it out. I'll do the research behind it, because maybe there's something better. I mean, my dad has been nagging me to just install Linux, Arch Linux, so I might end up doing that. Just because he keeps on calling me a slave, and it's really weird when your dad is calling you a fucking slave. So yeah, I'm gonna start there, and I'll work my way from there. Not sure this part matters. Yeah, it doesn't matter to me. Now let's move on. Let's move on. We got 2 more to get through that I see. The first is whatever the fuck this thing is that's on my screen. I'm a huge fan of D&D. I know, shocking. Never would have seen that coming, right? I love D&D. I've done a bunch of DMing over years. I think 3E was probably my favorite, but 5E is probably the most accessible for the most amount of people. I like DMing. I like doing it. Masochistically, I like doing it because I was kind of forced into the role because no one else wanted to do it. But apparently Dungeons & Dragons is over. Let's find out why.
Hasbro, the corporate owner of Dungeons & Dragons, Magic the Gathering, and of course the iconic Beyblade, has been going crazy lately, and things just got...
Okay, it makes sense why they look like this. This is a Scottish person.
Got crazier, because now Hasbro is not only going to war with Wizards of the Coast and with Dungeons & Dragons itself, but they also just decided to go to war with all the players and gamers and role players of those games.
Is that a dude? I don't know what it is, okay? I'm not sure what it is, so I'm going to focus on the information they have to say.
As well, as Hasbro have been caught and exposed in their new plan to end Dungeons & Dragons forever as we know it and transform it into something completely terrible.
Okay.
And this change will fundamentally impact every single person's game of Dungeons & Dragons right now, because Hasbro is killing D&D as we know it. And I'm not exaggerating. So here is what's happening. Currently, Dungeons & Dragons has 2 types of gamers. On the one hand, you have the role players, people who make characters to play in a game. They choose their stats, or they roll them up 3d6 in order if they're a Giga Chad.
role players fall into two subcategories. Based fucking role-playing gods who just imbibe the role entirely. They let it rip, and they let whatever the fuck happens. And these subhuman pieces of shit who keep on trying to actually all the fucking time at the table and ruin everyone else's good time.
Choose their class, they pick their ridiculous accent, they take an extensive acting course, and then murder hobo their way through an adventure, ignoring every single plot hook put in front of them by their dungeon master.
That's a DM problem. That's a DM problem. If you can't deal with a game filled with fucking murder hobos, you have fucked up. Don't put murder hobos in the same category as the theater kids. Murder hobos can be really, really funny to DM for. They are fucking hilariously fun to DM for. If you play it right. If they want to murder hobo their way through a campaign, play them against other murder hobos. It can get so good. I've done this. I've set groups against each other. I ran 2 DM games where I realized I was dealing with 90% murder hobos, and what I did was I brought them in for a special session where I had their players be murder hobos against the other murder hobos, and it was a fucking great time. I connected 2 unconnected campaigns just to make this happen. And it was fucking great, and everyone loved it, and everyone had a great time. Do not put theater kids in the same category as the fucking murder hobos, because they're not the same thing.
Your mileage may vary on that last part. And to play the game as players, they only really need their character sheet, some dice, their imagination, and maybe a player's handbook to see their spells, if they're a wizard, or if they're playing a martial class like a fighter, to chew on. Then
you don't even need the player handbook. You can get this all online.
And on the other side of the table are your gamers who are dungeon masters. You know, your Matt Mercers, your...
No. Bad. No Matt Mercer.
Matt Colvilles, your Matt... Brendan Lee Mulligans. They craft much of the game. They determine a lot of the fiction happening at the table. They narrate the world to the players so that everyone can share the same vision of what's happening in the game. And for most tables, they also arbitrate, well, everything. How does this rule work? Can my character do this? Why can't the dragon be seduced? They settle those issues.
The dragon can be seduced. You just have to roll for Constitution when it whips its cock out. A wizard being asked by the town guard if the wizard knows anything about the murderer that appeared recently. The wizard, of course I know him, is me. You know what's really funny about you saying that is I've had almost that exact interaction happen at a table, right? Where basically the group was a bunch of murder hobos. So effectively, because they kept on killing everyone in the town, they basically became well-known serial killers. And then the guard, I had a guard like questioning one of them, being like, do you know anything about the serial killers in town? And the dude was like, of course I do. I know everything about them. They're me. And as he said that, the rogue obviously came, the rogue came behind him and fucking stabbed him in the neck. But then obviously I set it up so that they didn't realize that the guard had a magical chime and the entire guard's house came out to fuck their asses.
In essence, the Dungeon Master is the narrative engine that keeps the game of Dungeons and Dragons going. Sure, it's everyone's responsibility, but more often than not, it falls disproportionately on the DM's shoulders. There's just a little bit more onus on them, and this puts a lot of players off wanting to be a Dungeon Master, which means that the ratio of role players heavily outnumber the available...
It's more than that. It's more than just the fact that the burden of the story is on the Dungeon Master. It's the fact that you become the guy who's facilitating all the rules and the roles and shit like that. And I'm 100% of the opinion that if you're a DM and you're starting off as a DM, reduce all the rules and you use something called blind rolling, right? Where instead of telling your players what they're rolling for, you just say, go ahead and roll that D20 for me. And let's see what it lands on. But you've got to have a copy of your player's stat block so you can figure it out yourself. And you should do blind rolling in D&D games so that they don't know exactly what they're doing. Because there are some interactions and encounters where D&D players should not know what exactly they're rolling for. It makes it more interesting and it amps up the pressure. And you can start to turn players against each other, which is my favorite thing to do sometimes. I'll like go to the paladin and I'll be like, make a blind roll for me, please. And he'll get like a 2. He'll get like a low number. And instead of him getting the valuable piece of information he knows, right, I'll be like, you get the strange feeling that the warlock is trying to kill you. You're not sure why. But they may be after your soul. It has something to do with their patron. You're pretty sure of this. And then just to make it worse, you leave them with the line of, it's too bad you rolled so low, otherwise I would have given you more information on it, because they were really obvious about something they did. And suddenly the group's playing a game of Among Us, and they hate each other, and they're fucking getting into group conflict. It's great. It's great. Then you pass a piece of paper over to the wizard, and you're like, I'll give you a special 2+ ring. If you look surprised right now, you gasp, and you hand me back the piece of paper folded so no one else can see it. Which is an idea I stole from online, but it works really well. Don't you remember, did you play Baldur's Gate 3? Did you enjoy it as a D&D fan? I enjoyed Baldur's Gate 3 as a D&D fan, expecting it to not be D&D. So yes, it's kind of like... the way I looked at Baldur's Gate 3 is the way I look at non-canonical movies that are still good and narratively, like, tell a good narrative story, right? Where it's not really D&D, it's kind of dumbed down a lot, but it's good enough that I can appreciate and really enjoy it as a game. And I think Baldur's Gate 3 was a fucking banger of a game.
Dungeon masters. Hence, we have a forever DM phenomenon where
I'm always taking advantage of the fact that players always miss to take perception checks. It's my favorite thing as well. Players tend, like, you set up the most obvious traps, right? I saw a post online for something that someone did in their game, and I'm 100% stealing this for a campaign if I ever run one again, right? Group of players gets to a door in a dungeon. It's just a simple wooden door, and there's a peephole in the door. And all they can hear coming from the other side of the door is the words 21, 21, 21. They don't make a perception check. They don't do anything. One of the players says, I look through the hole in the door. All of a sudden, a green finger of a goblin pokes them in the eye through the door. They take one point of damage, and all you hear from the other side of the door is 22, 22. That's like one of my favorite things that I saw recently, and I'm like, I'm stealing that shit for a game.
Someone can get stuck as the dungeon master and never get to be a player in the game. Because if you don't have a dungeon master at your table, you just can't play.
Wait, the 21 joke has already been turned into a YouTube short and circulated through the algorithm. They all see it coming. Damn it. Fuck. I saw it as a text post. Shit. That means I'll have to come up with something else way fucking dumber than that.
Unless you're doing...
I love retarded goblin traps. Retarded goblin traps are my favorite thing in the world.
One of those indie freestyle avant-garde type of games, in which case you are definitely playing alone anyway. However...
Oh, yeah. Let me give you another one, right? This is one I did run. This is one I figured out myself. Do any of you know about the Goblin Hammer? Right? Now, keep in mind, you play goblins as being retarded, right? So they set up traps and shit, but they're fucking stupid and they have very little regard for their own life. The Goblin Hammer is one of my favorite things to do because it's like an old Indiana Jones trick with a little twist on it. What you do is you have a goblin jump out in a hallway in front of the players, a long hallway with weapons drawn, and he's ready to fuck you up. And he keeps on telling you, I'm gonna fucking kill you, don't come down this hallway. Usually players don't make a perception check. And it's usually either the fighter, the rogue, or it's one of the melee combat classes, most likely the barbarian. They run down the hallway to attack the goblin. And that's when the other hiding goblins activate the trap where a giant swinging log comes down, smashes the goblin that's standing in the hallway on the back, and then slams into the player and does damage to them. You gotta remember, goblin traps are retarded. And sometimes those retarded traps are the best and most fun things to play. I call that one the Goblin Hammer, and it's worked. Like, of the 3 times I've run that, it's worked.
However, on the other hand, it's really rewarding to be a dungeon master. You get to world build, you get to invent NPCs and locations, to create combat encounters and mysteries in your game, to insert all of your uncomfortable fetishes. It's a lot of fun. Now, this—
Yeah, don't insert your fetishes. That's fucked up.
delineation between—
Unless there's only one acceptable place to insert fetishes, and it's if you've got a bunch of guys playing a game in the Warhammer universe as Slaneshi Chaos Marines. Then it is 100% acceptable to put the sickest shit in that game.
D&D gamers has been the case since the dawn of Dungeons & Dragons, and almost
And you can still play it like a D&D game.
every single tabletop RPG in the world follows this exact structure. And Hasbro, the corporate owners of Dungeons & Dragons, hate this, because this lopsided responsibility has created a culture in D&D where the people that actually buy the vast majority of products for Dungeons & Dragons, and therefore give Hasbro their money, are the Dungeon Masters. Notoriously, it's well known in the industry that gamers, role players, do not spend much money, because Dungeon Masters, you know, they need to buy all the books anyway.
No, you don't. You don't need to buy the books. You can find them online. Don't go buy the books if you don't have to. That shit's expensive. I know, I've barely ever bought a book. You can find it all online. Hold on, I missed a comment there. That seemed important. People have these expectations of how a D&D should be. Not people fumbling their way through a game. It's like comparing porn to your awkward first time getting laid. It sets up expectations. So, like, I think that also comes down to the group when it comes to it, right? Because if you have like a chilled, laid out group that's looking for a great thing, like a great experience, they will forgive your mistakes as a DM, because they understand that you are fallible as a human being. Usually the worst people, aside from the theater kids, are the people who do the rules lawyering thing and want hyper-specific things, because once upon a time they played a game once before this with a super experienced DM, and if you're a newer DM, then they start bitching that you're not really good. And it's like, yeah, of course I'm not really good. I'm still learning, right? But if you've got a decent group of people who are just in for a fun experience, they will forgive your mistakes and they will help you with it.
And therefore, they often share everything with their players. They share their books, their dice, their wives. So most role
maybe you.
Players simply borrow all that stuff when playing, meaning they don't need to buy much for themselves. Dungeon Masters buy one product and share it with 6 people, but Hasbro wants 6 people to buy one product instead. And Hasbro are about to get their wish. This dynamic, which has been the case for the entire history of Dungeons & Dragons and role-playing games, is all about to change, because the most insane leaks in the history of Dungeons & Dragons are now coming true. And it really is insane. Almost as insane as my dad's bizarre claim that he was the 7th brown Power Ranger who got cut from all the reruns because of his political stance on the 1994 Mexican
I'm surprised this person knows their dad.
peso crisis. Speaking of which, today's message is sponsored by Father's Day.
Okay.
Or for yourself,
Get the
for
fuck out of here.
sponsoring today's video. Okay, so how is Dungeons & Dragons changing? Well, this month...
Wait, I play Pathfinder. There are 2 massive websites with all of the info you need to DM and play a Pathfinder campaign for free. I think you can also use D&D Beyond, but like for the most part, there's like a bunch of different sites out there that you can use for like DMing. You don't need to buy the books. There's a bunch of shit. And yes, I 100% agree, Rosario. Rules are guidelines. They are not the law. You as the DM have to lean on homebrewing just so that you can make awesome moments happen for your players. Is it wearing lipstick? I can't tell. When you're DMing, you should always flavor things in your own way, because it'll always end up better than if you just go by the lay of the specific rule book, because it'll fuck things up. because all of a sudden you get into technical arguments about fucking roles and when they should have been able to do this and when a certain check should have happened. It's really irritating.
Hasbro began secretly making some really big moves company-wide in a certain direction, but they got caught, and now we know what's happening, what their plan is, and how it's being implemented, and it is all incredibly grim. So firstly, Hasbro have just launched a brand new studio under their umbrella called Sixth Wall. This studio has a mandate to, as Hasbro themselves say, implement behavioral licensing for their products, aka they are creating AI which supposedly replicates the way certain fictional characters think, speak, and act. Though if it's anything like ChatGPT, in no time at all, it'll just be telling me that in order to cure my back pain, I need to drink bleach. Now,
Yes,
at first,
probably.
Hasbro claimed that the goal of this new studio is to simply establish canon for fictional character interactive experiences using an AI software called Character OS, or in plain English, they're going to make AI personalities based on fictional characters that Hasbro own the IP of.
That's just gonna be dog shit.
And that they can keep consistent. The examples of characters that they're going to be using this for, given by Hasbro, are Optimus Prime, Megatron, Mr. Potato Head, and of course, who could forget the entire cast of Clue? Meaning that Hasbro can now do whatever they want with the voice of It the Clown. And also, I guess, they get to replicate Tim Curry's personality for all eternity? How about that? But just the bits from Clue? Now, Hasbro's master plan is...
Yeah, they'll find a way to get in Tim Curry's entire personality. That man was a treasure and they're gonna fuck it up.
to use this fake AI version of these characters, their personality, canon, and voice, in what they call interactive experiences.
Hey, what up, Adax? How you doing? Page 4 of the PHB has a letter to the player from Mike Mills. It's worth a read. If you know, you know. Why does that ring a bell in my head? It's been a long time. I need to
But what
look
kind
that
of
up
interactive
again.
experiences? Well, that's where things get a bit spooky for us. They say these AI characters will be used as AI-powered brand ambassadors, and as dynamic...
Yeah, it's gonna be dog shit. Oh, for fuck's sakes. God damn it, Jimmy. Maybe I wouldn't be murdered if I, if I looked like that. Fuck me. God damn it. Fuck off. Go on your walk, god damn it.
customer
God damn
engagement agents. In other words,
That was
they're
pretty
essentially
good.
inventing fake Mr. Potato Head AI bots that can develop parasocial relationships with children and advertise products to them under the guise of being their friend.
Oh, that's disgusting. That's nasty as fuck. I tried building a D&D AI. It just can't be done with the current generations of AI. It's because its memory's limited, and as you try and build out that AI, it's going to keep on fucking it up. You have to get into things like strapping your AI to an MCP and using something like Notebook LM so that it can keep on calling back to the same information so it stays on track. But yeah, it's going to fall apart. Expect that if this happens, the Mr. Potato Head AI at some point is probably going to be telling your child to kill themselves. You should be keeping this shit way the fuck away from kids.
Seriously, this is actually their plan. They just said this. But what does this matter for Dungeons & Dragons? Well, unfortunately, this goes further, because they also say that these AI characters will be used for interactive storytelling experiences, conversational games, and connected physical products.
This is the exact wrong way to use AI. This is the most retarded decision ever, and it's the exact wrong way to use AI. The right way to use AI is to assist you with things like world building, character sheets, roles, stuff like that. This is fucked up. Mr. Potato Head is just a cartoon Steve Harvey. I can't change your mind now.
These three statements in a Venn diagram, and do you know what sits in the center? Dungeons and Dragons. And the implications are clear, and they are terrifying. For one, as the gaming industry site ICV2 stated during the announcement, Hasbro can use this software to standardize the personalities of notable NPCs for Dungeon Masters, allowing DMs to use these AI NPC characters to interact with players at the table via audio on a laptop or phone.
That's, oh, geez, that just ruins D&D. That just fucking shits on D&D and world building and the way you build a fucking character and shit. That turns it into a video game NPC that's not going to do interesting shit. That's horrible. If anyone wants to know why I say that, go look up the story of someone wrote this out once on 4chan, I think, where they talked about Oogie. Oogie, the troll that was desperate to be a dwarf. You don't get that out of an NPC using an AI because it's just going to act in standardized ways. And any experienced DM knows that there's going to be a thing where you run a game and you give the most obvious hints, and your players in the tavern are going to be like, I want to look around the room and see who else is here. And you're going to say something like, yeah, so there's like, there's a few other people at different tables talking in hushed tones. You see, obviously, Frank, the bartender, he's not very interesting, and he's just kind of wiping down a glass. And then instead of going for all the plot points you managed, everyone's like, I want to talk to Frank. I want to find out what the fuck's happening with Frank. I think there's more going on there. And they've just missed all the plot points dropped on the quests you wanted them to do. And what happens is Frank the fucking bartender becomes an integral fucking character to the entire story without him ever intending to be so. He was meant to be a background character. And somehow there's a bartender facing down a fucking dragon at some point. And the difference between life and death comes down to how hard Frank can throw a wooden fucking mug at the dragon's head because it's got one HP left. You get interesting stories like that. Using an AI NPC just destroys the entire spirit of a D&D game.
As opposed to simply doing the voice yourself and having fun. And these...
D&D has been a shit for a while. That means you've been around shit people who don't know what the fuck they're doing. Right? D&D is not made by this company. D&D is made by the people at the table.
Individual character personalities will be potentially purchasable as microtransactions, something which the reporter notes is just the tip of the iceberg for character OS. And if true, this would totally warp future Dungeons & Dragons adventure content, as Hasbro will push Wizards of the Coast to...
It's homogenizing it, and it's going to make it uninteresting and boring and dull. I think this is why there's a bunch of games that people are now moving away from D&D because of stupid fucking decisions like this. In a campaign, we borderline adopted a throwaway rogue from an encounter. DM ended up building him out during a major event. We had to defend the quest hub. The now not nameless NPC saved a few people. Yes, that becomes interesting storytelling because your players do things that they don't expect. Using this AI is standardizing NPCs is gonna fuck it up.
Create more stories with named characters from the IP of Dungeons & Dragons.
But how do you break the mentality for new players that treat their D&D games like a rigid video game? Very easy. Very, very easy thing to do, right? You make them realize that your D&D game is not going to function the same way as a video game. Where if you're running a video game and you talk to an NPC, that NPC is going to shit out the same set of lines at you all the time, right? But if you are role-playing a character to a group, you have the NPC, and they can have a functional conversation with the player because you are role-playing that NPC as a certain person with a personality, right? And you can build it out on the fly because... Sorry, sickness is getting me. Because you can have like you can come up with shit on the fly, right? Did the guardsman you're just talking to go through a serious divorce? Is his life falling apart? Maybe he's had a great fucking day, right? Your NPCs are something you can use to convince the players that this isn't a video game, right? And you can do it through either logic or through wackier ways, right? So a good example is usually bards like to try and seduce someone or some shit. You then have the NPC's husband or wife show up later as like a mini side villain who really wants to fucking kill the bard because he found out what happened and that NPC's life was ruined by the bard's actions. Because it doesn't act like a video. You can run it like a video game, but that usually leads to a far narrower world, and you don't have to keep your players on track. If they want to go do some shit that you haven't planned out, then you can take that D&D game in a completely different direction based on the player's actions, not based on a predetermined set of bullet points that you want them to go through. It's really easy. It's usually NPC conversations that can change that. Combat doesn't really change that because combat functions in a certain way, but obviously you can add narrative into that. A good example, here, let me give you a good example, right? So when I built this out, I built this out to try and make this as beginner-friendly as possible. If you look at the Rathrix model that I've built, fuck's sakes. God damn it, just... Okay. If you look at this, I put something in these boss encounter cards. Where is it? So I put in the DM party introduction here, right? There are certain ways where if you behave in certain actions, the dragon just says, I don't give a fuck about you, I'm going to kill you all now. There are things you can do to have a conversation with this dragon. You could convince him that you want to be one of his slaves or his servants and get around that shit. Now, when it comes to his abilities, there's a certain ability here that's based on the dragon's arrogance itself, right? So if the dragon doesn't perceive you as that much of a threat, he sees you as beneath using his abilities on you, right? So he won't activate certain abilities because his hubris tells him this is just like people who are just little bitches. They are not worth my explosive fury, right? So I'm not going to use that. But you could make a decision as a DM that, you know what, I am actually going to use that. Because you've pissed off this dragon in a certain way. You've fucking bruised his ego. You've done certain actions that, yeah, now he's going to fuck you up, right? So you work it like that. You work the personality into the encounter. And that generally gets them out of that video game mindset a lot. That usually works very well. The video game thought process really limits their ability to be creative and try new things. Yes, usually that's why I say like NPC conversations, mostly because it gives them the opportunity to role play their character. Because usually when you like, if someone's new to it and they do have that video game mindset, usually tell them create a character that is not your real world personality. You are playing a character in a game, and that usually breaks them out of that. Because then they start interacting as if they were that person, and then it starts becoming more real to them. This is sounding really pathetic and greedy on Hasbro's part. Yeah, that's Hasbro. Hasbro has been pathetic and greedy for a very fucking long time. If I play a medieval fantasy game, I also want to play it for medieval aspect where divorce hasn't been invented and divorce-esque marriage problems end with someone getting killed. Then do that. Right? I don't want divorce in my fantasy. I think divorce in fantasy actually makes it really interesting. Because when I say divorce, I don't mean you go to a court or you go to a cleric and you get some divorce papers signed. I mean divorce like one of them tried to fucking kill the other one and they failed. And this bitch is still technically married, but she had to run for her goddamn life because her husband was trying to strangle her to death after he figured out that she'd poisoned him. That's what I mean when I say divorce. I don't mean like there was a whole courthouse, there was a whole thing that went down. I'm talking about like some fucking wacky shit happened between the characters, and now one of them is running for their life and the other one's trying to hunt them down. Those kind of elements make more sense in those worlds than, you know, just an average divorce kind of things.
So that they can sell more AI characters to Dungeon Masters.
When I said D&D has been shit for a while, I meant as a company. Yes. Okay, I 100% agree with you on that. They are fucking up the game that everyone loves and is trying to keep together by themselves. Funnily enough, combat really plays a part in my campaigns because it's boring. I want players to be creative with their altercations and do things with their skills to control the interaction. You can make combat entertaining. right? Because combat isn't actually about the numbers. It's about the narrative that is described by the numbers. But yeah, a lot of the times, if you play, again, it's back down to the video game kind of problem, right? Where if you play a D&D game and you run the numbers just like an average encounter, and it's like, you rolled an 18 and you hit and you depleted their life points and they fell down and died. That's not very interesting. But what you can say to them is, okay, this is going to hit. How do you want to hit them? Run your own DMD stream, Mr. Pro DM. I don't know if that would work. I honestly don't know if that would work.
Masters and players, and it will all be...
Also, neat little trick if you are DM. This is one of my hard rules that I've always got as a DM. No person is allowed to give me a backstory of their character that is longer than a short paragraph. Because when they're playing their character is supposed to develop and grow and change in the game, not before the game has even started. That works really well, because then their character grows with them, as opposed to they've got this massive fucking 20-page backstory, and they're already a fully completed character. And you can't really play with that as a DM because they've given you too much to work around.
Exclusive to D&D Beyond, including the actual adventures themselves. So I hope you've got your subscription paid up. But
fuck that. I hope no one signs up for that subscription. I enjoyed making some combat encounter puzzles where there was a big bad in the room that you could kill, yes, but if you take advantage of the environment, you might make it easy on yourself. Yes, that's the right way to do it.
Things don't end there. This goes a lot deeper and a lot
What is this weird Irish creature? I don't know. I don't know.
Darker, because just this week, Hasbro also got caught in the process of hiring a brand new senior AI engineer, whose role will be stationed at Wizards of the Coast. And this job isn't simply to streamline systems or implement AI.
This is gonna fuck up the D&D. People will go back to older editions. This will fuck it up. No, I don't see anyone sensible deciding that they're going to use this. I don't know how they're going to push this, but I think this is a massive fucking fuck up on their side. Give them a cancer tumor so the tumor grows with them as their character grows. Their personality is supposed to be the cancer that grows with them. If you've done official modules, the final encounter in Modern Tomb of Annihilation, the final encounter, yes, yeah. Where there's environmental factors that come into play that you can use against certain things.
AI internally for Wizards of the Coast, this is a role for a senior AI engineer whose entire job will be to implement AI into the games of Dungeons & Dragons and Magic the Gathering for WotC, as described by Hasbro in the job application itself. It says that their role will be to create customer-facing features, working on the intelligent generation of tutorials and NPC behaviors, to create trained models for their games. And this is
this takes what this makes me think is that they're trying to get rid of DMs by replacing the DM with an AI.
Coming right on the heels of the creation of that new Character OS studio. So this means that we will definitely be seeing a lot of AI-powered tools on platforms like D&D Beyond going forward. But even AI-generated D&D books and artwork seem to now be on the menu. But this is just the beginning. It gets even crazier, because this also means that Hasbro are finally implementing one of the biggest leaks that we heard about D&D during the OGL scandal. The leak that Hasbro were planning on introducing paid-for digital AI dungeon masters to replace traditional human.
Okay, so I was right. Basically, they're taking the flavor out of the game you're playing. They're trying to turn D&D into a video game. Then you might as well just go play Baldur's Gate.
Dungeon Masters on their digital platforms. That's right, Dungeon Masters, your hobby is being outsourced to AI now. And I know this sounds like a crazy conspiracy theory, but Hasbro are telling us that this is what they want to do. They aren't hiding it, and they finally have all the pieces in place. They've got a studio creating NPCs and AI narrators. They're hiring for a new senior engineer to create AI NPCs specifically for Dungeons & Dragons. And finally, the last piece of the puzzle, the most important part for Hasbro, they're moving Dungeons & Dragons to a subscription fee model going forward, where
This is just greed. These pieces of shit are just looking for the greediest way to do this.
everyone, whether you're a dungeon master or just a role player, has to pay Hasbro money to even begin playing D&D, because a lot of their new content is being made exclusive to their live service, subscription-based digital platform D&D Beyond. And originally, that content wasn't even going to be shareable at all. It took the community to pretty much throw hands and respond extremely negatively for Hasbro to even begin to countenance allowing master tier subscribers on D&D Beyond, aka the most...
You know what's really fucked up about this? They could have gone in a completely different direction with this and been perfectly fine. If they wanted people to buy more shit, what you could have done instead was make a separate TTRPG that involves the D&D IP. You take your 13 classes, so let's say you've got, for example, you've got wizards over here and you've got fighters over here, right? You make these classes have a faction war where you've got a bunch of different wizard shit over here and a bunch of different fighter shit over here. And the fighters have different styles of tanks and ranged bow users and shit like that. And the wizards have elementals on the front line and stuff. And you make this into an entire tabletop game, similar to something like what Warhammer does, right? Where each faction, so you've got like barbarians over here, you've got fucking rogues over here, you've got the fucking clerics over here, and each one has a specific faction with specific uses, and like they use different styles, and you make it into a full TTRPG of an army of wizards going against an army of fighters going against an army of like barbarians and shit like that. And yeah, basically turn it into Warhammer Fantasy, but using the D&D IP. And people would probably lose their shit over that, but this takes effort and energy to figure out the rules and balancing out 13 different classes. And instead of doing something interesting like that, they've just basically gone down the route of let's use bitch-made AI standardization and turn it into a fucking video game. Oh god, this is the dumbest fucking decision I've ever seen in my life. I find it boring when people use pre-established D&D world and Pantheon to make a custom world, custom races, tech level gods, everything, and get players to help them make the world. I think it's fine to use the standard stuff, right? I think that's perfectly fine, but you've got to give it your own flavor. Because if you just use the stock standard stuff, well, then you might as well use the AI. Right, you don't have to like go deep down the path of homebrewing to the point that there's custom races and tech levels and shit like that, but you can put your own flavor and spin on it. I'm glad that you don't even need to spend a penny to play D&D with your friends. You just need a pen and paper and dice. Yes, that's the right way to play D&D. And you get a mini or like a model or something if you like it, if you enjoy that, but you don't need that. You don't need anything. You need a pen and paper. That's all you actually need. Wizards of the Coast are busy race swapping collab cards in Magic the Gathering. Yeah, I saw Black Aragon. I did see that, yeah. I'm surprised now that you mentioned it, that there isn't a really D&D themed Total War. There should be. That's what I'm saying, is there should be. They could basically just rip off Age of Sigmar and be done with it. But instead, I don't know what the fuck they're doing with this. This is the most retarded decision I've ever seen in my life.
Expensive tier on the platform to share the new subscription fee paywall content with players in their games. But that content is only being shareable to players that are actually being monetized on the D&D Beyond platform every month in the first place. And honestly, the idea of replacing Dungeon Masters with a bot is Hasbro.
Also, yes, Pathfinder is pretty based. D&D 5e, I got a hot take for you. You have to homebrew D&D 5e. You have to.
dream, because dungeon masters pose a paradox for Hasbro. DMs are, on the one hand, vital for a game of Dungeons & Dragons to be played. They bottleneck the game for new players entering the hobby. And because most new players want to play D&D and not Dungeon Master, it means that there is just a real lack of DMs out there, and it can be hard to convince people to DM, especially when they're new. But also, importantly, Dungeon Masters are the biggest spenders in the RPG hobby.
That is true.
They are the economic anchor to D&D. But then, all the products they buy get shared at the table, meaning that actually Hasbro believe they could be making a ton more money if DMs would simply stop sharing their stuff. They think they could be making like 10 times more money from Dungeons & Dragons. Hasbro's big...
Oh, God. I'm sick, and this is just making me sicker, because this is basically what they're saying is they've over-monetized the DM. The DM usually brings everything. The DM sets everything up. They don't want to monetize the DM because it leaves 4 to 7 players who sit at the table with them not monetized. So their idea is kill the guy who's spending the most amount of money on stuff so that they can monetize the other 7 people at the table.
Biggest problem with implementing AI Dungeon Masters 2 years ago when this plan leaked wasn't the technology. The technology still sucks. It was the fact that they didn't know how to monetize the players of Dungeons & Dragons enough to make up for the shortfall in lost Dungeon Master revenue if they get rid of all the Dungeon Masters. And as Hasbro love to say, D&D players are under-monetized. But now we're in a world...
Yeah. That's why they play D&D. Now that you're trying to over-monetize them, they're not going to play D&D.
World where Hasbro have fixed that, because now they've introduced a system where every single person that wants to play Dungeons & Dragons going forward will need to pay Hasbro money to play D&D on their subscription service if they want access to the new content that releases for the game every single month. And it was that system which was Hasbro executives' main focus and goal with D&D over the last couple of years, to make every player a payer. And now that they've done that, they don't need DMs, they just need more players, because each one will pay a subscription fee. Now players are almost as valuable to Hasbro as a Dungeon Master. And frankly, for Hasbro, DMs are a bit of a headache, because they also happen to be the most involved, outspoken, and hardcore element of the D&D audience. They help...
You know, we watched that Legendary Drops video, and he was talking about how video games do the thing where they're trying to cater to everyone instead of cater to their core audience. Hasbro just did the exact same fucking mistake here. The most involved people, the most dedicated people, are the ones that they're trying not to cater to. This is the dumbest fucking decision I think they could have made. I struggle to think of a dumber one. I love that they're going to make the game into a subscription-based solo RPG. Basically, they are re-evolving D&D into a worse version of MUDs. That's what they're turning it into, is a worse version of multi-user dungeons. Oh, Christ.
Spearhead the community response of the OGL scandal, picking up different games instead of D&D. But now, if every player can just play D&D by clicking a button, they are, for Hasbro, a bit of a weakness. And I know Wizards of the Coast have, in the past, officially promised that AI would not be implemented in Dungeons & Dragons or Magic the Gathering. Their marketing department pinky promised and everything.
I lied.
But they got caught. They're hiring AI engineers now, and they're creating AI NPCs. And it's leading to a fundamental shift in what Dungeons & Dragons is and what it's meant to be. But that's not even the end of this. This gets even worse, because I have discovered something really dark about Hasbro's plans. Because while I want Dungeons & Dragons and the entire TTRPG hobby to be as accessible as possible for the most amount of people to be playing it, this is not the way to go about it. And I think that some players, when they hear the term AI Dungeon Master, they are imagining taking part in a game like Baldur's Gate 3.
They're right. They're right. They're thinking they're making Baldur's Gate 3. They're making shitty MUDs. That's what they're making. They're not making Baldur's Gate 3. They couldn't do that if they fucking tried. Especially since they're using AI for everything. You struggle now, but give them time. They'll amaze you further with their poor subscription model. They probably will. I won't even argue with you on that point. They probably fucking will. Jesus Christ. Their gambit is that they're hoping those most dedicated players will simply stick it out by loyalty. The only solution is to walk away. Do you know why I think that won't work, Green Sky Wizard? I've run multiple campaigns where it's the first time someone played D&D. It's the first time they sat down and role-played a character. Their first experience with the game, their first interaction with the game, is usually the thing that helps them decide whether they give a fuck enough to do it again or not. Some people end up doing it once and then just not having the time to do it again. It's not nice to say it this way, but DMs are like the really dedicated people to this. And people who usually play PCs are usually more casual. They are not as deeply involved. They are not as deeply dedicated to doing the shit. That's why they play PCs, right? It's like being a DPS over being a tank in an MMO. They are trying to court a casual audience that doesn't give as much of a deep fuck about things as a DM does. I think Hasbro is going to lose the rice trying to catch the chicken. Yes, I agree. I'm not familiar with D&D, but can't people just ignore all of this and just make up what they want? I don't understand how they hope that anyone would buy this stuff. As someone who knows nothing about D&D, you just said the perfect line, right? These idiots think that players are so desperate for games that they will rely on an AI that's going to be a dog shit version of a D&D game, as opposed to getting a DM who's going to do interesting and fun shit with them and allow them to expand their character and roleplay and stuff like that. But that removes all of the flavor of this. So I think, yeah, the people who want to play D&D are probably just going to ignore the shit out of this, get a DM, try and figure out a group, because all that effort and energy has a higher payoff than subscribing and spending extra money. And most DMs do this shit for free because they love doing it. Remember when everything didn't have a subscription attached to it? Yeah, you know what they're looking at? I know what they're looking at. They're looking at MRR. All they're thinking about is what is our monthly recurring revenue? And they're trying to amplify that. And by doing that, they're trying to fuck up their entire game. I think most people are going to ignore this. I think most people are not going to give a singular shit about this. And when this fails, the only thing I'm going to say is good. You deserve this. Fuck you. You shouldn't have done this at all.
And Baldur's Gate 3 was fantastic. Tons of players came into the RPG hobby through that game because it was so much fun. It has been an awesome gateway to allow lots of people a glimpse of what an incredible game D&D can be. But that's all it is. It's just a glimpse. Baldur's Gate has nothing on real-life Dungeons & Dragons games.
I can't disagree. Real D&D games are a lot more versatile than what Baldur's Gate 3 had to offer. Baldur's Gate 3 was an exceptional video game. It's not the same as sitting at a table with people and actually having a game. It's not the same thing.
Baldur's Gate 3 also wasn't a large language model AI dungeon master making stuff up on the spot. It was 8 years of industry veterans making a very enjoyable, structured, and curated experience. AI DMs will not be able to even capture an ounce of that. And honestly, even Baldur's Gate 3 wasn't quite able to capture how it feels to play a game of D&D at a table with other players. But even if that's not enough to convince people that AI DMs doesn't sound good, well, there's also the fact that it is doomed to suck as a result of Hasbro's own agenda, as I have discovered. Because Chris Cox, CEO of Hasbro, has admitted that their goal with the future of D&D is to create more crossover products. They're not trying to replicate Larry.
So they're Fortniting their fucking game.
Studios' Baldur's Gate 3, they're trying to add He-Man into your game, despite recent overwhelming evidence that He-Man is not the cultural touchstone it used to be. And they will honey trap new players onto their subscription fee service to get access to DM AI games. But then on top of that, sell licensed NPCs and characters to those players and keep those players siloed away from joining real games with real DMs where they might be monetized less effectively.
I don't think it's going to work.
And while I wish this wasn't true, they're also going to be using it to sell ads to players as well.
Of course they are. Of course they are. Have you seen MTG lately? Universes Beyond. It's been a while since I've looked into Magic the Gathering. But yeah, I'm aware that they take a lot of characters from other IPs and they put them into Magic the Gathering and they like sell them as limited edition and all of this shit. I know what they're doing. I do still think that MTG is very different from the idea of playing a D&D game. Because certain players will get certain characters or certain cards for a Magic the Gathering game because it's got specific stats or it does something unique that they can use in their games.
Because when I looked into the group behind this studio, I discovered they already do a Dungeon Master character OS. Looking into the different personalities that they advertise, they have a narration setting and a character setting with what they describe as a playful and engaging voice. And they also do, alongside those, an advertisement character who...
Can you imagine playing a game of D&D using an AI DM and halfway through the campaign the AI DM says to you, you're about to talk to this guardsman at the front gate of the castle, but before that, have you thought about taking a trip to Italy? We have a deal on a flight package to Italy for 3 people at 50% off. Fuck me.
They describe as a persuasive voice that drives action and brand recall. So say what you want about your human dungeon master for getting an NPC name or getting an accent incorrect or showing up to your game drunk after their divorce, but at least they never try to sell you on the merits of gambling websites in the middle of their game. And honestly, at the end of the day, the spontaneity, the original thinking, and the randomness a human DM brings to the table cannot be replicated by AI. And AI will railroad players, they will run pre-made modules poorly, they will create trope-heavy, unsophisticated games, and they will talk people into murdering their family like AI has done in the past.
Nice.
So we need to save our human dungeon masters, because how else will I indulge my fetishes if there's no one else at the table to suffer as a result? But this story, believe it or not, goes even further. The senior AI designer...
How do you even get worse from beyond that point? Holy fuck. This is how people will play, but there's a pretty close ratio between canonical cards in universe and the amount of cards based on other franchises. Magic is barely Magic, very Fortnitification. Oh my god, they're really fucking up everything, huh? Man, they're fucking up Magic the Gathering. They're fucking up Dungeons and Dragons. They found the perfect way to fuck this entire IP up. Get an ad for Red Bull. AIDM, I need to take a drink of my last remaining health potion. You reach into your bag of holding, discovering that there's only one health potion left. As you lift it to your lips, you taste the delicious, refreshing taste of Red Bull, sugar-free. Get one at the store now. Holy fuck, that would be so bad. Do you know what's going to fuck this up as well? I just realized this as a DM. You know what's going to fuck this up? Is fey creatures. Because you know how fey creatures work, right? Fey creatures trick you with language all the time, right? Like a fey creature, you'll have a conversation with a fey creature, and if it's a new PC, as the fey creature, you'll say, "Good sir, can I have your name?" And if they're a new PC, they'll be like, sure, my name is Baldric, right? And then the fake creature will smile and disappear, and for the rest of the campaign, they can't remember what their fucking name was. There's no way that an AI DM is going to be able to pull that kind of language trick off the same way that DMs do. Fake creatures are dead now. It's not going to work with this kind of system. Just imagine the guardsman is drinking an ice-cold Coca-Cola. He offers the party some drinks. Oh, for fuck's sakes. Yeah, he's going to offer it for real $5 for fantasy Coca-Cola. It's going to have... Oh, fuck me. Oh. It's like the red letter media meme. How does it feel to be old enough to watch all your childhood franchises die? It feels great. It feels great.
Hasbro are hiring for WotC has the explicit goal to create more AI, customer-facing features, development tools, and new experiences. So things do not end here. The implementation of an AI DM system will be used to force AI into other elements of D&D too. This is a wedge issue. Once AI...
Wait, quick aside, Twitch tell you to fuck off again. No, they told me to wait an extra month. I have... they're saying, yeah, wait an extra month, apply after the 20th of July. So, yeah, I need to wait until then.
NPCs and AI DMs are used in a big way in the game, there will be nothing left sacred. If players are comfortable using AI tools, Hasbro will take that as the go-ahead to begin using AI in the development of D&D and Magic the Gathering and begin replacing their workforce at Wizards of the Coast with AI. Chris Cox, the CEO, has admitted as such. He has said that it's only hostility to AI from the player base that keeps Hasbro from going all in on AI with D&D and Magic the Gathering.
You know what? I take it back. I take it back. Let it burn. Let it burn. Everyone should shut the fuck up and just let them implement their dog shit AI and then just not use it. Let it fucking burn. We should just keep quiet, let them push AI as hard as possible, and learn their lesson the hard way when they take like a multi-million-dollar loss on this shit.
And yet, he's still hiring AI engineers anyway. That's how far they're going. And this is what Wizards of the Coast employees have been trying to warn us about. And now it's here. So we need to listen before it's too late. We need to oppose this. We need to be vocal in our opposition. This video has a point. If we are not loud in our disagreement with this, Hasbro will take it as a signal that they can just implement it.
No, I disagree. Implement it everywhere. Let it burn. Set it on fire. Let's start again. It's fucked up. It's corrupt. It's destroyed. Destroy it and start again. We should motivate them to use as much AI as possible so that they can fail faster. So they can burn a bunch of money on fucking tokens on some AI that's processing all of this shit, and their company can collapse through the fucking floor. I disagree. Let them use the AI. Let them learn this lesson the hard way. They need to. Wait, you try to drink the healing potion, but as you're drinking, you realize it's a Red Bull. You are under the fly spell effect. You're thinking on multiple levels here, Jurasa. That's the problem. You're thinking on a level where you're implementing it into the game. That's not what's going to happen with the advertisement. It's going to be so blunt. It's going to be in your face. It's going to be hideous. It's not going to be intelligent enough that, like, it's implemented into the game with certain mechanics.
Carte blanche. The time of nicey hope for the best with Hasbro is over. The outrage has a point. D&D is changing forever, and we have to fight that. And if you want to help that, subscribe to this channel. Or you can check out my Patreon to help support us. We've been struggling with YouTube and monetization. We keep getting demonetized. It's very frustrating. So
I wonder why. There don't seem to be anyone doing anything offensive. I wonder why they're struggling with demonetization. Unless they've got a hold on. Let's just do they stick to D&D, or do they start going for, no, this person doesn't seem to lean and yap on about their political taste and shit. So it's weird that these guys are dealing with demonetization issues. That's very strange. That's a very odd one. Wizards of the Coast have been a dumpster fire for years at this point. We have our own rules anyway. Yeah, this is why people homebrew. Yes, speed up the chemical reaction so it fails too fast to damage. anything other than itself. Yes, this is create a brush fire, right? Burn more so that everything else doesn't get burned down around it. Fuck these guys. Motivate them to use AI. Make sure they use as much AI as possible. And when they do, they fail, and they fail dismally, and they learn their fucking lesson. That's my take on it. Motivate them to use as much AI as possible, because they deserve this failure for doing this. Why is there an ugly man on screen? Odyssey ain't out yet. It's not. But man, Odyssey is going to be fun. Okay, you know what? I'm going to save the Gideon video for another day. Right? This one's a bit of a long one. And you kind of reminded me, I do want to see the Odyssey trailer. I do have a desperate desire to see what the Odyssey trailer is like, because I haven't yet seen it. Then we'll play some Final Fantasy. Ooh, I'm looking forward to this. Does Hasbro think they could put a price tag on imagination on rails? Yes, they actually unironically do, and it's the exact same problem that the video game industry is going through, where they think they fucking think that they could just get rid of shit and they'll be fine. They think that they can just standardize the fuck out of everything, homogenize the fuck out of everything, and people are still going to love it the same, but they're not. You ingest the potion, you roll to see how much you heal. Please insert your credit card details to complete this transaction. Yeah, I expect that. I really expect that. You see the dislike numbers. Well, let's find out. I haven't seen this. Ooh. More than 500,000 dislikes. Ooh. God damn. People are not happy about this shit. I wonder if they're panicking. Because, you know, it's got to get to a point where they're like, oh, it's just a few trolls. It's just people saying they don't like it. And at some point, the threshold at which the dislike ratio gets high enough that you're like, no, this has to be real people. This is fucking insane. 100K more dislikes since the last time I saw it. 570,000 dislikes. +1. I know this is going to be a dumpster fire, but I'm so excited to watch this movie with my wife, just to watch her crash the fuck out. I'm looking forward to this so much. My wife is half Greek. This is her entire heritage. This is what she's grown up with. Oh, I'm going to have the best time watching her lose her shit. I'm going to make her watch this movie. Oh, I'm going to love this so much. Let's find out how bad this is going to get.
Odysseus.
Wait, I missed the discourse going on with the movie. What's the situation? You're about to find out.
Don't you remember?
Is that Matt Damon?
Thunder. Fire.
Matt Damon's the wrong person to play this character. Matt Damon's got like 100% Germanic kind of features and shit. He doesn't even look Greek. Yeah.
Death.
Wrong person to be Odysseus.
I remember. A wife?
None of these people look Greek. None of these fucking people look Greek. These are all like all of the fucking genetic expressions I'm seeing here are Northern European. Is there a single fucking Greek looking person in this goddamn trailer?
Home. Ithaca's a kingdom waiting.
This looks like it's a scene from fucking Northern England. If you didn't put the title of the Odyssey and you just showed me this trailer, I would be like, this is some series TV show. 0% Greeks were cast in the filming of this movie. Holy fucking shit. The next movie about Shaka Zulu better have a white guy being Shaka Zulu. That's all I'm saying. I want Ryan Gosling playing Shaka Zulu in the next movie.
For a king.
Again, Northern European features. None of these people look like Greeks. This guy looks... Robert Pattinson here looks like he belongs in fucking Game of Thrones. What the fuck is going on here?
My dad is coming home. They're pining for a daddy he didn't.
You know, when I'm looking at historical fantasy, the one thing I don't expect to hear out of a character is modern language with an American accent saying, you're pining for a daddy. What the fuck are you talking about? Robert Pattinson is the only one who fits. No, he doesn't. He doesn't fucking fit. He's got Northern European features. He doesn't look Greek. He doesn't look like the stylization of the Greeks whatsoever. He looks like he belongs in a medieval combat film. What the fuck do you mean? None of them look like they fit. Holy shit. I'm sorry, Robert Pattinson doesn't fit here either. None of these people look like they're... There's a fucking black guy in the background. What the fuck is going on? You're hold on, I gotta hear this again.
Dad is coming home.
My dad is coming home.
They're pining for a daddy he didn't even know.
They couldn't even give them Greek accents, huh? You're pining for a daddy. A daddy. What the fuck... At least he's white. At this point, that doesn't even fucking matter.
Like some sniveling bastard.
Ithaca's king is coming back.
She doesn't look Greek either.
Bringing vengeance.
That guy there lying down is the closest to looking Greek we've seen so far. I swear to God, you show me that scene that looks like he's on a fucking Viking longboat, not on a Greek ship. What the fuck is going on? They didn't even get the helmets right.
I could take the throne.
They're not giving up power to you or Odysseus. Do you think life...
Bro knows one Greek person that decides he's a Greek expert. I know tons of Greek people. There's an entire Greek community down here. The school that my kid's going to next year is a Greek school. I know plenty of them. I see them every fucking day because my kid interacts with them. And you know what? 9 out of 10 of the dudes are called fucking Yorgos. This is perfect. This is the perfect way for me to fuck with my wife. This is beautiful.
Goes back to the way it was. That world is gone. If he returned, he'd have to kill him. Like you will.
Good night, Roadblock. Oh my God.
You gods don't speak in ways we understand.
Who doesn't understand pain?
The ship looks like it's fucking from the Chinese age of exploration. What the fuck is going on?
Oh, blood.
Yo, Christopher Nolan. I thought this was The Odyssey. I didn't think this was 12 Years a Slave. Yo, Christopher, I didn't know we were doing medieval Django Unchained here. The most Greek woman in this movie. Oh man, I'm gonna have such a great time watching this with my wife.
The gods told you.
Then I defied the gods.
is this? I want to make this clear. They couldn't even get the statue right. Right? If you know anything about Grecian history, right? None of the statues were marble white. All of the statues were painted with multiple colors. The reason that they're marble white now is that all those colors faded over time, and they came off of the big fucking marble statues that they used to make back then. All Grecian statues, all Italian statues used to have like a bunch of paint on them, a bunch of colors all over them. These retards couldn't even get the fucking statue to look Greek. It's impressive how retardedly ignorant this movie is. So just another Hollywood bastardization of a country cultural mythology. Yes. You know, what's really interesting to me is, have you noticed that they want to put black people inside of European history movies and shit like that? They want to take a bunch of people and put them inside of certain period movies and stuff like that that look nothing like what those people would have looked like. And it's kind of, it's like a double blow here, because what they end up doing is they're trying to like delete and destroy white culture by putting a bunch of other racial groups inside of those cultures. And at the same time, they're telling everyone who's non-white, fuck you, we will never do one of your stories. None of your history or culture is ever worth doing a movie about. So instead, we want you to erase your entire cultural heritage, and we're just going to shove you in a European-style movie. Isn't it fascinating how they can insult both races at the same time in one singular blow? Remember, Nolan went to film school. Well, he needs to go back to fucking film school. He needs to forget about film school, actually. He needs to be hit over the head until he forgets everything he learned. What the fuck happened? This is the same guy who came up with Batman, the Batman movies that were fucking incredible. What happened to Christopher Nolan? I want the next Black Panther to be played by a white guy. Funnily enough, in the comics, there's the White Wolf who replaced Black Panther for a little while, who was a white guy. They'll never do that, though. Fuck me. God damn, this is so impressive. The intent is to gaslight blacks into Western countries into believing this actually was their history to justify killing all the whites later. This just seems to me like whoever's running these movies is doing their best to rip apart everyone's culture at the same time, right? They don't make like there's a myriad, there's an entire ocean of mythology and stories and histories and sagas that have come out of the Middle East, that have come out of Africa, that have come out of the Chinese empires, that have come out of every other part of the world. But for some fucking reason, they are obsessed with erasing those people's cultures, histories, and heritages, shoving them into this fucking movie, and then wiping out white people's culture at the same time. It's like they're taking a shit on everyone, and we're just supposed to think it's the best thing ever. It's so impressive. Imagine if they made Tarzan black. They are not brave enough to have a black man swinging through the jungle in a loincloth. They don't have the balls on them to make that happen. Jesus Christ. What a fucking joke. Oh my God, I have to watch this movie. I'm going to sit down with my wife and watch this movie and ruin her fucking day. It's going to be so good. Oh, she's going to be so mad. Let's see the comments. The loser keeps Helen. The funniest part is that the comment section is still open. I agree. I'm surprised that this hasn't had comments in all. The face that emptied 1,000 seats. First time I've ever walked out of a trailer. Look at me. I'm Helen now. Shout out to Universal for leaving the comments on. I'm proud of you guys. Never shall buy a ticket or stream it. Let it be born dead. Peak Hollywood garbage. 507 dislikes versus 63 likes is wild. I'm willing to bet that about 60,000 of these likes are bartered. Who the fuck thought this was a good idea? What one of these retards thought that this was really going to be a good idea? Oh my god. This is impressive. Never thought I would see the day when a movie about Greek mythology would come out and I wouldn't want to see it. Welcome to 2026. God damn. They wouldn't make Tarzan black. They would make Jane black, though. You know who they wouldn't make black? Clayton. That's the one person they wouldn't make black. Gee, I wonder why. The pandering is fucking insane. The Odyssey Downtown LA edition. Oh my god, this is so fucking impressive. This is impressively retarded. To think that they actually spent money making this movie and thinking it was going to turn out well. Check the dislikes, I already did. It needs to be higher. They haven't got the point yet. I wonder how quickly they're going to blame the audience for this movie failing. Does she know it's going to be bad, or is she in the dark? She knows it's going to be bad. She's already aware that it's going to be a dog shit movie. I'm just going to do my best to manipulate her into watching it with me. Here's the question I have. How the fuck do these incompetent fucks keep finding jobs, yet I can't even get a rejection letter from a Walmart or GameStop? Here, it's because they're part of the group, right? These people work in a group, in a circle. This is how they function, right? This is Hollywood. And this is the rest of the world. If you are inside the group of these fucking retards, you stay inside the group, you toe the line, you toe the narrative, and no one from the outside ever gets into this group ever. Everyone out here who realizes what a retarded idea this is never gets hired, never gets a job, because they refuse to toe this stupid fucking line that these idiots have in here. So they just keep recirculating inside of the same industry and fucking it up, because it's not about what you know, it's about who you know. That's just how it is. Next up, can we get Tarzan and male MC be black? They never will. They never will. They don't have the balls to do that. Have a black guy swinging through the jungle talking to gorillas all day? Never in a million years is that going to happen. Never in 100,000 years is any of that shit going to happen. You're going to be sleeping on the couch? Probably. Hold on one second. It seems my dog's warning me that someone's outside my goddamn house. I'm going to be right back. I'll see you in a sec. That's right. It's because segregation is cool. They are segregating themselves out. They've been doing it forever. They just feel so comfortable that they're going to do it non-stop now. Now,
When
what the hell
you
did he
read
say?
the Iliad and the Odyssey, very little time is spent in the perspective of the women.
87% like-dislike ratio for Christopher Nolan's.
That, you know what that sounds like? That sounds like that line from that Renee Zellweger, that person, when they did Snow White or whatever. That sounds exactly like that.
The Odyssey. Oh my god. 446,000.
It's over 100,000 more since he looked at this.
And dislike-a-rooskies. Check the first trailer. Well, I think the first trailer was pretty well liked, right? It was at 620K versus 130K. So it still had a positive like-dislike ratio. So this is the second trailer that it had, which had a...
Oh,
it's
more than
actually
one.
getting worse. And that's not even a little bit worse. That's a lot worse.
I mean, wait, hold on. I gotta check something here. So when he looked at that first trailer, it had 600,000 likes. But when I looked at that trailer, hold on. When I looked at that exact same trailer, let me just fucking switch off this. When I look at this trailer, ooh, look at that. This is so fucking important. Look at this. I'm seeing 66K likes. Do you know what this means? Do you know what this is proof of? This is proof right here that they're botting. And YouTube systems picked up their bots and deleted them. Or they shut down the trailer and then put the trailer back up. Let's see if there's more trailers. Let's take a look. Let's see what the fuck they're cooking here. So if I go to this trailer and I take a look at this one's got to 346. They botted this. Universal botted their trailer. They botted their likes and they thought they were going to get away with it. Isn't that interesting? It's almost like they're trying to rig the game. So first trailer, all of a sudden, it's down to 66K from 600K. They botted 600,000 likes. They literally botted over 1 million likes on this trailer since he looked at it. That's fucking insane. Hold on, I gotta go grab my dog. There's something else is going on downstairs. They're losing their shit again. Give me a sec. I can't fucking believe it. They're botting everything. They're botting the shit out of everything. Taking bets on how their Rotten Tomatoes reviews will look. Critic score will probably be like 97%. And they will limit the audience score because they'll be saying that they're being attacked and that they didn't actually do anything wrong. It will be the most shitty fucking representation of a score. I bet the Rotten Tomato score is going to be so fucking rigged. God damn. These fucking animals, these fucking subhumans are literally botting YouTube likes.
So it still had a positive like-dislike ratio. So this is the second trailer that it had, which had a, it's actually getting worse. And that's not...
Remember how Rise of the Skywalker was stuck at 86%? You know what? Let's take a look at that. Let's take a look at that. Let's take a look, see if it's still stuck there. Now, keep in mind, Disney very recently declared that Rise of the Skywalker did so poorly that all of the Rey saga is now non-canon. And it's still stuck at 86%. Interesting. Interesting. Do you think it'll do worse than Supergirl? I think it will. 75%. Oh, it's almost like it's rigged. It looks like you can't trust Rotten Tomatoes. Looks like all of this is rigged. Every single one of those is rigged. So it looks like the 600K is from one of the latest trailer. So this trailer here that's got 66K likes is the one that Asmongold is looking at here, the very first
trailer
one,
that
right?
it had, which had a, it's...
So this is the second trailer. This is the first trailer he's looking at.
The first trailer was pretty well liked, right? It was like, it was...
So this is the first trailer. And if I go to the first trailer, 66K likes. They botted it, YouTube systems caught it, and deleted the botted likes. They actually botted the shit out of this. They are so desperate to try and manipulate the narrative of believing that everyone's going to love this movie that they literally botted 600,000 likes. I mean, 600K likes. Holy fuck. That's the third trailer. Okay, well, let's find the other one then. So we've got two trailers here from Universal Pictures. Where's the one that's... Okay, this is the official one from 6 months ago. Okay, so this is the 600K one. Okay, so I've got that confused. I thought they botted it. So this right here is the first one that's got 100K dislikes, 600K likes. I'm looking at the second one, which has 66K likes. Then this one here has 300K likes. So this is the second one that Asmongold's looking at. And this is the most recently released one on the July the 1st. Okay, I got that one wrong. That's on me. I got that wrong.
Is it 620K versus 130K? So it still had a positive like-dislike ratio. So this is the second trailer that it had, which...
I still wouldn't be surprised to see that they're botting this.
Had a, it's actually getting worse. And that's not even a little bit worse. That's a lot worse. It is.
And then it got even worse.
It's a total chud uprising. These official Odyssey, wait, the official Odyssey accounts turns off comments on marketing. The Odyssey cast joins Christopher Nolan in London. Only some accounts can reply. Man.
Of course they did that.
It's so over. It's actually, dude, the hidden reply. It's oh my god. Does no one have two wives? No one fuck you? The red carpet, I thought we were supposed to walk the sticks. Why did this one get hidden? This is about Achilles. This isn't even a bad comment. They're so dumb. Woke movie.
Yeah, because it's anything that's criticism. It's not about whether it's directly bad. It's about any form of criticism whatsoever, they will delete it. It doesn't matter if it's a negative comment or an actual criticism.
Is DOA, and it got, dude, every new post is locked? Are they really? Wait a minute. So this is locked, and they all have replies turned off. When did they start doing this?
That's amazing.
Every single one has locked comments.
Of course
Largest
it
screens
does.
on sale tomorrow. Okay, so then 220 comments, and then they turned it off. A reminder to all the MAGA trolls, the Odyssey is not historical. You know what?
No, it's just one of the most historical, well-known, well-spread out stories that everyone knows that come straight from Greek mythology. It's a historical literary work.
Actually, I agree with you. I want Black Panther starring Tom Holland, Ben Affleck, Ryan Gosling, Pedro Pascal can be the father. Okay, so this isn't...
He's thinking too generic. Do you know who needs to be the next Black Panther? He's thinking too generic. This is who needs to be the next Black Panther. This guy right here. You remember that monk who was like whipping himself, who was an albino? I think he's perfect for the next Black Panther. Ideal. Perfect guy for it.
Quotes, I'm looking for the wrong one. Okay, view hidden replies.
If it were historical, would that change anything they were doing? No. It wouldn't, because it's a moot point. It doesn't actually matter.
Oh, jeez, guys. Oh, no. Mel Gibson is Martin Luther King. We refuse to watch this garbage. Fuck Nolan. This is just really... wow.
That's the perfect trailer right there. That's beautiful. Okay, that's good. That was a good one.
Why would you hide this one? It's funny. They should have left this one up. Julia Roberts as Harriet Tubman. Boycott. Don't support the rewrite of history and culture. Your money matters. Fuck your race swapping garbage. What the fuck is this shit? Everybody hates it, man. If the Odyssey doesn't perform very well, I think that woke movies will actually die. Because
I disagree. I don't think woke movies are done just yet. I think that they're still going to push this further. They're going to keep going.
You have like a massive high quality star cast. And if even this movie fails, I think it could be it.
I want you to
I don't think it's going to be it. I think they're going to do it again.
imagine really quick that you're sitting in a movie theater.
They're going to find an excuse. They're going to say, oh, it's because people are tired of Greek mythology movies. The people are tired of that, so let's do a Norse mythology movie instead.
And you're sitting next to Homer. And you watch the Odyssey. And when it's over, you can lean over and go, okay, cool. What'd you think about how it ended?
I'd be like, so Homer, how do you feel about the screen time given to these women, considering how little you spent?
Oh, for fuck's sakes. Really?
With them.
She just called Homer, the father of Western literature, a chud incel.
Okay, so that's the trailer I saw. This is not over. She's so unlikable, it's crazy. She reminds me of Renee Zellweger. It's the same bullshit. It's the same garbage. These people, these are not characters. These are people just trying to destroy any historical piece that anyone's ever come up with. Doesn't matter if it's a mythology piece. It doesn't matter if it's a historical piece. They are here to destroy shit. And they're doing a pretty fucking great job of it. And I don't think they actually give a fuck how much money they lose. They just want to push their fucking bullshit political narrative. I hate because of this, I will never watch a movie with her in it. I've never watched a movie with her in it to begin with, so this will be my first experience making my wife super upset watching this shit. It's gonna be amazing. It's gonna be fucking incredible. Oh, she's gonna be so fucking mad. Oh, it's gonna be so good. I'm looking forward to it so much. She's gonna be so fucking angry at everything that happens in that movie. I'm gonna have to hold her down to get her to sit through it because it's so fucking gorgeous. What's that music from? I remember from a game, but I can't remember the name. I wouldn't know. I can't even think about it right now. Oh god, it's so fucking perfect. Rachel Ziegler. I don't remember actresses' names. I don't remember actors' names. I don't give a fuck about them. It's a waste of time to put that into a memory bank. So, yeah, you know what I meant. That's good enough, Black Shadow. That's basic enough that you understand this to the point of all these people just being like, really? Well, what about the woman in the movie? I don't think I got enough representation. It's always the same shit all the time. On Harry Potter having a black slave made Harry Fanta a racist, and Jemini also black, and both muggles. It's, you know what, they're gonna keep doing it. It's just gonna keep fucking happening. Oh, you meant the music in the background. This is Dark Souls 2. It's from the Majula Zone. It's like the main background music you use when you go to the hot red-headed bitch who gives you stats for souls. It's one of the best things to come. It's one of the best pieces of music to come out of the Dark Souls games, and it came from the worst Dark Souls game out there. You should ask your wife at the end what she thought of Homer's The Odyssey. I'm going to have so much fun fucking with her constantly about this. Now, unfortunately, I've kind of run out of time. I wanted to start playing Final Fantasy today, but I'm not going to be able to do that because I have to go downstairs. Turns out my kid's awake. She's got a fever. I might need to rush off to the hospital with her because she's picked up my sickness along with my wife. And that means it's up to me to take care of them. So, tomorrow, no videos, purely Final Fantasy. I've realized something when it comes to MMOs. I can't focus on multiple MMOs at the same time and keep track of what the fuck is going on. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to set a goal. I'm going to get to max level in Final Fantasy 14. Then, I'm going to get to max level in ESO. Then I'll go back to Final Fantasy 14, and I will experience as much of that content that's free that I can. Then I'm going to go back to ESO and see what the high end of everything that's going on there. I've realized it's hard for me to keep track of what the fuck is going on. I like ESO, I like Final Fantasy, but I'm further in Final Fantasy right now, so that's where I'm going with this. But yeah, I have to go take care of my kid. I might be rushing to hospital today because she's pretty fucked up right now. So, I'll see you all later. I'm going to fuck off for now. See you tomorrow. Hopefully, since I'm not sick anymore. What about Path of Exile? I don't know what to do with Path of Exile. I'll figure that out when I'm not sick. I'll go from there. See you all later. Goodbye. Fuck off.
Back from the fever haze, now I'm on my feet. Discord Monday, all my people still got love for me. Closed that chapter, took the L, then I turned it gold. Warrior of light with a mindset cold. Max level climbing every night, no sleep. Now I stand here smiling, look what pain can read. Hand on my chest, say thanks for the road. You held me up when I was low, now the whole room knows. Hear that choir rise, hear that thunder call. I was down but I came back. Standing tall, hands up high, feel that fire move. If I'm built for this fight, then I'm built for you. Couple laughs wrapped up in grace. Every scar on my story gotta shine in its place. Sick days over, now I'm sharp, now I'm here. Voice deep in the mic, let the whole squad hear. From the dungeon grind to the final cheer, I was made for the comeback, that much is clear. Not just surviving, I'm a banner in the wind. Grateful for the love and the strength within. Hear that choir rise, hear that thunder call. I was down but I came back. Standing tall, hands up high, feel that fire move. If I'm built for this fight, then I'm built for you. He is risen, he is risen. Rosie victorious, Rosie victorious. I came back strong, I came back. ones who cheer every heavy night turn to something clear. Not a solo victory. This one's ours tonight. From the low to the glory, we survive.